and it is your Wednesday night sports delight, the platform sports talk show with your boy Smooth along with
Stan, baby.
Because when it's about sports,
it becomes our business, and business just picked up.
Now what's going on, brother?
Nothing much.
Sorry, y'all, for the
nothing much. It didn't happen, but just the noise.
Hold on, here we go.
What? The Rona? Wait a minute. Can travel, man. Nothing much.
All right, been a long time since we done that too.
I know, right?
But yeah, so this is the platform sports talk show. Sorry, y'all, we had to get things together, so we thought we was on, but we wasn't. But that's the power of technology.
We was here.
Y'all just
but
couldn't see.
Wasn't.
So yes, we are official now. Let me double check something here. Make sure that we are on all the other videos. Let's see here. All right, we good to go. Cool. All right, there you go. I can see it myself. So we good. Hello, y'all. Your Wednesday Night Sports Light once again. So last week, of course, Stan was not here. We had a crazy storm, and he had to take care of some business.
Man.
But shouts out to Sadal, who held things down. The original from day one. Great show. Had a great guest with Conzo Martin. Just a very incredible. So shouts out to everyone who watched our show, who has been tuning in for the last 3 years strong, consistently. Continue to make this show better and better and better, as I hear myself on the phone, and better and better. And it doesn't stop now. It continues to get better, y'all. And let me tell you how great God is. Y'all know a while back around December, November, Sadal had to go ahead and leave the show, take care of something with his real estate business. And then a few weeks later, B. Baker came onto the show. And this is the reason why I said breaking news. We got something very exciting. So B. Baker had to leave a few weeks ago. And doing the show last week, doing my thing with Conzo, along with Sadal, I get a text, and I reached out to the person afterwards, and this person was like, man, I want to be on the show. I see B. Baker left. I want to fill in if there's an opportunity for me. If you already have someone else in mind, forget it. It's cool. And when I saw that, I was like, man.
She said, put me in, coach.
I was like, man, that's crazy. And Stan, you already messing it up for me. So,
like you do on those other shows previously before this, you can handle it one time. You can handle it one time. You all right? You all right?
It's part of the teaser.
You all right?
But you kind of messed it up for me.
You all right?
Oh, Stan.
You okay? You'll be all right.
Stan, chill.
You'll be fine.
Chill. Please, chill. So, once again, that's TV for you guys. So sorry about that. But yeah, so this person got at me and wanted to, fill B. Baker's role, and I know this person for years, and this person definitely knows sports, and it's not just this kind of perspective, any kind of different perspective, but as Stan just alluded to with the teaser, she perspective of her own, representing for the ladies. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and bring on to the show our new addition to the platform sports talk show. Everybody show some love out there to Bunny. What's going on?
Hello.
How you doing?
Awesome. How are you?
We had to do like a whole new retake because we had the show going strong. I'm like, wait a minute, we ain't even streaming. What's going on here? But we here, and thank you for reaching out to me when you did.
Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I was so excited when I saw the text. I'm like, this is made. It's made for this to happen. So just tell everybody a reason why that you want to be part of this show.
I like to be around awesome people. DJ Smooth and Stan are awesome people that know sports. And, I joined you all last fall for a great show. My sister and I joined you all. I thought that you all have a great setup, great opportunity. And, I like to represent St. Louis. So what better way to do it than talk sports, female perspective around sports people.
That's what's up. We already got a comment from Joe. She says the girls are taking over the platform.
Woo!
Hey, what can I say? So what do you feel that you will bring to the table from a woman's perspective?
It will be a perspective of knowledge at the same time, an angle maybe that others, listeners or viewers may not think about. And also, even though I have not played a professional sport, because I do follow sports, and sometimes I agree with some athletes or coaches' perspective, sometimes I don't. So just let you think outside the box on some issues as well.
And Stan, when you found out about her being part of the show, how did you feel?
Hey man, I was down for it. I remember when she was initially on the show, and she came with friends. I thought that they were friends outside, but you know, they're friends outside. I was like, oh, everybody's here.
Wait a minute.
You know, the last time you were here, you came with Suzanne. Like she popped up, and that was pretty cool.
Well,
and then I had
You said plural friends, like it was entourage.
Friends.
I mean, well, okay, friend, okay.
Oh, there you go.
It's like it's an entourage. Well, you know, no one ever says, and then I saw a friend was outside. It sounds weird. But I'm excited to have you here. I am excited to begin this new chapter. I believe that it is fitting with the times. It's happening right on time. And I'm excited to get started.
That's what I'm talking about.
Definitely. And if you haven't seen her on the past show, hey, she comes with it. She will challenge you.
Excitement.
She will make sure that you really know what you're talking about before you just have your little points.
Fact check.
Just saying.
Yes.
Hey, want the steak and potatoes together, right? Remember? Mm-hmm.
What's crazy is that when Stan,
Throw some shrimp on there.
first started a while back, he was like our stat guru. He would get the facts. Hold on, wait a minute, let me go ahead and go on Google or go on his website.
I mean, well, yeah, I ain't got the laptop no more. I just let that go.
Right. He came strapped. But, man, so once again, it's a pleasure to have you on, Bunny. And
Thank you.
I know you said fill in, but hopefully this will be a permanent thing and just take this show to even bigger and better heights. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. I'm ready to be part of the team. Let's do this.
Let's get it. So let's go right into the show.
Put me in, coach.
Put me in. I'm ready to play. Did you see that Milwaukee Brewers player that did the Jim Carrey impression?
No, Jim.
Oh, I don't know his name, but he held it down.
A Jim Carrey impression.
Like for maybe half an inning. He did the whole inning. But the announcers had him say, go ahead and do your thing, Jim Carrey style. And he did the whole play-by-play.
Wow.
Everything.
That's
He had a
impressive.
little mannerisms, and it was just hilarious. I was like, yeah.
That's impressive.
But it's good because now, tonight is the last night that we will not have professional sports going on, whether it's from baseball, basketball, or football and hockey, excuse me. This is the last night we would not have a regular season game for the first time since, early March.
It's been 133 days without basketball alone.
But who's counting?
Exactly, right?
That's why
133?
this is such an exciting day, you know what I'm saying, for this show, and then for those who just been cooped up watching Netflix and Hulu and
I know, right?
watching classics
I know,
on
right?
ESPN or whatever for
The
the
Last Dance and the 30 for 30s and just anything you can.
Joe, that's why you the homie. It was Brent Suter.
Ah, they did the
Yes.
Jim Carrey impression.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he held
Good
it
job,
down.
girl. Shout out.
Hey, she know her stuff too.
Also, shout out to Netflix. The Last Dance is now on there.
Yes, it is. Incredible documentary.
I'm going to watch it again.
And again. Because, Stanley has the personal ties with, Chicago.
I do.
And still has it strong.
I do.
He has hope.
What kind of hope?
Uh-oh.
The Good Hope. Okay?
So,
Who your basketball team then? Who your team? Who?
my NBA team.
Yes.
The Lakers.
Of
I
course.
followed the Lakers
Of
before LeBron got there.
Of course.
So, I'm just saying. This is part of the team. That's all. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you're a little salty because, Chicago can't do anything for the next couple of years. But, I can shoot your GM some notes on what to play, but
Oh, my.
The hot fire.
Hey, real quick. After 2012, what did the Lakers do?
They had losing seasons.
Losing seasons.
Oh, yeah,
Did they make the
answer
playoffs?
that.
No.
Yeah. How many years? No, they did not make playoffs.
Bulls did.
How many years was
For
it?
12, for 13,
Okay.
maybe was 14 a playoff year? It might have been, but I know the Lakers were sitting at home.
Okay.
Just like they
and
were last
now
year.
they're not sitting at home, and you all are. So.
I mean, no one's going to sit at home when you get LeBron James, but okay.
Whoa. with LeBron James. Last year they didn't make the playoffs. But of course he was injured. However,
I'm about to say, come on now, that don't count as a with LeBron James.
But hey, I told you I was watching the Lakers before LeBron got there.
Okay, all right.
You know,
all right.
salty people over there. It's okay. Stay on this side. I actually can add some salt to your wound if you want me to.
I mean, that's cool. Just know that you all's best player tried to be like our best player. So you're welcome. Here you go. Here's your cup.
What? Everybody's still comparing them. What do you mean try to be?
You
want to finish?
You gonna sit here and say?
Why would you say LeBron's trying to be like Jordan? Come on now. They don't even play the same way.
The fact that you said LeBron is the best Laker is totally disrespectful. I said y'all best player, like, of all time. All time? It's Kobe.
Yes.
And Kobe
talking
tried.
about LeBron right now.
No.
Well, how do you think he admitted it while he was having interviews when he was alive? He admitted that he got his game from Jordan. Nobody's denying that. He won't deny that.
And plus, just thank us for giving y'all him. Chicago. How you gonna say who was us? Didn't we just talk about who my team was?
Hey, Chicago should be thinking Portland.
Right, because they passed up on Jordan. And then the Bulls.
Truthfully.
Come on now.
You should still thank us, though.
Because Chicago fell right in his lap.
I'm telling you.
Well, excuse me, their laps.
Still thank us.
And then just to add on, you know, like you said, Kobe, he admitted because you don't have a lot of people who have the mentality like a Jordan and a Kobe.
Exactly.
So only a select few could try to get to the level that that Michael was. And Kobe was the only one, really, who did that. And I can't wait for our guests
Kobe knows
to
where
break
to
this down, too.
To get where he wanted to be. He knew he had to reach out to Jordan. He knew he had to not be like. He had to put all them hours in, and hours, and it paid off. Just one less ring, but still. My mentality is no joke, like Eric is saying.
It's not.
It's lethal.
So let's go ahead and get into it because we have a lot to discuss. This may be a nice. Now we know that Stan has to leave a little bit earlier. Wait a minute. We have a comment from Team Clutch Elite Basketball. Kobe, yes, closest to Jordan ever. Correct. No one else can compare. But we have a lot to discuss. A busy show. A lot of different perspectives. So let's get right into it. Football wise, last week, Derrick Henry from the Titans got paid. 4-year deal. Thoughts on that move? I think it was smart. Don't give him like no 8-year Todd Gurley like deal, in which after a couple of seasons he ain't gonna be no good, especially because of his playing style now. He's a rugged, every down back, and you know nowadays running backs like that don't last too long in this NFL.
I truly don't think you could compare the two. Because unlike Derrick Henry, Todd Gurley already came in with knee problems.
Yeah,
you remember he came in off of the ACL tear, and so even then, you know, your game's not gonna be the same. And even then, once you have a major operation like that, like we always say, you're playing on borrowed time. So with Derrick Henry to come in and just keep getting better in his progression in the league and still being that beast. He kind of reminds me. He's got that Frank Gore go to him, because you know Frank was that beast.
20 years in the
He's still
Frank Gore, is he?
Yeah,
it was okay. Yeah. So that's crazy. Frank Gore go to the Colts. Yeah. Trying to be like Marshall. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Not trying.
Don't do it, man.
No.
But yeah, like I honestly, I look at Derrick Henry. I see that he could probably take the same line career as Frank Gore, just with that dominance over an extended amount of time. So you know, if he stays healthy, I feel like he's gonna earn every bit of that for a year and then more.
And see, the only reason why I said what I said earlier because these linebackers now and safeties aren't the same ones you saw when Frank Gore was a rookie. These guys are different. You know, these are some specimens. What do you always say? See, they special.
I mean, but when you look at Derrick Henry, he's special too.
Yeah.
I mean, like as tall as the quarterback.
They wouldn't have given him
and running back.
Have something to pull.
When I saw him in Alabama stand next to Nick Saban,
that boy huge.
I was like,
and that's not coming to be a back like that to be that tall. That's why I'm surprised that he stuck with that position.
He's like the Magic Johnson of running backs.
Like
He's too tall for your position.
He could be a tight end for real.
Exactly.
He could.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Saban didn't try to change him because a lot of times if you come in not a typical size, especially in a big program like Bama, they would try to move you or switch positions, but they kept him there.
Well,
I think it helped
had
them.
a All-American tight end during that time too.
Yeah. True.
Plus, I think the decision to keep him at running back helped him in the draft as well.
Yeah. Oh,
like
yeah.
that definitely helped.
Yeah.
Because if they would have moved him around, then I feel like his stock would have been lower.
Down. Okay.
Now this was a surprise. Cleveland Browns Myles Garrett, the same guy that threw a helmet to what's his name, Mason Rudolph, from the Pittsburgh Steelers. The same exact few months later, he gets paid handsomely as well.
Hey man, sometimes you just gotta leave the past in the past.
That's what you gonna say? I was saying the Browns trying to save face because they still, OBJ wasn't happy. You got this going.
The Browns is trying to prove you right. Browns in 5, okay?
And
how many more? This is year 3.
Year 3.
Is it?
Yeah, so Stanley had a prediction 2 years ago about Browns in 5. So we're in year 3 of that.
And 5 of getting to the Super Bowl or just to the playoffs and
Super
winning
Bowl.
the difference.
The whole thing.
How
Look,
about
back
those
then-
Texans? Okay.
Look, back it's really, really good on paper.
How about the paper? And then that's why
And then the paper-
not happy. Y'all quarterback just like.
Oh, this was before that. This is when they had the super, like when that off season where they went out and got everybody, had like a whole new face. It was Tyrod Taylor.
It was just right.
Yeah.
Sign everybody.
Just signing everybody.
Whatever you want.
It was looking good. I was like, here we go. And then they got on the field. I was like, okay, all right.
They did coaching change. It just looks like
Coaching change,
I think
quarterback
Cleveland
change.
is doomed. Ever since the franchise started over, Cleveland, they've been doomed. I'm sorry.
People, I'm telling you, she knows her sports. It's not a game. Not a game here on the platform Sports Talk Show. And Team Clutch says everyone tried to be like Jordan. Remember Harold Miner? They call him Baby Jordan.
Hey, I asked about that, and I mean, mind you, I'm not a professional athlete. I don't put the work in, but I followed Jordan when I was a little girl. My dad made sure we watched all of Jordan's games, and when I heard about Miner and saw him, I'm like, what's the hype for? But
Right.
again,
Because
I
he
don't put
sort
work
of
in,
looked like
so.
Jordan.
Hey, but you gotta work. Forget look
Right,
at you.
right.
Hey, he looked like
Actions speak
Mike.
louder than faces.
That's Baby Jordan now.
No.
He had number 32.
I mean, to be
Yeah.
fair, Mike on son.
Doesn't even.
The one that played for U of I? That one?
Yeah.
I know you.
Yeah, because you have Marcus and then
The one that
Jeffrey.
stepped on the court.
Yeah.
He ain't played. He just stepped on the court.
Talking about I was there.
Woo, that
Oh,
Thanksgiving
God.
dinners must have been awkward.
Don't
Be like, what's
say.
up, Dad? Don't talk to me.
And you know how intense.
You know how he
You
was.
know how intense he is.
Like, after looking at the documentary, you got to know that Thanksgiving dinners were probably crucial. What's up, Dad? Don't talk to me.
No, that's not low.
You call yourself a Jordan.
Your mid-range is trash.
He found something else to do with his life.
He did. He opened up a shop to be like, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm just going to have all your stuff in here.
No, but maybe he probably works for the Hornets organization. Who knows?
He opened up a clothing store. Completely Jordan everything.
And speaking of Jordan,
all money.
Which
the,
is easy because it's your daddy.
Speaking of Jordan, all the NBA teams, all the city uniforms.
Statement
Will
editions.
be
Yeah, statement will
Jordan.
have
Starting
Jordan
next
brand.
What's
season.
funny is I was watching the story of it on the Sports Center Snapchat, and they were like, all the teams, including the Pistons, and then they just had a cut scene of Mike laughing from the
Yeah, I saw that. I
Like,
saw
that's
that.
hilarious.
Yeah, I saw that. That was funny though.
That's the ultimate win. It's like, yeah.
Uh-oh, we got a comment from your
I saw
sister.
it.
She says, what's good, Bunny
Voila.
and fellas?
What's up?
What's happening? Thanks for tuning in. Everyone who's watching right now, no matter if you're on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, share, and share.
And share again.
There it is. Ezekiel Elliott, St. Louis. He don't feel like he getting a lot of respect from the league. Madden rating him like a 80 something, I believe. Coaches feel like he's beyond the 10th rank. Like he's past 10th rank running back in the game. Like what? Am I missing something?
First thing, don't go off of Madden ratings. Madden
Right.
stuff is just not
Hey,
accurate.
players take that stuff serious.
I see. I'm like, yeah.
I mean, I
you don't even
understand.
know who's doing the Madden ratings. Like, who behind the scenes? Is it sports writers? Is it just people that work at EA Sports?
They EA Sports. They have a data team who goes to all the games.
See, that's what I'm telling you.
all
That's
those
why.
stats.
So you got a whole
That
bunch of people
personal.
who do computers.
They're number
Yeah.
crunchers,
Judging
but they're not
sports
looking at
sometimes.
the whole. Yeah, don't go off of that. I see other players complain about that. Just back it up what you're doing on the court or on the
But
field.
even some of the coaches in the NFL are saying that he's not even higher than 10. And he's like, man,
Where
what's
did-
going on here?
Where did he place in rushing last year?
Let's find out. See, here we go. See, that's how he was. He go ahead and get the stats and boom, boom, boom. But I mean, since he's been in the league, a top to me like a top 5 rusher. So I don't know what they've been looking at.
Unless they just mad that
Last year he had 1,300 rushing yards. The year before that was 1,400.
Okay, so he had 1,000 yards less. Okay, so now he's less than 10. A top 10. Oh, he's not
They
a top
mad
10?
because he works for Jerry Jones and they just gonna take that out on him or something.
Right. But yeah, so to me, it just doesn't seem kind of right that he's getting the rep of not having a top 10 like career right now.
I mean, if you look at stats,
His
he.
stuff ain't bad though.
Yeah, I mean, his first year was his best year. He ain't really got back up there. He almost did in 18.
Yeah, what was the year he had the scandal with that whole charge and all
17.
that?
That's why he only had 983.
Yeah, 'cause he
Because he sat out like what,
Legal
4 games?
reasons.
Right.
Yeah. That's why players don't mess with the wrong chicks, man. They gonna mess your career up.
And,
So
the,
he
and,
go
and,
ahead.
and then on top of that, 1 year. It was all black.
And that's fine, but something else still happened to where she messed up in his head to where somebody did something. That's all I can say. Men and women relationships, and somebody mad at somebody. You gonna feel the wrath. Please believe you me.
Yes. Antonio Brown, he announced the other day that he retires again.
Right.
I said this over a year ago that what he did with the Raiders.
That was messed up.
No, that was it. Like, he was the perfect person. Some people didn't like it when I said it back then, but he was a perfect person. If he wanted to blackball someone, he would have been the person because he put it all on himself. The way
But
that
that's
he
why I
acted.
said it's messed up. He messed that up, and even the Patriots took a chance on him. He messed up. When I see after one team gives up on you after your comeback, more than likely you have some mental something's not stable. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not going to diagnose anyone, but definitely it's a chemical imbalance. I'll say that. If you have the opportunity, you have the talent, even if you want to wild out behind closed doors, that's your prerogative. But why can't you show up, be on the field, stay off of social media? That's another thing. Get your thumbs a rest and put it on football and off of Twitter and all that, and that can save your career, believe it or not. Who would think you had to tell somebody, stay off social media, do your job, and go home? It's simple. I mean, again, I'm not a professional athlete, so I don't know all the work, but I know they do a lot of work. But if you want to save face, if you want to sit there and have your comeback, do what you need to do. And
just
maybe
play.
I'm making it too simple.
I mean, but it should be just come to practice, come to your games, and just perform.
And dog
get
out
paid
wherever
to
you
perform.
want behind closed doors every day, all that makes you feel better if that's your therapy. But just show up, and now you wondering why. If your agent fires you, that tells you something.
Right.
You're the problem.
And
Not
wasn't
everybody
wasn't
else.
his agent Drew Rosenhaus?
Exactly.
A couple more things before we bring on our special guest, Ben Simmons. The 76ers decided to put him at power forward now. Thoughts on that move?
Because ain't he like 6 foot something?
6 foot
tall?
10.
He's really tall.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
He can't shoot yet, but
I mean, let's put I shouldn't say asterisk, but you said yet. This is year number
yeah,
3 in the league, and you talking about yet for shooting. What miraculously is going to happen to
What
where
you mean he ain't got a shot? You always see him busting them threes in the game. It don't matter. He was busting them in the game, too, and everybody went crazy every time. You don't remember that?
All right, he's only
Practice?
had 3 made 3-pointers his last 3 years.
Again,
And they all came.
practice doesn't
This
count.
season.
What are you talking about?
And they all came this season.
No,
Dude,
no,
it's
no.
tripping.
One.
He
one,
said you
one
tripping
this,
for
this
real.
past season. Then he had one the year before.
But you just said a shot. Yeah, he doesn't have a shot yet. Year number 3. When is his shot gonna come around? That's like what people are saying. Lonzo Ball gotta change his little shot.
He did that. He did though.
He changed his shot.
He improved.
Okay, I didn't know what the stats are for him
Yeah,
this
he
year.
improved
Once
a
he
whole
got
lot.
to New Orleans, he did
changed
get a little
it.
better.
Yeah.
I'll say that. But you think Simmons gonna have that same? I mean, it's year number 3. I keep saying that.
Keep
Like,
putting the work in. You have to keep putting the work in.
Okay.
Get behind the right coaching and put the work in because it's possible. I know he wasn't shooting like 80% this year, but DeAndre Jordan, we know he's notorious for being a terrible free throw shooter, correct?
but that's not his main job. It's to
this
get the
past-
board.
maybe 40% or below his career average. But this past season, he was like around 60%. That's a huge difference than being 40%. So that, it's showing gradual improvement.
Now,
so
again, I want to put an asterisk by
that,
Jordan, though, DeAndre, because his field goal stuff was literally stuff by the basket, though. It wasn't like a jump or a perimeter. He was literally getting his all.
Well, that's field goal percentage. I'm talking about free throw percentage. So, free throw, you should be able to hold that down.
It's free.
But LeBron can't do it either. So
free throws on free. No. Everybody's stats would be so much better. People really took it serious. Yeah. We can go a whole nother soapbox.
See, you just raised my point.
A whole nother soapbox.
If it took it serious. You got some guys who focus on
free.
Who focus on
games are determined by free throws, and they're not free because they're putting people into some serious situations, and they can't come through for their team because of a free throw. Literally,
it's free.
It's not free. It's
it is free. Unfortunately, they still can't afford it.
Hey, great point. Team Clutch, Jason Kidd, and this is so correct. Couldn't shoot early in his career, and now check his shooting by the end of his career. Exactly. He could not shoot if someone paid him $1 million to shoot from 4 feet from the ocean to hit the water. He would not make it. But then he became a threat.
Okay, you practiced that.
So, like I said, it's all about working hard.
You're the right trainer, okay.
And then,
come on, Simmons, then. Let's
watch, he's draining all threes whenever they first scrimmage is.
And then stand up like,
he's draining all threes. First scrimmage, he's draining them. Draining them.
Next Wednesday, let's see what happens.
When is that first scrimmage? Do I still have the NBA?
I think it's tonight.
I was about to say, when that season starts next week.
Yeah, next week, you're right. But the scrimmage is going on right now.
Yeah, scrimmages are happening.
Yeah, right now on NBA.com. But don't watch right now because you're watching the platform SportsTalk show.
That's smart.
And I know we're competing with Versus tonight.
Yes.
DMX, Snoop Dogg, but still watch the platform SportsTalk show.
Yes.
Oh, no, they're not playing tonight.
The A10, along with other leagues like the Ivy League, SWAC just announced that they will not have any fall sports for the year. So, you got the soccer team and I think volleyball season, the volleyball teams. This pandemic, man, just shutting down a whole lot of stuff.
But
man.
the bigger ones, though, for college, the Big Five, football's God, and it's number one moneymaker.
Right.
They still haven't made that decision yet.
Right.
And y'all know they're going to wait till the last minute. Anything that can help save a season and get a little bit of money in. You haven't heard anything for real than
because that's their big money maker.
Exactly.
Yep.
Even though these are student athletes that are not professionals because they don't get paid, but okay. But that's your biggest money maker.
And Suzanne agreed with your point about the free throws.
Thank you.
They free.
And
they just can't afford
You know what?
They just can't afford them.
They free. They just can't afford
it. It's a cost to it. That's why it's not free throw.
All the money in the world, they can't afford a free throw.
It costs a lot of people games, wins or losses, coaches.
Rings.
Having rings or not, it's costing players to get an extension of their contract. They can perform when I'm just saying, Stanton.
That is true.
They're not free.
Then last but not least, MLS decided to postpone the STL team and the other two teams or 3 teams. No, I think it was 2. Postponed to 2023. So the plan was 22.
Building that stadium.
Right, keep on going.
Yeah.
But they were saying at first 22 would be the inaugural season, but now it's going to be in 23. And then next month, Carol Kendall Betts just announced that they're going to have a virtual announcement of the team name and the
colors.
I look forward to it, man. You have an idea of a team name for the St. Louis MLS soccer team?
I saw someone mention the Stars, and I thought that was whack. And it's just, if we gonna come with it, we a new team, new on the scene. If you want it to represent St. Louis, Stars is not it. I'm still trying to think of a name, let alone the color scheme, but I wasn't sure they were gonna try to piggyback off a cardinal color, red and white or not, but just not the Stars.
The St. Louis Archers. No, I'm just playing.
No. Again,
look, I'm telling you, I have 100% lack of faith in a dope name, so I'm just waiting for whatever they tell me.
It'd be just so St. Louis is to have something like really.
The St. Louis be like, okay.
Cause like even the Battlehawks, that was done by the XFL. That wasn't done by.
I was about to say like that was
lit. I was like it took me, man. I was like a Battlehawk. I cracked the joke. It's a hawk with a helmet on, but I was like, oh no, it's pretty cool. It was.
Turned
out great.
Yeah, XFL did it. St. Louis couldn't think of their own.
All right, y'all. Well, it's showtime.
The St. Louis Arch Defenders.
A lot of the reasons why a lot of our new audience is watching this show because of this special guest that we have on. He is, as you saw in the promo, currently MLB Network radio sports announcer, or excuse me, sports radio. What's what I want to say? Personality. There we go. Along with Mad Dog, Sirius XM Radio, and also contributor to KMOX Sports. And I've known this guy for, not known him personally, but heard, because he don't be able to be seen a lot for real, but heard him, heard him for years, especially on KMOX, and then on 101 ESPN, where to me I feel like that's when it was going. And then things happened, which we'll discuss that very soon. But without any further ado, let's go ahead and bring on this man to the show officially. Everybody show some love to... Let me put up this right here. There we
Drum
go.
roll.
Drum roll, please. There we go. Special guest in the house, in the getaway, Mr. Kevin Wheeler. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Thanks for having me. You guys actually put up with the guy that's out of work, man.
We're making it happen, man. We're making it happen. But thank you for being on the show. How have you been?
You know what? Not bad, man. Not bad. I do a good bit of coaching in baseball, so that's keeping me from being crazy. Because if I didn't, there was a period like 2 weeks there with no sports on TV,
I know, right?
and kind of part-time on Sirius XM and waiting for full-time stuff and all that. And then baseball was shut down too, and I'm sitting around the house for like 2.5 weeks, and my wife's like, "You got to get out.
Something.
You got, because you're annoying me, man. You're just I'm pacing around the house like, oh, there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do,
man.
But thankfully that got me out of the house, 4 or 5 days a week, and it took me a little bit out of town, did some tournaments and stuff. So I'm sane. I may not look like it, I may not sound like it, but I am. I'm actually in a good place right now.
Good.
So when the pandemic first hit, did you hear a lot from your team in regards to how they were?
Oh, threw everything out of the water. Threw everything out of the water, man. We're like maybe 3 weeks away from the season starting. All the high school seasons were starting up, and everything just got shut down. All my guys that are now playing college, everything got shut down. And for everybody, we all did this, right? I was down in Florida. I was at the Washington Nationals spring training camp for MLB Network Radio. We were doing their kind of season preview, and that's like a day after I got back, the shutdown happened. Like, there was like this buzz about it. This is the greatest thing, by the way. I'm going through airports and I'm flying on planes like days before this, and everybody's like, you should be wearing masks and you should be using your sanitizers and wash your hands every 5 minutes. My hands were like bleeding in Florida because I was washing them so much. I'm like, I don't want any, we don't know anything about this thing, right? I don't know what's going on. And everything just stopped. And then for me, you guys are probably the same as me, right? Like, what do you do when sports stop?
Right.
We answered that question on live for about 2 weeks.
I know, man. It's been crazy.
What do we do? So, what's going
We're talking about, thank God the NFL kept going with the draft, right? Because that hooked us up, and free agency helped out a lot. And other than that, it was like, anybody got a doctor we can talk to? When can we start up again? Because this is getting bad. It's getting bad.
like coronavirus and you, part 17?
Oh, dude. Right when the timing with all this COVID stuff has really messed with my head a little bit because I was traveling right before the shutdown. I get back on like a Sunday night, and it was like Monday or Tuesday when they shut the NBA down, and everything followed that, right? Like everything followed that, and then like a week later, I got brought back to do some stuff for KMOX, and those are my people, and I love everybody there. And when I left there, it wasn't like I got to get out of here. It was I need to have like a normal life for a little while. I need to have a schedule where I can have the same thing all the time instead of being tied to a ball game or a hockey game or whatever. And I was doing non-sports for a week on KMOX. I was doing the nights, filling in for Ryan Recker. And this is when all the COVID stuff is happening. So I'm interviewing doctors, and we're talking about this. And I have no idea about I'm a sports guy. I'm a human, so I follow this stuff. But I felt like a temporary COVID expert, and then like 3 weeks later, everything was different.
So let me ask you this.
You have to put that on your resume. COVID-19 expert.
A COVID expert. So was this similar to what happened when September 11th happened?
Oh my
When
God!
it kind of shut sports down for some days as well.
It's the only thing that compares. Like, you know, in that immediacy, like where everything just stopped. Like that happened. I mean, I was really just kind of, I got into radio in 95, like December of 95, so really 96. So I was still pretty young, you know, like in the radio business when 9/11 happened. And we shut down. Like I was doing a network radio at the time. It was called Sporting News Radio. I think it's Bleacher Report Radio now. Yeah. So that's where I spent my first 10 years, and everything stopped. They took us all off the air. They just started airing ABC News over our network, and that was it. But that only lasted like a few days.
Right.
Right? Like that's what the beginning of COVID felt like. It's like, this is weird, everything's stopping, and now what? Like, what do we do? But they came back within a week. Right? I was at the first game, so I lived in Chicago at the time. That's where that network was based, and I was at the first White Sox game, you know, after 9/11, and it was kind of weird. Like, should we? Is it dangerous? Should we all be going?
Right.
Security was really high, and like people were kind of excited, but also kind of nervous. And you know, this is just completely different. Like it's just two different. I mean, they're similar in that it was like an automatic instant shutdown. Everything stops. But with this, we had no idea when it's going to end.
Right.
You know, 9/11, you kind of knew it was probably going to be a week or two. Coming back on the air after 9/11 was weird though. Like coming back and talking sports. Like in like a week, it was a week after that, I think, was my first show back on. It was really weird. It was really weird. Although it led to one of my favorite interviews of all time. I got the so at the time everybody was doing fundraisers for firefighters and policemen who lost their lives on 9/11 in New York, and Spike Lee was doing a thing where he was auctioning off his courtside tickets for the Knicks. I think it was for Knicks Bulls, which obviously at the time was
Big
like,
time.
that was it, right? That was a big deal. And he was going around doing all the sports radio stuff, so I got to interview him, which was like fantastic. And he was like the most laid back, down to earth guy. Auctioned this off. Some anonymous dude bid like $1 million, and then didn't let him say who it was. He did it anonymously, and then he gave the tickets to 2 kids who lost their dad. It's like that was, I mean, and we to this day we still don't know who bought those tickets. It was some anonymous guy who just like, here's $1 million for the cause. Give these tickets to the kids.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
That was
So,
nice of that person.
Before we get to more current events, we gotta take it all the way back, man, to when you was a kid. When did you find your love for sports?
I mean, day one, probably. You know, I mean, like I'm from Detroit. That's where I grew up.
Okay.
So I mean, I was aware of, you know, all of the pro sports teams there from the time I was probably 5 or 6 years old. I was sold from the beginning, man. I started T-ball at 6 years old, so by then I knew I was a sports guy. Like I was gonna, and I didn't know, I mean, I was gonna live in sports or be in the sports world when I was 6. I knew that by about 8. No. It wasn't. I'm not gonna lie though, man. It wasn't. It must have been much longer after that. It was probably like 3rd, 4th grade. I knew if I don't play baseball, I'm gonna coach or I'm gonna broadcast. I'm gonna do something. Like I thought maybe I'll be one of the, you know, the guys that calls play-by-play. Thought I'd be like in Detroit. It was Ernie Harwell was the big guy. But between Ernie and Vince Scully and Jack Buck and those guys, like those outside of the athletes that I watched, like those guys were the guys that I'm like, I can be like that. I'd like to be like that. I never got to be quite like that. Close.
But you have had a great career.
I'm not going to lie. It's been fun, man. It's been almost, I hate to say this out loud, it's been almost 25 years.
Wow.
Oh, that's amazing.
I know. Are you guys 25 years old yet?
Well,
I'm 26.
26.
I was sitting there, I was like, he's been doing this for me. Okay.
Not quite 25. It'll be 25 in December, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Congratulations.
that made you feel. Yeah.
I've got a leg up over his career. That makes me feel good.
So pretty much your first love was baseball.
I mean, it's the only sport that I was really all that good at.
Oh wow.
I mean, I played everything as a kid, right? I played everything as a kid, right? I mean, I didn't play organized football, but I played with my buddies. My dad was like, "You're not going to play football. You're too small, and you're going to get hurt." And he's probably right. So it ended up being a pretty good choice. I played basketball until I stopped growing. Everybody else kept growing. I stopped. So I'm like, that's probably it.
Same.
What
That's
about
I played
soccer?
freshman year. No, soccer. No, I've played one soccer quote unquote match, I guess, in my entire life, and that was a charity event like 8 years ago.
Oh, and that was
That was an indoor soccer thing out in St. Charles. I never played soccer as a kid. I played basketball basically for most of my life until after freshman year. I played freshman year. Is it bad, by the way, when you're a freshman and you are the backup point guard on the B freshman team. Because we got an A team and a B team, right? We had 20. They kept 20, so two 10-man squads, and I'm the backup point guard on the B team. Is that bad?
That's the backup to the backup.
Yeah, to the backup. Right, that's the backup to the backup to the backup, right?
Oh, wow.
Like if they needed somebody on the A team, I was not getting pulled on. That was
So
it,
you
man.
got the sign like, oh,
Yep.
it's not for me.
No, I'm a baseball. At that point, I'm like, I'm a baseball player. I always wanted to play hockey, but I never could. My dad was a referee. So my dad refereed like junior leagues up in Canada, hockey, college hockey, basically just up to the level before the NHL, so the AHL and all that.
Oh, wow.
And because he was driving around, they wouldn't let me play hockey. They were like, you can play house hockey. I'm like, that's what the nerds play. That's what I said. And all my friends were like travel hockey players. If I can't play with my friends, I'm not playing. So that started my basketball career. They're like, but you can play basketball down the street for your school. Like, all right. And I did it. I wasn't very good,
Not
though.
successful.
I could foul people really good, though.
Oh,
Hack,
hacking man.
man. I mean, you know.
Wheeler, go on there and hit him hard.
I don't know how big
Sweep the leg.
I got matched up like 8th grade. I got matched up against a dude that ended up playing in the NBA. You guys may remember as a college player, Sean Respert played at Michigan State. Real good shooter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, in 8th grade, he was the man. Like I played on like team like in 8th grade. We were pretty good because we had like 2 6'2" guys. So like they just controlled the glass, and I was like Mr. Point Guard here. I can foul you and I can pass. Like, that's all I could do. And we played this. They were in our league, and I think we ended up winning the game. You know how those like 7th, 8th grade scores are. It was something like 42-38.
Right.
And I think he had 35 of their 38. But I used all my fouls.
That's all that matters. Hey,
He was like, you might score 30, 35, 38 points, but let me tell you something. You're not going to see the end of the game.
we have a few comments
Oh, my
here.
goodness.
Joe said that she's 26 years old.
All right, sorry, Joe.
Look at
I mean, like my kid's 23.
So,
Like my daughter's 23, so I mean anybody in their early 20s is like, man, I don't feel that old though.
well, yeah.
I mean, I probably look that old, but I don't feel that old.
As long as you don't feel it, you good.
No, I know. That's why I have to shave too, because if I don't,
So during the quarantine, you one of those people who had a lot of hair on the face, and you just like, oh,
no,
like
not
a
too
wolf
much.
man?
Not too much because it itches. I don't know why. I can't get past like you got a good look. I've never gotten that far. I've never gotten that far. I've never gotten that far. I mean, you guys have it like where it looks good and it's like under mine. It's I can't get past like the 7th or 8th day where it's just like itchy and I can't get past it.
Recall
Plus my wife
when,
hates it.
when Sadal tried to
like
go
it.
ahead and grow his out.
Do what she says.
Yeah.
No comment. I'm not saying anything about my brother in his absence.
Shouts out to you, Sadal. We have a comment also from Angela Howard. She says, "Hey, Bunny."
Hola.
Yes. So Angela, you are looking at our newest addition to the platform Sports Talk Show. So get used to it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Papaya.
Share with your people so they can all tune in and support
Appreciate your
Bunny
self-love.
and the
Thank
show.
you. Thank you.
Yes. And this is the platform Sports Talk Show. Your boy Smooth along with
Stand, baby.
and newest edition
Bunny.
and special guest we have.
My name is Kevin Wheeler.
There it is.
I thought he was just going to say.
You guys call me Wheels though, man.
Wheels.
You call me Wheels. That's all right. Nobody calls me by my real name
There it is.
except my
Like
wife.
wheels on the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Team Clutch says Sean Respert was awesome.
He was a damn good college player. He had a little. I mean, I think he stuck around the NBA for a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably more of a bench guy and a role guy. But,
Right.
I mean, I can throw it out there as a guy that I actually played against that played in the league. I saw Chris Webber when he was 8th grade.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like I was in high school already by that time. I think I'm a year or two older than he was. But it was my little brother's team, and I was helping coach my little brother's team because I knew my career was over. So what my job was to go bang with the 7th and 8th grade big men when I was a high school sophomore, so I could toughen them up a little bit. And they go out for a game, and it's like one of my first games as a quote unquote coach. And this kid comes out for the other team, 7th and 8th grade. He's got half a beard, and his first shot in the layup line is two-hand boom. I'm like,
8th grade.
and then I'd like, yeah, guys, that's Chris Webber. I'm like, all right.
So how was he back then using timeouts?
Thankfully, his coach was in charge of those back then.
That was wrong.
I bet you ain't going to say it to his face.
Shoot, Chris Webber, come on the show. We have a few comments from Suave Beauclair. Says, "Let me buy that bottle of Lysol."
Hey,
there we go.
I need those wipes too.
Yeah, that
I don't
too,
have any
man.
more. I just run out my last one today.
To like the whole shopping
they
network.
still not stocked in the store. Some of those.
Where? See, you're not going to the right stores.
Or right side of town, either or.
I got you. We
Then
got
Okay,
he
thank
says,
you.
welcome, Miss Lady.
Thank
There
you.
you go. Get used to the face, y'all. And her opinions, because, hey, she come with it, y'all. She come with that fire. So, continuing on, man. What high school did you go to?
I went to a place called Catholic Central High School, man. So I grew up. So it was. It's called Detroit Catholic Central. We're just like right outside in the western suburbs of Detroit. Yeah.
And I take it you played baseball in high school.
Yeah. That was it.
And favorite position?
Well, I mean, it ended up being catcher.
Nah,
Yeah, I mean that's what I ended up getting to play, right? So I mean, I get to
Right,
do
so
that.
we
I got to do that.
started
I got to do that in college. So that became the favorite one. Plus, you get to do stuff. Like you're always thinking. You're always like every pitch. It's not like playing in right field and you get like one ball a game and
Right.
It's like, all right, when that ball comes over here,
Don't
I
screw
know
it
what
up.
to do.
Don't screw it up.
Here we
Get
go.
outfit,
Here
you
we
start
go.
wandering away and forget when you're even out there.
And I started off like every kid, right? Like if you're like when you're 12, 13 years old, like if you're any good, usually you play shortstop and you pitch. So I played shortstop and I pitched. And I get to high school and they're like, nope, you're an outfielder. So I went to outfield and I'm a center fielder. The first year. Now,
Oh, okay.
you guys don't, you can't see it now. And if you can see it on the camera, you can't see it now. I used to be really fast. Like in high school, I was like 145, 150 pounds as a freshman. I was really like about the same height too. So, skinny guy, ran cross country in the fall, played basketball in the winter. Like I was center fielder, leadoff man, stealing bags, like just green light from the coach, the whole deal.
All around.
And then all that
Yeah.
changed, and then I started catching.
Oh my
Yeah.
All time.
So when they said, you know what, get behind the plate,
Yeah.
what was your initial reaction?
I said, do I get to play? Like, this is what happened, right? I mean, like, our baseball coach was one of my teachers. And he comes up, like, after, it's kind of like the end of my sophomore year, going into the summer, and, like, he goes, you think you could catch some games this summer for your summer team? And would you be willing to be a catcher next year? And I'm like, I mean, am I playing? Because, I mean, I knew they had a kid coming back that would be a senior that was the center fielder. And, you're always looking for your spot where you're going to get to play. And he goes, well, if you're any good at it, you can play. Like, you'll play there. And I'm like, all right, like, let's do it. Let's go ahead and do it. And I got lucky because that year they brought in a coach who had just retired from being a minor league baseball player, a catching coach, and he beat the living crap out of us. And he actually, but he taught me everything, made me into a decent player, and then, got to play for a couple years in high school, and that's what I got to do in college.
Nice.
Oh man, I remember my story of baseball. It was during my time
Epi.
in my acclaimed Jewish league.
Okay.
It was a good time. I was playing catcher for one game. Let me tell you how that worked out. The biggest kid, gotta be, the way he charged at me. It's like, dear God, he was like, I'm making it home, and just ran right into me. Just kaboom. It was when I came to that I realized, you know what? Maybe catching ain't for me. I thought this was a non-contact sport.
Nope.
Okay.
Back then it wasn't.
I
Contactual.
guess just
Yeah.
looking at you being a baseball player, and that's why one game, one and done, right?
Oh no, it was just that one time as a catcher
Yeah.
before they had me out in the outfield, just chilling.
That spot's no
Just
joke.
chilling.
Yeah, I was that dude that was just sitting in the grass. Like, ain't nothing happening out here.
Oh, getting lost in the lights and all that lane.
Oh no, I wasn't looking at the lights.
Now,
It was
did you play left field, center field, left field or right field?
I was in right.
Strong arm, right?
Reason. Because, see, a lot of times when you play baseball, you have a lot of righties. So they always want to pull the ball to left. So that's why they had him in right.
Oh, man. Shots fired.
Okay.
No, I'm saying it's the truth because they always put, like, our worst athlete in right field when I played baseball
I'm
or
about to ask you, what position
softball.
did you play?
Short.
Okay.
Drop the hammer
All
there.
right.
There we go.
You
Bam.
serious? Okay.
And speaking of catchers, Joe was a catcher as well.
Yeah?
Yep, she had a photo of
Yep,
her
catcher gang.
of her days catching, and then our guest last week, Council Martin,
You did mention that.
was a catcher.
Yeah.
So,
You did.
That's what they put. I mean, like when you get older, like I brag because it makes me look better. Like that's where I tell you they put the smart people. They also put the guys that can't run back there. Except
Right.
like I wasn't that, but they do that sometimes too. Like big guys sometimes end up going back there, or if you got just a freaking cannon. I mean, you can throw the ball.
I was
you
the
throw
best of
people
both
When
worlds.
I was always curious to come to catching when you had to squat behind the plate a lot, like your knees don't, in between.
I used to
you-
put one knee down. My coach.
Oh, did you get it?
Cause I feel like after one game, okay, but then you all do it a couple in high school, what, two, sometimes double headers. I'm like,
Yeah.
I
So,
get
So what the coach told me to do was, up until the wind up, just rest on one knee.
Oh.
And then when it's time, just pop up. And
You had a nice
go,
coach.
yeah.
You had a nice coach.
I never heard of that.
I mean,
before.
to be-
I had
Okay.
drill sergeants, man. They're
To
like,
be
no.
fair, we were like, 7 or 8.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're.
You don't want to deal with angry parents.
But in high school, you can't do that. Wouldn't recommend doing that. That
You
makes
can.
sense.
I mean, I teach some of my guys to do it. I coach catchers now. I mean, we teach them to do it in some spots. But yeah, you like stay down there. That's if nobody's on base. If nobody's on base, you can kind of get down there. It doesn't really matter.
Relax. Okay.
But back in like when I was playing, here's my old guy line. Back in my day, the catching coaches were drill sergeants. Man, they're like, you're going to be in the proper setup, or you ain't going to play. Especially when you're
Dang.
like me, right? I mean, I'm not exactly the 6'4" dude who looks like he just walked out of the central casting when you're looking for athletes. I'm one of those guys like I better do it right, otherwise I'm going to sit.
Okay.
So, you had the Mike Piazzas and the Ivan Rodriguez.
Ooh, wow.
And
He said
of
Mike
course,
Piazza.
the great Yadier Molina.
Yachty,
So do you feel
yachty.
lower height is better than being 6'8", 6'9" as a
I mean,
catcher?
I would say so, but that's because I'm 5'8", so
Yeah.
I'm biased. No, look, the guy that I played with in college wound up winning 4 Gold Gloves in the big leagues. One of my teammates in college, a guy named Charles Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, played for he was
The Marlins.
First player ever drafted by the Marlins when they came into existence. Played for the White Sox, played for the Orioles. Was on one of the Marlins World Series teams. Like, I mean, Charles in baseball terms, what we call it, he was a dude. Like, he was big, 6'3", 230. Had a cannon, hit for power, did the whole deal, blocked everything, it hit the dirt. You know what I mean? Like, he was a vacuum behind the plate. Nothing got by him. I don't know if he still holds it, but when he retired, he held the record for the longest streak of errorless innings in the history of Major League Baseball.
Wow.
So, I mean, like, this guy was a stud, but he was 6'3", 240. So he was one of the big guys. But then you look at the guys that are more modern, right? I mean, you look at Pudge Rodriguez, you look at Yachty. Yachty is listed at 5'10". I don't think he's quite 5'10".
I don't believe it.
He's a little bit small. But, I mean, like, to me, like, 5'10", 5'11", that's probably, like, ideal. If you're looking for, the guys. I mean, to me, you're going to be down close to the ground. Why would
Right.
Why would it be better to be
True.
big?
True.
Right.
It's harder to move that big body. But then Mike Matheny he's a big, I don't know if you've ever seen Mike.
Yeah.
Mike is
Is he?
a big man. He's like 6'4".
Stocky.
Yeah, he's huge, and he caught and was
Wow.
fantastic to win a Gold Glove.
Then
So.
you got Joe Mauer, who's like, what?
6'5", yeah. I mean, they got him out of there after the concussions, but that was one of the knocks on him was, can he stay there because he's so big? And actually, he did until he had the concussion problems. I don't think it matters that much. One thing you just got to have flexibility, right? I mean, if you're flexible in your
Have to.
lower body, you're all
I was
right.
gonna say, did they have y'all do any yoga or anything? Because
I wish.
Yoga wasn't that cool.
Yeah.
All right.
No, back then you wouldn't do anything like that.
Yeah.
No, not my like I was in the early, late 80s for high school, early 90s for college. Back then, no, you just
do
Yoga became prominent
You're
in
just
the
gonna lift.
late 2000s.
You're gonna lift
early
weights.
2010s.
You're gonna lift weights.
On the
and you're just gonna
professional
catch.
level, what's more important as a catcher? Being able to throw runners out or calling the pitches for the pitcher to know what to throw?
So the thing that matters, well, like you just described the two things that Yachty's amazing at, right? Like he's amazing at throwing runners out, and he runs the game like nobody else. I'll tell you this: you won't make it to the major leagues if you can't throw people out. You'll never get a chance to be the guy that can.
Really?
I know that's because this is me.
Really?
I never had a chance to play because I didn't have a big arm, right? Like I just didn't have it. So no matter how good you are at receiving pitches, no matter how good you are at blocking, no matter how good you are with working your pitchers and all that, if you can't throw people out at the highest levels, you're not going to go anywhere. You did. So I mean, if you talk about it in the major leagues, I'd say it's the pitch calling. Like once you're there, I think it's the pitch calling, but you're not getting there if you don't have a cannon.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Either that or you're
Okay.
hitting bombs, right? I mean, if you're hitting 30 homers a year, you'll rise up.
Yeah, I mean,
True.
because
Right.
Piazza
Anybody.
couldn't really catch, but look
Right,
at him
but
now.
he
He's
had a bat, though.
a Hall of Famer.
Right,
Yeah.
but he had that bat, so
Right.
that's
No,
why-
I mean he's definitely more of a hitter. He actually had a really good throwing arm. Like he threw the crap out of the ball.
Really?
He's
Okay.
just bad at everything else.
Yeah.
He's bad. He didn't call a good game. Well, some of his pitchers liked him, but I mean, just observing him, he looked like a first baseman behind the plate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
A few comments here. Suave says, outfield is the best. Right field is for the lazy people. Then he says, you better know how to hit though.
Yep.
Or
Yep.
you're
That's where the
useless."
bats go.
You're right. Then Joe says, our coach in high school would have me squat and try to push me over.
Yep.
If I fail, I had to keep squatting until I wouldn't fall.
Yep. That's a good way to test your stance.
Yep.
Yep.
Really? Okay.
Yep. You sit down low, and actually, I do that to some of the kids I teach to prove to them that they're doing it wrong because they like to do it their way. They don't want to do it my way. So I do it their way and say, push me over, and then they push me over. It's like that. I fall because you're off balance. Like, get up on your toes, like you see little kid catchers do. Get up on your toes and squat down and tell me how easy it is for somebody to push you over.
Right.
You got to fix your feet a little bit. You get them flatter, you get a little wider, you sit a little lower. You could sit there all day with somebody pushing on you if you do it. So, been there.
It's kind
Been
of
there.
like you know, certain basketball drills and football drills, being the same in a certain position so you don't get easily pushed over.
You'd be shocked how much it's all the same.
Yeah.
You'd be shocked how much it's all the same. I was doing a hitting lesson with a kid. This is probably 4 or 5 years ago, and his uncle was there. His uncle is, I'll drop his name, is Jesse Finney, the local MMA guy. And Jesse's like, you talking hitting? He goes, this is exactly how we throw punches. Like, what you're teaching is the exact same mechanics to throw punches. I'm like, it is. And when you look at an infield or a shortstop starting position, he looks like a middle linebacker getting ready to read the play at the very beginning. You're in the same athletic position. It all translates, man. There's no question. If you break it down to the simplest of things, it's all exactly the same. It's all balance and then explosion. And how do you get that explosion?
There it is.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
For all those young baseball stars, listen.
Yeah, listen to the man. Listen to Will.
We watched this episode.
Free Jewels.
Those who can't do, teach. Is that what it is?
It is.
Yeah. It's
So
the Jewels.
you brought up earlier your high school years, then you went to Miami, University of Miami. So tell us about that process of you getting recruited for baseball and then going and then choosing Miami.
I wish they recruited me. I recruited myself to them is what I did.
Were you like a walk-on?
Yeah. Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, basically, yes. I mean, I wasn't on school,ship, so anybody not on scholarship is a walk-on.
Okay.
So I went down there because, look, I fell in love with the U before it was really all that cool. Because my grandma lived in South Florida, right? So we go down there in vacation when I was a little kid. And I told you guys I was a sports nerd, right? So I'm a little kid, 7, 8, 9 years old, and I'm reading the sports page where she lives in Fort Lauderdale. So I'm reading the South Florida Sun-Sentinel newspaper. Well, back then, South Florida had one professional team. They had the Dolphins.
Right.
That was it. Everything else in the sports section was University of Miami. It was, and at the time of year we go down, which was in the spring, it was the baseball team. So I actually liked the baseball team down there before I ever followed the football team. But it was also at a time where it was pretty cool to follow the football team. So, like, I jumped on board when I got a chance to, because this is like, mid-'80s.
Yeah.
It's the 80s.
They were rising up.
The 85 baseball team won the national championship. And that was kind of the team that hooked me in, right? That was the team that I fell in love with, Miami baseball. And the crazy thing was, when I ended up going to college later, it was the same head coach that was the head coach. He was the head coach there. He's like the Dean Smith of college baseball. He's not alive anymore, but a guy named Ron Frazier was called the Wizard of college baseball. So it was weird that, like, as a little kid, I'm rooting for him, but then I ended up playing for him down the road as a kind of an odd thing. But then it was the 86. It was 84 baseball team. The 85 football team ended up being the first national championship that the Canes won. So, like, I got in at the right time, right? Because then as soon as I had that love for the baseball program, I was like, well, I guess I'll follow the football team too. So, like, when I got older and in high school, I was like, all right, first of all, we're in Detroit. I don't want to be anywhere near home. Like, I want to go far away. So I looked at USC and I looked at Miami and all this. And I wanted to go to Miami because I knew South Florida. We went down there every year when I was a kid. I knew the U. I wanted to be there. They had a great broadcast school too, by the way. Like, they got a ton of guys in the business that are Miami guys. At the time, there were like 4 or 5 guys on ESPN that were Miami guys. So I'm like, all right, so I want to be in broadcast and I want to play baseball. Where do I want to go? This is where I want to go. And they're like, when I went down to talk to them, we went a little visit to campus, and I went and knocked on the coach's office and went in there and talked to him for a little bit. And I'm like, you guys can see me, right? I don't, like I said, I don't look like the guy that comes out of central casting for an athlete. It's not like I walked in those doors and the coaches were like, come on down, son, come on. Yeah. And I'm like, I had to sell it a little bit. I'm like, all right, so I get good grades. I'm going to get an academic scholarship. You don't need to give me any money. I just want a locker and a uniform. That's all I want. And even then they're like, all right, well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And, from there, I'm like, well, that sounds like a yes to me.
Anything with a no is a yes.
We'll see how it goes.
Now they laid it out, right? They needed catchers for that following year. They had guys graduating. They only had one guy coming back. They needed people to, basically end up being what I was. I caught bullpens all the time. You want to know what's a tough job is be a bullpen catcher. Ooh. Be a bullpen catcher at a school that's got like 20 pitchers and only 7 of them actually pitching games. And you're catching
they were stacked and waiting.
I'm saying every day. Yeah, easy for sure. And again, only 7 or 8 of them ever pitch in games. Everybody else needs to throw a 100-pitch bullpen every 4 days because it's their routine. So yeah, I had to do the work myself. And then once I got down there, I mean, it was, you go through, you make the team, and then try to earn your spot. You try to compete, and you're looking around. Like in high school, I try to explain this to all the kids I coach, right? My high school in Detroit, we were really good at sports, and we were good at baseball. I mean, like we're top 5, top 10 in the state every year. Like Hall of Fame coach, the whole deal, like every year. My sophomore year, I think we finished in the top 5. We lost in the semifinals my junior year. We lost in the quarterfinals my senior year. Like this is every year. And I was like 2 or 3 hole hitter, team captain, like I'm a good player on a good team in a big city. And I got to college and I was immediately the worst player there.
Wow.
I walked out the first practice. I mean, all the things I thought, all the stuff I thought, like I thought I was pretty good, and I got to college and I looked around, I'm like, oh my God, I'm the worst player here. I'm the worst
You know
player here.
what? I think I'm gonna hold my own. Oh wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm telling my buddies, like, oh yeah, I'm going to work to try to start. There's no reason why I can't start. Oh yeah, the guy that's starting is only a first-round draft pick. He's only a guy that's going to go win 4 gold gloves. Yeah, so I mean, I got that wake-up call like right out of the gate. Like you are the worst guy here right away.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's a dream crusher right there.
Yeah,
That's
makes
when
it
I
work,
knew.
though. Makes it work.
That's when I knew it was time to walk away from the Jewish League.
That play at the plate crushed.
Hey, oh no, it wasn't after that. It was the next season. Some dude
the next
just
season.
came in there. Excellent. I was like, well, y'all don't need me.
It's been fun, y'all, but I got it.
It's like, what's crazy is I didn't show up to the practice. Didn't get not one phone call. I was like, all right.
That's my cue.
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and cry leaning against the one tree in my backyard.
There's no crying in baseball. What
I wasn't in baseball no more, so.
Right. That was the
There's no
reason.
rule about once you're gone, man.
I got a comment from Shayna. Is that Frierson? Frierson. She says, "Hey, Bunny,
Shayna.
you are looking at the new addition to the platform, Sports Talk Show. So you can check her out every Wednesday right here with yours truly, and
Stand, baby.
there it is. So share with the people. Let them know what's happening. Yeah, it's like this cord here be. I gotta give me a new cord, man. Be all good then.
Chords are the worst thing in radio, man. They never work.
Oh my
Man.
goodness. So up next,
Did you double tap it?
right? She's
trying to
like,
make it.
ta-ta.
Yeah, sometimes just moving it and playing
She goes
around.
with
There
the
you go.
Instagram
There you
effect.
go.
She was like, and double tap.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like
right.
I just punch it.
Like-
Because if he would have worked, I'm like, so he just been sitting here all these shows. All he had to do was just double tap it.
I was just trying to
We're
make
good to
something
go.
handicap him.
Look, because if it would have worked, I would have been like, you know what? Sometimes it just takes a woman's touch.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Just that
It's
simple,
okay.
y'all.
I'm still gonna work my touches in other places here. Don't worry.
All right.
Keep just-
So, got done with college. What got you into radio broadcasting?
The fact I couldn't play sports good enough. I mean, I did
For
go
your
to-
honesty.
I went to college to study broadcasting. That was my that was
But
like
that
that was my
was
major,
good.
right? So, like I said, I knew I was going to do. I put it this way: I didn't know I was going to do it. I knew what I wanted to do was play, coach, or broadcast. Like I knew that I wanted to do something in sports. So I was broadcasting major in college, and then after school. So after college, like getting a job ain't easy. I mean, like when you're young like that, and getting into radio is brutal. So I mean, I didn't get anything right away, and I was waiting tables and just doing the in between stuff that you do when you're in your early 20s and you're figuring out, all right, am I actually going to get into this career? I interviewed for a couple of college coaching jobs to see if the unpaid ones, because that's how you start in college baseball too. Radio and then college sports, you always start off unpaid. You always start off
free.
like,
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, no, I know.
Just pay your dues.
at the time, I was fine with it, right? I mean, I was 22, 23. I'm like, that's all right. I could do that to get in. And there was this is big event, some kind of open house at the Broadcast Museum in Chicago, which is downtown there. So they have like the National Broadcast Museum, and it was a job fair, right? So go meet all the people who are at all the radio stations in Chicago. But I had to work that night. Like I had to, I was working at a restaurant outside of Chicago, and I made pretty good money at the restaurant, and I didn't want to pass on a shift. And my wife is like, no, you go to this stupid thing, and you go collect business cards, and you go meet people, because you can miss the money tonight. Like this is you're trying to get into this for your career. So number one, my wife is brilliant, and she convinced me to call in, and I called the boss, and I'm like, man, I hate to do this to you, but I got to go. He's like, your wife's right, go. These things don't come around. So I mean, you go around and you're meeting people, and I met a guy from sports talk station in Chicago, The Score. That was their first sports talk station in Chicago, and it's still right there. Like they have Score and they have AM 1000, ESPN 1000 there, and they're still the two that fight, head to head, tooth and nail every day. and they're like, these guys, we're not really hiring right now, which is what everybody tells you in radio. Yeah, we're not really hiring right now. He goes, but this radio network that does satellite broadcasts, like they're always looking for people just to do things. So here's his number, call him and see. And that's it. So one guy from a radio station gave me the number for a guy at another place that I'd never even heard of before. I go over there and I get a quote unquote job as an unpaid intern. Right? That's when I started back in '95. So it was like, here, come in and you're gonna can you cut tape? Because back then when you like cut up interviews, like you edit, you actually cut the tape. Like you had actual tape and you had a razor blade and you cut it and then you tape it back together. That's like now you just do it on your computer. It's like zip zip done.
That's why I had to in college. I didn't have to do.
No, you didn't have to do any of the old school stuff. Yeah, it was. So
time.
Can you do that? Sure, I guess I can do that. Can you answer phones? Yes, I can answer phones. Can you push buttons? Yeah, I can push buttons. There you go. You're an intern. Come on and do it. So I started off as a
So
phone
that's what
screener.
I need to do.
Yeah, I mean,
Trying to find something straight on. I just need to go back.
I'm not kidding, man.
Intern positions.
It's like work. You got to like volunteer to work for free.
Yeah.
I'll set up the
Put the
table
time
at the-
in,
at the
eventually
remote
pays off, but he
location.
was
That's it.
smart, networking with people, finding the right place to
Thanks to
get
my
in where
wife.
you fit in.
Give my wife credit.
Man, another smart woman.
Yep.
Shout out to your wife.
Yep.
Shouts out to the ladies.
I'm just saying, we know what to do when it needs to get done.
And then after that, it's like just get lucky. I mean, work your ass off. Number one, like my boss at the time loved me because my only answer was yes. Can you do this? Yes. And if I didn't know, I just call someone else. Like, how do I do this?
And then try to figure it
Yeah,
out and
yep.
go with it.
Can you do this? Heck yeah.
Exactly.
He knew the answer that for me was
Oh.
going to be yes. So when something came up, I got a chance.
There it is.
And every time you move along, every couple of months, maybe you get one more new chance. And if you don't screw up, maybe you get another one. It's just like, to me, it's like any other business, right? I mean, once you're in, how much do the bosses like you? How valuable are you to them? It's that fine line between being an ass kisser, but like also being good at what you do and being willing to do the crappy shifts. Hey, can you, like my old boss, so he got to know me real quick, and he'd call me for the worst options. Like I just finished working the overnight. That was my shift, right, when I first started. I worked 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. So I worked the overnight. I'd get home around like 5:30, get to bed about 6, and then I'd sleep to whenever I had to get up to go do some other job or whatever it is I had to do. And this day, he'd call me at like 6:15.
Oh no.
Like, yeah, 6:15 the phone rings. This is pre-cell phones too, so it's your phone at your house or at your apartment.
Loud.
Like
Ooh,
ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, the phone is like ringing next to your head, and my wife, of course, would answer it because I'm asleep. She's like, "It's Rich." Rich was the boss's name, and I'm like, "All right, hey Rich, what's up? Kevin, do you love money?" And I'd be like, "Yes, Rich, I love money. What can I do for you?" "Can you be back here by 8 a.m.? We had somebody call in sick. We need somebody to work 8 to 1. Like, all right, I'll do it. Let's go. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's just a grind, man.
But it's temporary to get the longer effect, which is
It takes a long time in radio to get like a real, like what you call a real job. I mean, because like I did that for several years, and I'd get like the occasional on-air thing, fantasy baseball show because I was the baseball nerd, so I got to do a little of that. You get to do an update here and a shift there. I mean, I didn't have like a regular radio show probably for like 7 years. Had a weekend show for a while, and then you're the fill-in guy, which is, the fill-in shift is the best. Like that's how they set it up on those networks, right? If you work weekends, you're also the fill-in guy during the week. So you could work like 9 a.m. to noon on Monday, and then work 2 to 6 on Tuesday, and then work the overnight on Wednesday, and then not work for 2 days, and then come back and do your weekend morning show on a Saturday and a Sunday. Like you get that whole thing where you're like a different shift every single day. It takes a while, man. I mean, again, not like any other business. It takes a while to get to the point where you can be like, where this is cool. Like I'm going to sit back and I just got to shift. I didn't have a regular shift, right? I didn't have a regular job like until I went to 101 ESPN. I didn't have like what you would call a normal shift. Because when I was at KMLX so before I was at KMLX, I did all that for about 5 or 6 years, and then the last 4 years I was the overnight host. So those aren't normal shifts, right? Like working overnight is not normal. Or I mean, it's regular, but it isn't normal. It's like it's weird and backwards. And then I got to KMLX, and that shift is all over the place because you start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon if you're a sports guy, and you might be done at 8, you might be done at 10, you're done when the game is over, right? So when the Cardinals are done and you've done the post game and done the locker room and done all that. And then it wasn't, so I was almost 40 years old before I actually had like what you just call a regular day shift. That 10 to 1 slot. Like that.
Crazy.
And it's like,
That's the life
What
right
brought
there.
you to which job or position brought you to St. Louis?
KMOX did. So
Cam-
basically, the same thing that happened to me with 101 recently is what happened to me at Sporting News Radio.
Really?
You get the whole. We're not going to be bringing you back when your contract is up. I mean, so it's like it's not technically fired, but you're fired. I mean, let's be honest.
That it's saying you're going to a different
You're not
direction, and you
being
got in that
renewed.
direction.
It's almost always money. It's almost always
Okay.
Like at Sporting News Radio, that at that time, they had spent a lot of money on a really good lineup for like a year or two because they were trying to compete with ESPN Radio, and they made this. So they brought in, remember James Brown, who's doing the NFL. I believe he was on Fox at the time. And he's doing a daytime. Tim Brando, who's a good friend, Timmy B. was, he's doing college basketball and college football, but then he's doing the afternoons. They spent a lot of money on all these guys. And after 2 years, they're like, yeah, this isn't working. Everybody's gone.
Just like that.
They replaced
block on
every single show on the weekdays was replaced. And I was like in the middle of I wasn't the first wave. I was like the second wave. They were just doing it based on when your contracts were up. So when your contract was up, you're gone. Somebody cheaper's coming in.
Yeah.
That's basically how it was.
That's how it is in the business.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot like that in a lot of other worlds, right? So I got that experience down there. But they were cool to me. Like most, you guys know how this goes. You probably had this experience when I was done at 101, right? Like one day you're there and the next day you're not.
Just like that.
It's like what happened to that guy that used to be there every day?
I'm like, what happened?
Like most of the time they just do it that way because they're afraid that the person is going to go back on for the last show and rip the station. Like they're afraid that somebody's going to go nuclear and do all that.
I mean, that's a
Friday
good-
rather than a Monday.
It's a legit fear.
Safe assumption.
Yeah, it's a legit fear, right? I mean,
That's a safe assumption.
why
Are
I
you giving us
said
free
that's what
airtime?
we do.
All right, well, this is my last show.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
on a Friday for a reason.
Let me get some things.
Go ahead and say
The weekend to cool off.
It's a legit fear, man. I mean, like some people are going to go nuclear.
They
but,
will.
but that's
It's crazy
like
world.
that's not what I was going to do. Like I would never do that because I'm always thinking about like what's the next job.
Exactly.
Because if I go out like a jackass on the first one, why is this next guy going to hire me?
That is true.
Right? So my boss at the time at Sporting News, when he was letting me go, I'm like, just let me finish the week. I won't mention anything until the last show on Friday, and I won't make it a big deal. I'm just going to say it just so that the listeners know. And I'm going to say it nice. I'm going to be like, hey, man, look, this is just like sports. I'm going into free agency. I love everybody here. It's just a chance for something new to happen, and we'll see where it goes. And that's exactly how we played it, right? So thank God my boss at the time did that. Because that night, after I emailed from a guy who lived in Kansas, and this guy, he goes, I don't sleep at night since my wife died a couple of years ago, but I've been listening to you for those years, and I really enjoy, he goes, I've been in the radio business for a long time, and I enjoyed whatever, I can't remember what he said, but I enjoyed your style. I mean, I listened to you all the time. He goes, I used to be the program director at KMOX in St. Louis.
Nice.
And they happen to have an opening right now, and I know the boss is there. If you'd like, I can put you in touch with them. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be out of work here, so yeah. I mean, that'd be great. And everybody in radio, I don't care where you come from. If you're in radio, you know what KMOX is.
Right.
Like you do. Like just like WABC in New York.
Yep.
Right. WGN in Chicago. Like everybody knows that.
Was the flagship of St. Louis.
So my door to St. Louis and to KMOX was opened by somebody who listened to my show. Like that's it.
Right.
That's like how I teach. I tell every college kid that wants to get into the business about that. Like, because you just don't know who's listening and what that's going to lead to. You don't know if somebody listening might want to offer you a job, so don't take a day off. But this guy, I mean, I got to be here, and I've been here for 13 years now. This is all because a guy in Kansas listened to me, took the time out to send me a message. And it's also because my boss was good enough to say you can do a last show. And you can say that it's a last show. Because if none of that stuff happens, we're not talking.
Right.
I mean, I may still be in Chicago. I may be who the hell knows where. But, I mean, that's the kind of weird, cool stuff that can come up. And it's just remembering you just don't know who's listening.
Exactly.
Yes.
So you always got to keep it professional, man.
It's the old Joe DiMaggio story. You guys know the Joe DiMaggio thing where he's like, I'm going to run out every ball and I'm going to play hard every game because that might be the only time that person who pays for a ticket to see you ever gets to see you play. And I want them to remember my name. I want them to remember seeing me play.
Yeah.
Like I can get with that.
A few comments here. Suzanne says, "Fake it till you make it.
Yep.
Do what you must by all
100.
means necessary to get yourself ahead."
Yeah.
And then Swab says, "Sports break. Happy early anniversary to my wife Mariah." There it is.
Happy anniversary.
Happy
Well-
anniversary.
From all of us here at the Platform Sports Talk Show, happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Do you know what? Okay.
Get that shout out, yes.
So you brought up KMOX, man. The first day you stepped in, what was your initial reaction? Because so much legacy,
Oh, my
history,
God.
everything, like you said, about KMOX just being that deal. We had the discussion, I think, 2 weeks ago with Joe. No, last week with Joe and Sadal talking about how KMOX has one of the biggest radio frequencies
Yep.
in
In
the country.
Yep.
Yes.
So just tell us about that experience being at KMOX.
I mean, so like I told you guys, I grew up in Detroit. As a kid, I'd listen like at night. I'm a baseball nerd. I'm pretty clear about that. And I would listen to the Tigers games. And when it was over, I would turn and try to find another game on the radio. So I'd be flipping through the AM dial, and I found KMOX in Detroit. And I heard Jack Buck calling games on the radio. So that would be my go-to, right?
there.
I went right from my favorite team when I was growing up to Cardinals because I could find it.
Yeah.
And that signal was big enough
strong.
to reach clearly there where I could hear it and I didn't have to mess around and do all that. So, that's my initial memory of KMOX. And everybody knows Bob Costas was there, Dan Deerdorf was there. Like, we all know this. And when I first got to KMOX, it was at the old building. So there's a new building now that's kind of more towards Scott Trade Center. It's right down literally across the park from Scott Trade Center is where the new building is.
Oh, so it's not.
No, it's not across from the arch anymore.
Really?
Right. But it was when I first got there. And it's the same office that Jack Buck and those guys worked in, that Jack Buck and Bob Costas and those guys walked in. And, the people that were showing me the ropes were obviously my friend Tom Ackerman, who is about my age, so we're both relatively young guys by KMOX terms. Ron Jacober, who's another St. Louis legend, showing me around. And I'm like, this is so weird. Like, this is the table, this is the desk, this is the chair.
Crazy.
Where this is the sports office where all these guys hung out for all those years. Like, this is the same place. And the other thing that struck me is everybody was a grown-up. Like in sports radio, nobody's a grown-up. And when I was at that Sporting News Radio, I was in my late 20s. A lot of days I was the oldest guy in the building. Like,
Really?
yeah, especially at night. Like, everybody goes home, all the business, salespeople are gone, and you could be 27, 28 years old and be the oldest guy in the building. Like, sports radio is usually really young people. And I get to a producer in sports radio is usually in their 20s or 30s. I get to KMOX and the producers are in their 50s. They're like grown people, like real people with these are a real professional job. And I'm like, this is a really different atmosphere to what I'm used to. Like, I grew up, so like coming up on Sporting News Radio, like it's like being in a fraternity. Like, you're shorts and sandals to work every day, and in the winter it's sweats and sweatshirt, and you're jumping on the phone and the PA system playing practical jokes on people during the day. Like you're doing this just randomly out of nowhere, and you get to KMOX and it's like serious business. Like, it's an actual, real grown-up company. And I'm like, man, I have to dress like a grown-up. I have to act like a grown-up. And then I got a little ways in there. I realized I didn't have to so much.
I was gonna say, because if you're doing on Sports Talk Radio,
Yeah.
you shouldn't have to have a dress code, right?
Radio. That was my argument. That was my argument all along. Like, yeah, I mean, come on. I
They
mean,
were older group, so they were
so
more
when
conservative.
yeah, like, okay, so it's a collared shirt,
Yeah.
business like business
Slacks.
casual, right? It wasn't like coat and tie, but wear your khakis.
Slacks.
No, you're not wearing tennis shoes. And I would like slowly break the rules, be like, well, these tennis shoes kind of look like they're decent shoes, so I'm gonna wear these.
You were the rebel.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go, these are jeans, but they don't really look like jeans. Like my black jeans, they kind of look, so I'm gonna push that. And then I went a day, I'm like, I'm not wearing a collar today. I'm gonna wear a really nice looking t-shirt with no logos on it, because most of my stuff has logos. So I'm like, every once in a while, I'd start to push it a little bit, and then the boss would be like, just look at me. He wouldn't, just look at me. You gonna fix that tomorrow? Like, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I only got the only way I got
a little bit, then like
yeah, the only way I got to cheat though is when the Cardinals came back to KMOX, because when I was first there, they had left. They went to 550, and when they came back in 2011, I was at the ballpark every day, so I got to cheat. Just wear the KMOX golf shirts and then shorts and whatever.
Yeah.
So I got to cheat a little bit more there. Once you're out of the building, you can kind of pull that stuff off.
Okay.
That sounds like me when I was working at BJC. I'm gonna wear my good pants.
Yep. Yep. I had to go shopping when I got there.
I'm
Man.
gonna clean these Vlado shoes real quick.
Yep.
Wow.
Those look decent.
I had to go shopping when I got there, man. I didn't have any stuff like that.
Really?
I mean, I had.
But that again, older, conservative.
Yeah, I mean, grown-ups. Like, I had to actually grow up when I took
You
job.
grew up with
It was kind of
KMOX.
cool. It kind of taught me
Yeah.
some things.
Yeah.
I get it.
Taught me how much I
it's
missed
kinda
being in
like
shorts
the-
and t-shirts at work too.
Kind of like
Nah.
the Yankees or radio broadcast.
Kind of, yeah. Because the Yankees, no facial hair, no long hair. Like, I don't think they had any policy like that at KMOX. But yeah, it was definitely like buttoned up and grown up and like, so I'm trying to think. I came in 2006. That means I was August 2000. I was just about to turn 35, right? And I was the kid in the house. Like at 35, I'm one of the young guys. Like me and my buddy Tom Ackerman, like we're the young guys. He's a little younger than me, but not that much. And everybody else is like they're almost, not quite, but they were almost our parents' age. Like it's kind of in between. And like this is just, for me, it was odd. Like I had never been around like quote unquote professionals.
Even though you are the professional.
Yeah, I mean like, I always felt like it was just like, it's just sports. It's like being in college, you just show up and you're chilling. I mean, in college, all we ever wore was shorts and t-shirts. You're down in Miami. Of course, you're just going to walk around with shorts and t-shirts.
Place.
And that's why I wanted to get into radio initially too. Like, I don't have to dress up. I don't want to, I don't.
Who gonna see me?
Well,
Yeah, I don't have that for the
gotta see
TV either. Like, I mean, if I don't dress very well, as you guys could probably tell when I walked in. Like, I'm not
Well,
like.
we're relaxed, Rob.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I mean, I have one suit. Somebody's getting married or somebody's getting buried. That's my suit. I got a few different shirts and about 3 or 4 different ties. All of those are picked out by my wife, and the other one's a black suit. And that's it.
all you need.
That's it. That's all I
What you
need.
say?
Just make sure you're not in the pictures.
A woman's not going to
And speaking
A
of
woman's not gonna get away with
not being in the picture, I know that Stan has to go.
And vanish out.
All right.
There you go. Nice
Nice,
little.
nice.
That was
There
a
you
good
go.
slide right there.
I'm just, again, a woman cannot have one suit and.
No, it's a total
Come on
double standard.
now.
Don't
But
give him
it,
trouble about his one suit.
it brings up another question. Speaking about baseball and the dress code.
Yeah.
So, Major League Baseball prior to this pandemic was having issues with the fans and getting younger because the older fan base is dying off and they're saying the ratings are going down. So how do they get younger people attracted to baseball?
Yeah.
Now, dress code should make or break it, but what are your thoughts on ways they can get ratings up and younger people looking at the sport?
I mean, I see this as being pretty simple, right? Like, they've been focusing on things like they want to speed the game up, right? They don't want the game to take 3 hours. Everything's pace of play. Listen, man, I mean, just a little personal note. I hate musicals. I hate musicals. I will not watch a musical for anything. Like, it's literally, if my wife asks me to watch a musical, it's like the only thing I ever will tell her no about. I mean, like, I love my wife, I will do anything for life. I will not watch a musical. I unless it's South Park. And there,
What?
yeah, you saw the South Park movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the closest thing I'll ever watch to a musical.
Wow.
I can't get into even
like-
into lyrics because it's all bad. We get in trouble.
So for those who may not be aware about the South Park, it's like kind of like our version of the Boondocks.
I like the Boondocks. Now, when I watch a
It's
musical,
a bunch of little kids
yeah,
swearing,
I
is
like
what it is.
the
It's
Boondocks.
hilarious. Or lots of people
But again,
imitating
the
kids swearing.
musical though still.
But like I don't. So this is the analogy is if you told me, hey, there's this musical. I don't know, whatever. Pick a musical. What's a Hamilton? Pick Hamilton because it's trendy now.
Yeah.
Right? If you told me that Hamilton is an hour and 45 minutes or 2 hours and 45 minutes, if you cut it down to 2 hours, that doesn't make me want to watch it. Right? It's still 2 hours of something I don't want to watch.
Okay.
So if you think that pacing is the problem for young kids and getting them in and for the younger generations, how does making it shorter appeal to anybody? If you don't like 2.5 hours of something, you're not going to like 2 hours of it. So what do you do? And I mean, to me, it's simple. You got to get people when they're kids. When they're little kids,
marketing.
and you got to make it so they can play for free.
Marketing.
You got to make it so that, because that's when you get, when I was a kid, that's when I got hooked. I didn't get hooked when I was 25 years old. I got hooked when I was 7 years old. And I got hooked because I like to play sports. So if you want to do something, like baseball doesn't have the advantage that basketball has, right? Because basketball players, you see them, they're up close, their
They market them
personalities.
well.
Yeah, and then they also let them like be real humans, right? They get to go on social media and they get to be,
Right.
they have beefs and they have jokes and they're out there. But you can also sell shoes.
Yeah.
You can walk around, like, I mean, I got Nikes. I used to have Air Jordans when I was a kid. Like, I mean, everybody can do that. Nobody's walking around in baseball shoes. You don't have the built-in advantage. You've got to do something else. And when you think about all the time and money and energy that they spend not understanding that the best way to get people to be baseball fans is to get them playing when they're little. And kids will play anything when they're little. They just want to play.
Yeah.
Right? So if you really want to make future fans, I don't care where. I don't care where you're talking about. I don't care what part of the country. I don't care if you're talking the country or the city or the suburbs or whatever. Get kids playing for free. Find the areas where people can't play and make it so they get to play for free and make it fun. And maybe have some of your big league players show up every once in a while and do a camp for the league. And again, the Cardinals are really good about this. Like they do a pretty good job of getting their people out there, especially their alumni. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, you'll see Ozzy and Lou, and you'll see
do.
everybody out there. You see them; they're around a lot.
Yes.
But I mean, if you want to get fans and get people to like the sport, you get them when they're kids.
Okay.
Right? I mean, if you're 8 years old and you get to say, I'm going to go have fun a couple times a week, and mom and dad don't have to think, what's the cost? Or, because look, I coach youth baseball. It's expensive when it gets to be competitive.
Yeah.
It's not as expensive as hockey.
Yeah.
Hockey's really expensive, and they have that same problem. How do you grow the fan base in hockey? Well, that's one of the problems is it's expensive.
So much.
You pay for the equipment. The
Ice time's hard to find. Right.
Like you have
So how do you
ice
make
time.
that more accessible? Well, one thing that hockey has is that it's fast. And there's a lot of hitting and there's action. So you can actually kind of become a fan later in life. You know, the Blues made a lot of fans last year with the big run, right?
Mine was like some years ago, but yes, I'm a late bloomer.
Yeah. And I think that can happen in football, and I think that can happen in basketball. It's harder in baseball because of the pace. It is a game that kind of takes its time.
That's why it's called America's best
Right. So, I mean,
pastime.
To me, if Major League, all these sports make so much money.
Yes.
For mere millions, you could make fans for life. Okay. You get your players out in the communities and meeting these kids and having, as a little kid, I got to meet some of those guys and it made a big deal. Like when I grew up in Detroit, so I'm a big Pistons, I'm a Bad Boys guy. When you guys are talking about the Bulls, I was sitting over here biting my lip.
Wait a minute,
I was biting my lip about the Bulls. But I grew up watching the Lions, the Tigers, the Red Wings, and when I was a kid, I got to meet a lot of these people. They got people out there, and it's like, okay, this is part of what makes a fan, right? You get people when they're kids.
Okay.
If I'm advising Major League Baseball, it's the first thing I'm telling them.
That's what's up.
Okay.
Once again, it's the Platform Sports Talk Show with our new edition.
Hey.
Yeah, tell me your name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your boy Smooth, and we have special guest
Kevin Wheeler.
Stan had to go ahead and leave. He got to go to work early in the morning, so he had to go ahead and split. So
You remember those days?
came
You
on-
told us
he
earlier.
came
I've had many of those days.
And earlier, I was just informed that y'all may have heard some static earlier, so we apologize. Looks like it's gone now, so it should be in the clear. But normally, y'all know it ain't like that for real. So Suzanne says very well said about starting kids young.
Yep.
Starting
How you
them
market it
loving
early,
sports
yeah.
young.
Yeah.
Then Joe says another simple thing would be to let the players express themselves
100%.
on the field.
100%.
Wilson Contreras shouldn't be told he's going to get fined for wearing his country's flag as a sleeve.
Or get drilled because you have fun with a home run and flip your bat.
Yes.
See, that's
100%
can we
agree.
talk about that.
Say that until we get Joe.
I got you. Okay.
Because
I'm like,
yeah.
I don't get to have a conversation with people about that, but go ahead. Baseball ways.
Put on your phone as a reminder so you don't forget. Because later on we'll have our segment Joe Knows, and it should be on via phone, and we'll discuss everything baseball and hockey. So
Nice.
She looks forward to speaking with you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too.
It's going to be fun. Like I said, this show will be probably a little bit extended than our normal time because we have a lot to discuss. So if you don't get it in.
Are you saying I got a big mouth?
Oh, no.
I do. That's true.
No, you have a lot to say. We're looking forward. We want to hear it. Okay, bring it.
Anytime we
wanna hear it.
have, of course, all our guests are great, but you just have them great conversation. It just leads on. You just
Yeah,
with you.
I'm telling
lose
you.
time and you just have fun with
Yep.
it. It's about sports.
Right.
And we had a very
we
exciting
love.
time right now because sports are about to be back officially
God.
starting tomorrow. So we are excited about it. So let's go back. You left Camel X.
Yep.
101 ESPN got at you. How did that happen? And why did you choose 101 ESPN?
So, it's kind of like everything else that happens in radio, right? You get to know people. And what's really cool about St. Louis is that all of the guys in the newspaper business, in the TV business, the radio business, like everybody is really cool. Like everybody's friendly. When I first moved here, it wasn't like, people got their knives out for your back. It was like people welcoming you in and they'll help you out. And, you could list all of the guys. From Frank Cusimano to Martin Kilcoyne. I mean, you name any guy here, and this is including the guys like Tim McKernan, who at the time we were kind of like quote unquote competing radio people.
Right.
We all got along. So when you're at the ballpark, you meet people and you get to talk, and that's it. I mean, you get to know people, and as you know people, they know more about your situation, and people can do the math, right? So Wheeler showed up in August of 2006, which means his contract started in August, which means it ends at the end of July.
Yeah.
So, and everybody in the business knows that there are windows when you can talk even though you're still working at another place. Typically it's like 2 months, right? There's like a month or it's a month, something like that. Like usually there's like a 30-day window where you can talk to other people while you're still employed for the other one while you're doing that. So people figure it out, right? It's not that hard to kind of, if you're a radio boss and you're just like, okay, August, this guy is November, and the smart ones do that. So one of the guys at the time, one of the guys who was helping run 590 at the time was my buddy Haas Newport. And I got to know him just because we're both video games guys, we're both gamers, and we kind of met and talked, and we talked about maybe doing some things at 590 while I was at KMOX, kind of like doing both. And it didn't work out. But we became friends. We got to know each other, and then he ended up being the program director at 101. And I'll give you guys, this is not totally secret, but it's not necessarily known. But they came to me when 101 first started. Like when they first started up, somebody reached out and like, hey, is this something you'd be interested in and all that? And I was like, yes, but I just got to KMOX, and the Cardinals are about to come back, and it's not the right time. But I had the conversation, right? I had the conversation with them and talked about it, and it was a great idea, and I loved what their idea was. I loved, FM Sports Talk. I loved that concept. But my loyalty at the time was to my bosses at KMOX. I mean, the program director there, Steve Moore, is one of my best friends. I think he is one of the best people, not only in radio, but one of the best people on the planet. What he did for me and for my family when I first moved here, like we were moving from Chicago. How about our timing, by the way? 2006, right when the real estate market crashed, right? So it took us 19 months to sell our house. Wow. So for a year and a half, we moved here, and I'm like, 3 or 4 weeks, we'll have a new house, we'll move down there, no big deal. And after about a month, I'm still living in an extended stay hotel, and then driving back to Chicago every weekend to see my wife and daughter. And at that time, Steve comes up to me as the boss at KMOX. He's like, where are you staying? Because I know, because they set me up for like the first month at a corporate rental apartment, right? And that was part of the agreement to bring me down. And he's like, where are you staying? And I'm like, I'm at the extended stay place up somewhere off of 70. And he's like, oh no, we can't have that. And I'm like, well, I don't really have a choice. He goes, no, I got an idea. I'll call you back. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you this afternoon about it. I got something I got to run by somebody. So he comes back to me later in the day, and he's like, you're coming to stay at my house. And I'm like, oh no, I'm not. There's no way I'm putting you out like that. There's no chance. He goes, no, you don't have a choice. I talked to my wife, and she already said that you have to do it. And so think about this move from my perspective. I mean, like, you got a house in Chicago that you're trying to sell, and you're driving back and forth every weekend, and you're living in a week by week, extended stay hotel, and he just brings me in, and they let me live in their finished basement, which is overlooking the pool, by the way. So you talk about I felt so bad about it because I'm like, I said, like, first of all, you got to let me pay you. You have to let me pay you. And he's like, nope, I'm not going to let you pay, because if I don't do this, you're going to end up leaving. And then I got to hire a new person. Yeah. And he made some good sense. But I mean, like, that's the kind of people that you have there. And that's kind of how, so when I say that 101 first came around, you can understand why I would be super loyal to this guy who just did this for me. I mean, like, basically, saved me so much money and so much difficulty, and really made it so that we could make that transition, right? So I wasn't going to bail that quickly. I wasn't going to, it just wasn't going to be a possibility for me. And then later on down the road, it was one of those deals where my kid was getting ready for college, right around that next time that 101 kind of knocked and said, hey, we know you're kind of in that window. Would you like to talk about something? And I'm like, I'd be willing to hear it. Because my kid, I think, was going into her junior year in high school. So again, getting ready for the whole college process, you know,
Right.
she's going to be leaving home. I should be there more, that kind of thing. So that's kind of what led to the actual move to 101 was, you know, it was a little bit of like three main things. One is that, you know, the kid getting ready to go to college and we're going to need to be there. It was, you know, it's about time. I'm almost 40. I need to have a real like day shift. I need to have like a normal day for once in my life. And then the other part was I could make more money. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I got to add all three of those together. I can't lie. I'm not going to be the one guy that says it wasn't about the money. Of course it was.
Yeah.
Of course that was a part of it. It was one of the.
A lot of decisions.
It was about the big three, right? You got the big three, right? You got family, you got career opportunity, you got money. You got to balance all three. That was a win on all three.
Yeah. And then during the time that you were going to 101, it was definitely starting to boom.
Yeah, no doubt. I came in at a good
Taking
time.
off,
Yeah, it was really, you know, they were real strong out of the gate. Obviously had a great lineup, but also the great advantage of being on FM. It just sounds awesome.
Right,
And,
right.
You know, you had the Rams, so immediately, you know,
yeah.
you're jumping in on an NFL, you know, on an NFL flagship. I mean, and look, all the people there are great, you know, except for the two people I think that probably decided I had to go. Other than that, they're all great. And I'm only really sure about one of them.
Because
1.5.
Yeah.
if I'm correct, so were you there before or during the time or after Brian Burrell passed away?
It was probably, I was right around that time. I think it was so what was that? Was it 13? Was it 2013?
It was around that time. Yeah, we can definitely.
I can't remember. I feel terrible for not remembering. It was after Brian. Brian was no longer at the station.
Because he went
And
back to the Post.
Yeah, he stayed at the Post Dispatch.
Okay.
And
because
Good
they
writer. I
took him
really liked
out
him.
of radio, and then he went back to, like you said, Post Dispatch.
right. And I know that. I mean, I eventually ended up in the
2014, he
or
died.
14,
Okay.
right? So I went to 101 in 2013. So it would have been a little bit. He would have passed away a little bit after that. But at the time, I remember, the people at the station knew something was not good, and it was just awful. I mean, Brian's such a great guy.
Yeah, I miss him. I used to read a lot of his.
He was another one of the
Post
guys
Dispatch.
that I should throw out there because all the people that welcomed me in when I first got here, like he was one of them. I mean, God. Everybody did, I mean, my buddy Derek Gould from the Post Dispatch is one of my best friends. I mean, he was one, Steve Savard, like all these guys. It just, everybody in town was so cool with the new guy moving in. I didn't know what to expect in that. So,
That's good.
but I had a good time with Brian hanging out a good bit at Rams Park back in kind of like the time when the Rams were horrible.
And I think you were doing Rams post game. Oh man.
Yeah, when I first
Don't do it.
when I first got to 101, that was one of my jobs, was doing the post game.
Oh, man.
Fun
man.
times, huh?
Hey, listen.
I said, don't.
I mean,
know.
let's be honest, man. I mean, it was hard, and it's
It's a good small run.
because you don't, you know. I'm trying to say this because when I did the Cardinals pre and post game, it was so easy because they were so good.
Right.
You never had to criticize.
Year after year.
I started my first year like doing pre and post for the Cardinals was 2011.
Oh wow.
Just won a
You
World
had
Series. baby.
Tony La Russa running the team. You had a team that won the World Series, and then it was so I only really did that for 2011, 12, and 13. Well, they were in either the
Playoff.
National League Championship Series or the World Series in all three of those years. Like there was literally nothing to criticize. You're like every day you're like, well, there's another Cardinals winner, and it was like
Exactly.
kind of easy. You don't have to criticize, but like going on to the post game show after the Rams embarrassed themselves.
It was so depressing. When
And
you
it was-
hear it.
Hey.
I mean, you hear like Jeff Fisher.
We're
We're going to look at the film and we're going to fix it.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
you're
I
not.
can't stand
And even
that.
before Jeff Fisher, that was depressing.
Oh
I'm telling
man.
you.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then,
every
so
Sunday.
and I had my previous position at my job. It was something that I didn't initially apply for, but it gradually happened that way, in which every call was an escalated call. So I'm pretty sure every call you had
Oh my
was
God.
an escalated call during
Yeah.
the Rams post game.
Oh man, I'll tell you, you're not
up
kidding.
there stressed because
Yeah.
I'm just a fan. I'm just like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
It's the
That's
same. It
stressful.
gets repetitive after a
Yeah,
while.
it's
like-
annoying.
and like it was always me. Like my good friend Michael Young was one of the guys in the
Right,
post game.
right.
Derek Stanley wound up jumping in and joining. I think Kerry Davis
Kerry
did a little
Davis,
bit too.
yeah.
I can't remember if I was with CD or not. But we, like there's a bunch of guys, and we would all just sit there and look at each other and like. We gotta do this again. We gotta do this again. Let's come on. And then you get all the calls, and you're like, "All right, John in Maryland Heights, what do you think?" And I'll tell you what prepared me for it was actually when I first came to town, the Blues came to KMOX. And you guys might remember, right? I mean, that time was the Blues were really bad. I mean,
only small
like
time
stink
we
out
had.
loud. Like, I mean, you're right. It's one of the only times in the last 30 years they were bad.
But still, we were
But it
bad.
was, I mean, it was really bad. I mean, we're talking right after the lockout. My first game ever covering the Blues, going to Scott Trade Center, which when it was called that. It is. I show up and I'm kind of, I don't know my way around very well. I'm kind of like looking my through. Well, when you go through Enterprise Center, to come in the media entrance, you actually have to go into the main concourse and then go around, go to an elevator, and go up. And I get into the main concourse, and there's nobody in the concourse. And half of the concession stands are closed, and the building is silent. And I'm like, is somebody hurt? Like, is somebody down on the ice? Like, seriously, I thought, oh, my God.
Man down.
So I peek in there, and the game is going on, and there's just no noise. And there's maybe like 3,000, 4,000 fans in there.
Wow.
And so this was like a dark time for the hockey team. Like it was a bad team. This was right around when they hired Andy Murray. It was Mike Kitchen was the coach, but they had fired him and brought in Andy Murray.
Doing that them times.
And I, so I'm doing the coaches show during that time and talking to the coach every week when it's so terrible. And I'm doing the post game with Chris Kerber, and like Kerb's another guy, like one of my best friends. And it was so dark sometimes. We'd have to sit there during commercial breaks and watch prank videos on YouTube just to lighten our mood.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just to lighten the mood a little bit, because it was like every single call was just another punch in the face. Like, oh my God! And finally, I remember the Blues were great. Like they never gave us a hard time if we were critical of the team on the post game show.
Okay.
As long as we weren't jerks about it, and we weren't. We were just like, okay, this is what we saw, right? You keep it from being personal, and you keep from being overly critical of any one individual. And it's really it's got a fair game, right? And that's kind of how it was. The Rams were a little sensitive. They didn't like me. Hey, like, we used to get calls. Oh, I know.
All the people.
We used to get all the calls from, are you sure you guys have to be that hard? Like, you guys suck. Right. What else are we going to say?
Continuously suck and didn't try to fix it. But here nor there.
No.
I'm still a little salty, but
I mean, we all know why.
Yeah, because they're trying to get the hell out of town.
I know, but still, just bad.
But that's a tough spot, and when a team is not good, you have to straddle that line, because you can't be a BSer, because everybody listening to you is like, he's just polishing the turd. He's not genuine. Like, you got to be honest, but you have to keep it so that it's not like personal criticism. And as long as you do that, it's pretty good. Like, I never had a Blues play. At that time, I was around the Blues every day, and I went on the road with them for their playoff trip to Vancouver, and I was doing shows with them and all. And never once did a player go, dude, you're killing us. Never once did one of the coaches or anybody in the front office ever say, man, that's a little harsh. Why are you so hard on us? Because they knew. They knew the deal, and you kept it from being personal. And I remember you get all these calls about how sucky an individual player was or whatever. And the guy that took the beating at the time was a guy named Eric Brewer.
Yep.
Because he was one of the people acquired in the Chris Pronger trade. So everybody held it against that because, he had to be Chris Pronger.
And it was the same way they treated Chris Pronger the same way as well, because they traded
Yeah, exactly right. Until Pronger was really good, right? And then they're like, okay, he can stay.
He lived up to it.
Yeah, he can stay. Right. So you get the same thing. And I remember one post game, I just kind of lost it. I'm like, guys, this is simple. Stop picking on these players, because the problem here is that at the time, the Blues were like $17 million under the cap. They weren't spending any money. My guys, they're three $5 million players short of what a playoff team would be. Stop yelling at the players. It's not their fault that they're not, at that time, $5 million a year players, like a, top six forward. I mean, it's a good player. And, people have a hard time with that. Well, the thing about the Rams was they spent the money. They just didn't spend it on anybody good. They had all these free agent busts. Yeah, well,
on top of the coaching, the coordinators, everything under the sun that was affiliated with the Rams sucked.
Anything Stan Kroenke touches.
So that includes, he is the biggest culprit, but
anything Stan Kroenke touches.
I'm just so passionate because I started watching NFL and football because the Rams came to St. Louis. I sat there. Well, watch the games on Sunday, and I would also call my father or ask him questions about football. Then I would read the post-spec, and I figured out the game. And that got my love to watching football, NFL. And then I spun off to watching Mizzou football. But that's why I give, my emotions, because the NFL and me were up. Rams, okay, let me see what this is all about.
Yep.
And then how they left is like, really?
Yeah.
I don't think St. Louis probably get another team.
I wouldn't think so.
I mean,
It's
strike two. Who wants to put a third strike here?
if you're the city, you only take them back if they're going to pay for everything, right?
And
You're not going to build them a stadium. Not after the way you've been treated. You're not going to go out and build a new stadium. You're not going to, spend the money there. I mean, if the NFL wants to foot the bill, sure, you can come back. If you want to buy your own stadium, sure, we'll let you play here. That'd be great.
That
But they're not going to do that.
That pending
no peace
lawsuit that's
offer.
out there, that
I hope
those
they
people,
destroy Kroenke.
I hope they do, but they still won't come back.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, that's just like,
I
put a little
agree.
Band-Aid on the wound, but
Yeah.
we're still not coming back, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I hope they suck.
So, 101 ESPN, you there morning, you had, first thing you heard, Bernie Miklasz,
Yep.
then yourself. Then you had the turn.
Yep.
It's just like a domino.
My boys, Stoltz and Dunk.
Yes. then you had the fast lane, of
Yep.
course. So much talent throughout the whole day. Your thoughts on, because I feel like you, Bernie, of course, Randy Kirker, and then now like Anthony Stalter, there's so much knowledge, you know what I'm saying, with not just one particular sport, but with all sports. Who was the guy there that you really took? Or did they look up to you more, or was it the other way around?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know about, like, I know this. Like, you talk about a great team where everybody got along. I mean, that was it. I mean, like, everybody's friends. I mean,
That's good.
that's there was no pettiness behind the scenes. There was no guys chirping behind each other's backs or anything like that.
That's good
I mean,
business.
and that's not always the case. I mean, it was that way at KMOX too. That's a different animal though. KMOX is just like a bunch of super nice professional people, and you don't have a lot of the BS that you would get, say, in sports radio. But no, it was actually really relaxed. I mean, we all kind of did our own things. Everybody got along. We hung out away from work. We all had we were all in the same fantasy football league. We'd have our drafts over at Sports Page and hang out together. So, I think there was just a great amount of mutual for 30 years, right? I mean, I listed all those guys that came up at KMOX before me. Randy was one of those guys too. I mean, Randy and Bernie are like 3 decades of, being top dogs. Like,
Right.
From Randy being at KMOX, and he was that when he was at 1380, and he's that when he's at 101. I mean, Randy's one of those guys, Bernie's one of those guys, and the rest of us are kind of sandwiched in between. And so I think we all kind of looked at those guys and like, man, I mean, 30, you got to tip your cap and be like, respect for anybody that can be at the top of a market for that long. And, the rest of us I was a newer guy to St. Louis. And the other guys a lot of them were younger, right? Like, Dunk was really new to radio when he got in. Anthony Stalter is not a young guy, but he's a lot younger than me. He's probably 10, 12, 13 years younger than me, something like that. So I think all of us kind of looked at Bernie once he got there, and then Randy, because Randy was there from the very beginning,
Right.
as kind of like, this is how you do it if you're going to stay around at the top of the game in St. Louis for a long period of time, right? You know what they are. You know how they grind. That you're not going to see petty feuds with those guys. I mean, they're just going to be, number one, they know their stuff. Number 2, they got a good personality. Number 3, they've built relationships over 3 decades, and they know everybody, and they know a little bit of everything. I think that's something that was good for all of us to see. Just, it's kind of like, especially when I first went to 101, I'd only been in St. Louis for 7 years.
Okay.
So I'm still, and even now, I mean, it's been 13 years. That's still not 30. That's still not the same as somebody that grew up here. So I feel like I'm trying to learn from all of those guys all the time, because they've got history here that I don't have. And I have to pick up on that as much as I can as I go. So from my end, I definitely think we all look to those guys in that regard. The rest of it was weird. Is we're all kind of the same in terms of either age or, amount of time spent in St. Louis, right?
Yeah.
Like BT played for the Cardinals, and he was coming up with the Cardinals around the same time I moved into town. So we had about the same amount of time in St. Louis, because he's originally from Vegas. Dunk, kind of the same thing. Although Dunk grew up a little bit around the team because of his dad with Tony La Russa, so he had spent some time around too. But Stoltz came here from Detroit and obviously grew up in Chicago. Chris Ranji's a good buddy. I mean, I've known Ranj going back to when we were both up in Chicago. So and he came in a little later, right? He was after DeMarco, and I think DeMarco was one of those guys at the time too that you could say, all right, here's a stable guy that's been at the top of the game since he was a player. You know, I mean, like he was one of the big personalities. I mean, when you got that Super Bowl ring, that brings some weight. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Joe says, I love when your show started. I would be rocking out to the music.
I gotta be honest with you, man. Like, I'm sure you guys remember, but like, I'm a metal guy.
Yes. I mean, bring it up.
I know for a fact that I was the first person that ever played Marilyn Manson on KMOX. I know for a fact that I was the first and probably only person that ever did that. I sneak it in there every once in a while. Try to find a little mellow part of a song. I'm going to sneak it in there once in a while and see if anybody would notice.
Yeah.
And I got away with it. But yeah, I don't know. That's just what does it. That's what gets me going.
Yeah.
So it's like I want that to be on my returns. I want that to be on my show open. You know, I want that to be a part of it because it's energy, right? I mean, like what I want a show to be is like, let's all sound like we're having a good time. Let's be excited that we're here.
Bring some life.
And I like the music to bring that. You know, it doesn't have to be metal, but I mean, that's what mine was.
Because our show was like, man, how come he don't play at least one hip hop song?
Just one.
Just one.
I get some in there.
15 seconds. We don't even need all of it. Just 15.
I think the times in which you had your trips, your coaching trips.
Yeah.
And Kerry Davis and Michael Young would take over.
You get it in there, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
all day long.
Now, if you want to drop in Public Enemy, I'm in.
Okay.
If I had a Mount Rushmore of like 4 quote unquote voices, singers, whatever, Chuck D is on my Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
I love
Okay.
Chuck D so much.
He's become relevant again for people, the generation that didn't know him, the younger ones.
Yeah.
It was all
And now he also does a little bit of the metal stuff with Prophets of Rage too. So he's perfect for me because it's old. Like, you know, I grew up on the '80s and everything '80s. You know, that's where when I was a kid. So like that was my intro into rap and hip hop was like Run DMC and Public Enemy. Like that was what like, oh, this exists.
Yeah.
And this is good. Like that was kind of the intro. So I mean, like maybe that's why I put him on that Mount Rushmore with all my other screamers. Because there's something powerful about that voice, man.
Well, at least he's speaking some truth too. Though.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, He's
yeah.
screaming, but hey, I got some real stuff.
So speaking of which, you brought it up earlier, but Joe said you would play Metallica.
Yep.
What's that?
Avenged Sevenfold.
and Korn. It got her pumped.
Korn. Yep. Yep.
Come in.
I mean,
Hold on,
so you guys, not that long ago, was it a couple months ago, had my buddy Austin Huff in, right?
Yes, I was about to bring him up too.
Yeah, I made him go to a Korn concert with me. Oh. So like, Austin,
I recall
you
that.
remember that?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
So like Austin's more of a like a pop guy.
Uh-huh.
Like he likes. I'm trying to think of like the concerts he and his wife would go to, but I mean like, and I'm gonna tease and make fun, but I mean like, they're gonna be going and seeing Timberlake.
Uh-huh.
You know, like that's a big night out, and I'm like, come on, man, you got to go to it.
I recall the conversation.
You
y'all
gotta,
too.
yeah, and I made him go, and he actually survived it okay.
Yeah.
He survived it okay. It's not that bad. I mean, it's different though.
Because,
If
like,
you've never been to a
you
metal
were
show,
going
it's
to-
different.
I haven't.
Yeah,
I've never
you
been to a
seeing
metal
the whole
show.
crowd surf and
Yeah, I'll show you some videos
I
later.
like crowd surfing.
I'll show you the videos of being
How
in the
much
pit.
metal I can take all that time in the concert?
I didn't take Austin into the pit. You know, we had seats for that one. We sat back a little bit.
Got you.
You know, for the show that was a little earlier, the Slipknot show I think was like a week or two before we were in the pit for that one.
And we also had Stalto on the show too.
Yeah, yeah,
A few
Stoltz
months back. So
such a great guy.
Yeah.
Wait, crowd surfing? That looks good from a distance.
Crowd, yeah.
Me, as big as I am, I'll step back and watch everybody else.
Yeah.
I would be crushed in 2.5 seconds. I'm just.
Now, you ever seen
I
the,
can't
like,
even push myself or let anybody else hold them up.
Yeah.
Nah, that's no bueno.
yeah,
for
the
me.
crowd surfing is probably a little bit less than the moshing. Now, the moshing's basically like controlled fighting. Like you're literally throwing like haymakers at each other and slamming into each other. I'm telling you, I'll show you the videos. I swear.
Way on the outside, I'll be
Yeah.
looking.
Now I don't do that anymore because I'm not. I mean, I'm like
Yeah.
I'm creeping up on 50. I'm not stupid.
All right. And see,
Yeah.
I'm creeping up to 40. So
And I'm just creeping over to 30. Look at that. I tell you.
Got the kid in the room.
30 months. But anyway, we won't expose your age. We'll keep
Hey,
it.
I got told the other day that I look like a teenager, so I took that and ran with
There you
it.
go.
I bet you still get carded.
Of course. I'm just saying.
I can
got
see it.
caught in so long.
Really?
I forgot what that was.
I used to get carded like even like 5 years ago.
Man.
But it always
I
depends
just
on
take
whether, if I
all the
shave, I get carded.
Right.
If I don't shave, because that little gray beard right there.
And I'm pretty sure for me, if I shave, then I probably
You
would.
You might, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But now they see out. No.
Me,
Okay.
I don't have
Come
to
on
shave.
in.
Me, I did that. Come as I am.
Here you go, sir.
Yeah, well, there you go. How much would you like, sir? Let me fill up your basket for you. Anytime they see a little bit of that gray, they're like, "Oh, you're fine."
Yep, take it. So there's two sad moments that I recall. Well, no, three. From 101 ESPN. One of those moments was when we all found out about Chris Duncan.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What he brought to 101 ESPN, just learning the ropes. Pretty much kind of like how Brad Thompson, got caught
BT.
up, got brought up to the station. First day in, when I heard Chris Duncan, it was like, man, he's a natural.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was just a matter of studying.
Yeah.
In which all I heard from Stalter, from everybody else, was how he studied to get better. Same thing with, Brad Thompson. He came in, he filled in for Duncan because of his cancer. And this is a natural. But once again, going back to Duncan, watching the Pittsburgh Cardinals at Pittsburgh, and then hearing Dan McLaughlin doing the actual broadcast mention that. And then I saw all the social media things.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, what's gonna happen the next day? Cause I think it happened like on a Friday, and then the show didn't come back on until, of course, that Monday.
But they did a good job because they did do a lot of good memories.
Stoltz. I don't know how Stoltz held it together.
And I commended them for that. I'm like, wow, they just talked about all the good memories and jokes and stories they had.
Yeah.
I was like, that was good. It was different instead of just a somber, which I know probably behind closed doors they were, crying. It was really their brother.
That's one of the hardest things, man.
So
I mean,
young,
I guess I'd say I'm probably, like, I've been pretty lucky. Like, all my friends that I grew up with are still around. All my parents and my in-laws, they're all still around. Like, the closest thing to me is losing, a grandparent. Like, my grandmother passed away years ago. But I mean, like, when you're an adult, you kind of expect at some point grandparents are going to go. So like it's horrible and it crushes you, but it's not surprising. But when it's somebody like Dunk, here's a guy who's, kind of, he's a big kid. Like, he acts like it, but he's not really. I mean, like, he's in his 30s. He's a grown person. He's married. He's got so much coming in the future. He could have gone any number of routes. He could have stayed in radio. He could have gone into the coaching ranks. I mean, like, his brother is a minor league manager. His brother Shelley.
And he was doing TV for Fox.
He's doing TV on Fox Sports Midwest. I mean, that was a tough one, man. I mean, that's probably of guys that are, my generation, or guys that you go to work with every day, or people that you've known for a while. You don't get that many people that pass away in that environment, right? In that setting. That was bad. Yeah. That was real rough. I mean, when Dunk too, and then his family, like, his mom died from the same thing,
right?
And you think about, not only did Dunk have to know that the whole time that he was going through the battle, he knew that it got his mom, and think about the stress that adds to your life. Like, you beat it the first time, and you're always worried, is it going to come back? Is it going to come back? His whole diet was built around trying to, keep tumors from growing. Like, he was really conscientious about everything. He had his doctor visits regularly. I mean, he was like a superhero when it came to kind of following those protocols. And obviously it still came back.
Right.
And you think about, his brother and his dad. You lose a brother, you lose a wife. Shelley loses his brother and his mom. That's rough, man. Yeah. That was real rough. And obviously, we mentioned Brian Burwell earlier. Yeah. I mean, another guy just gone to, way too early. Such a great person. And, and actually in this, in this same window of time, same thing happened with Joe Strauss,
right,
of the Post-Dispatch.
Right.
So it was like this run. It all happened in about 5 years, roughly, around a 5 year window. But that's just, it's, a wake up call for you, for sure. Yeah. Where you start to pay attention a little bit more to things and maybe appreciate things a little bit more.
And then something more recent, of course, was when Bernie Miklasz was gone. About the same way that you was saying earlier, how he didn't really have his day to really tell everybody goodbye. It was all of a sudden, he's no longer with us.
Yeah,
right. It's like a light switch. Look, you're on. What?
Because I recall listening to his episode. I think it happened like on I think he had an episode on Thursday.
Yep.
And like that Friday. Yep. Or later on that day.
Yep.
They made
it was after the show.
Yeah.
That's what they did with me too. Right after a show on a Thursday, like, hey, by the way, that's your last show.
Yeah. They didn't ask you to step in the office or anything. Just
they're like, hey, this is what happened to me. Like right before the show. Hey, after the show, we got a quick meeting, right? I'm like, yeah, but yes. I'm thinking it's just whatever.
Yeah.
And then you get in there and you're like, oh, human resources is here. I guess I'm gonna be giving up my what do you call it? Your access card. I guess I'm gonna be handing that over here today.
Man,
Lay off your little desk. Yeah, all your little stuff in.
They gotta follow you around too, right? Like the HR person's gotta follow you while you clean out your desk.
Don't you hate that feeling? Like
I'm like, I understand it.
Yeah. And see,
But yeah, it's stupid.
That was the
Don't take it
second one I was
personal.
gonna bring up. So I had Duncan, then I had Bernie.
Yeah.
But right there in the middle, like you said earlier, one day you was on the radio. Next day I'm like, what the heck happened?
Yeah.
So we all know that the Blues are now home. 101 ESPN is now home of the Blues. When that happened, did you see like maybe a little bit of a write on the wall that something drastic would have had to change?
Nah. I had no clue.
Wow.
And by the way, I didn't see it with Bernie either. Now, granted, by that time I had been out of there for a few months, so
Right.
maybe being in there, I might have noticed something that it was something was going on, but I didn't see it for myself, so I don't know how I would have seen it for anybody else. Because at the time that it happened, like we were talking with the Blues, I was personally, about stuff that we're going to do to integrate the Blues into all of our programming, because I had worked with them before. Because I had worked with them at KMOX for a good 6 or 7 years, and I was their pre- and post-game guy. And I had, good personal relationships with, like, Chris Kerber's one of my best friends in St. Louis. I know all of the people in the business side. I know a lot of the players still from when I was doing all that. So no, I didn't see that at all. In fact, that part I was like feeling pretty good about it, because hey, I'm like, all right, I've done this hockey thing before. I know all these guys. Figured like, I'm already having these conversations with Curbs about what we're going to do, and next thing you know, bang, see ya.
And then MLB Network and Mad Dog Radio. How did that come about?
Great question. So everything's connections, right? Like once you've been in the business for a while, people will kind of know, they know of you, or someone that knows someone, right? So when the whole thing came down with 101, one of my best friends is a guy named Ben Boyd. I don't know if you guys know the name, but he's the executive sports producer at KMOX.
Okay.
And Ben, is one of the major guys running the Cardinals radio network, and he books all the guests for like Sports Open Line with Chris Raby, and like he's in charge of a lot of the sports stuff there. Well, Ben worked for MLB Network Radio for a period of time. He had left St. Louis, went there, and then he left there to come to KMOX to join us when the Cardinals came to town. So he knows the guys there, the bosses there. So he put in a phone call and just said, hey, Kevin's a baseball guy. I mean, you guys, if you need fill-in guys or whatever, you should call him. Like he'll be a perfect fit. And then one of the on-air guys at MLB Network Radio is a guy named Mike Farron. And Mike does the Power Alley, so he does a weekday show there. And I've known Mike going for a good while. I mean, he was from Chicago, and again, I think I met him when we were up there. And he also dropped the name to his boss when he heard I got let go. So I had two people kind of throw the name out there, and they're like, hey, you mind if, I just told these guys that you're free. Is that okay? I'm like, yeah, of course it's good. I mean, I'm looking for work.
Right.
And, that's kind of the thing is in the radio business, a lot of it is about connections and relationships and how many people have you met over the years. So like when you've been around for a little bit, you get to know people. And like this, I mean, Chris Ranji was coming from Chicago when DeMarco left, and I knew Chris. I'm like, talk to the boss. I'm like, you should talk to Chris. He's a good dude. He's a great host. Like it's the same thing. It's people know each other, and then you make a recommendation, and then you see what comes from it. So two of my friends stood up, just put in a quick phone call to their bosses, or one case his former boss, but another guy his current boss, and they just said, hey, he's a baseball guy. Should give him a ring. And then I talked to the one of the program directors there that also works for Mad Dog, which is a different station. Because when I was talking to them, I'm like, well, what, like which of our sports stations do you listen to? Like, because I've had Sirius for a while, and I'm like, well, I listen to Mad Dog Radio, I listen to NFL radio, I listen to all the league radio stations, and they're like, okay, so, and we might need some fill-in help at Mad Dog too, if you like want to do some national radio again. I know you used to do it. I'm like, yes. Of course. And like the number 2 guy at Mad Dog is a guy that I worked with at Sporting News Radio way back in the day.
Oh,
so like, you see like, I mean, this is it. Like that's how, once you're in, it's kind of, I hate, this is a terrible analogy, but like it's the mob. Like once you're connected, you're connected. Once you're in the family, you're in the fam.
Come here.
Yeah. Hey, I got my
your favorites, so that's good.
Yeah, my friend over here, he's a good guy.
Good.
So we have a few comments. We have Don Heavy says, happy to find this gym.
Oh, thanks, man.
Then he says, living in the ATL, the fans aren't used to generational excellence and only want to talk Braves.
Yeah, my brother lives in Atlanta. I don't think I know a couple of guys that have worked there over the years, but yeah, that's a strange town. Like, you know, there are a few places that are very odd when it comes to sports, and I think that's one of them, because everybody's from somewhere else.
I was about to say, like you said, Miami.
Yeah, it's like Miami's like that.
Everybody just coming somewhere else, so they don't have a true strong call on having a team like how we are with the Cardinals.
You know, when I first got canned by 101, a connection came up with a station in Phoenix. They needed somebody to fill in.
I saw that.
And I'm like, I did 3 weeks of afternoon driving. I've never even been to Phoenix. I've literally never been there before, but they had a thing come up last second. They had to fire the guy that they just hired. They had just hired a guy, and they literally had to fire him like 2 days later. I mean, this is a guy that gets fired from jobs everywhere. And they obviously made a mistake in doing it, and there was the Coyotes flagship, and I think the Coyotes were like, yeah, we can't be affiliated with this guy. You're going to have to move on from him. So as soon as that happened, they were left short, and guess what? Another guy that I used to work with back in the day at Sporting News works for the company that owned that radio station. He's like, oh, yeah, Kevin just got let go. He's free. I bet you he'd do it. And that's, again, there you go. I'm in the family. I'm in the family.
So you don't burn bridges when you get moved around, so that's good.
Number one rule.
Don't burn that bridge.
If you want to stay in the industry, don't burn bridges.
Yeah.
Don't MF people. Don't yell at people. Don't throw fits. Don't name names. Like, don't come on, like, you know, like I've gone on a lot of radio shows since. I'm not going to go on there and rip anybody. You know, I mean, like, if you want to stay in the business, you got to have a reputation.
Right.
You know, if your reputation is you're a hothead and you're going to cause problems if and when there's ever an issue, well, nobody's going to want to hire you.
T.O.
Yeah. Antonio Brown.
Yep.
I mean, AB's as talented as anybody in the league.
Yep.
Nobody wants any part of him right now.
I wouldn't either.
Because it's probably going to go badly.
Exactly.
He's a great player, and if you put him out there on Sunday, he's going to make plays.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen between Monday and Saturday?
A whole lot, including them thumbs working on it. And it's a whole other set of problems.
Stop getting sin.
Yep.
Just
That's
stop
right. Leave the
getting
thumbs. Put the
sin.
thumbs down.
press it.
Put the thumbs down.
Put the thumbs down. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You're right.
So over your 25 years in the business, I'm pretty sure when you first started or even during the middle times, has there been an athlete that you've been in awe of?
Yeah, you know, a lot. And it's a lot of them were when I was younger, because a lot of it is new, right? Like, you've never done this before and you've never done that before. Like, one of the most nervous interviews I've had was the interview with Spike Lee. I was so scared because I had no idea. I mean, I'd never interviewed somebody that big of a name outside of sports. So, I mean, at the time, I mean, you know, I was like, I don't want to screw this up. I just want to have a good conversation. In sports, it would be like the older school guys that got me. Like Jack Nicklaus got me. You know, like I followed him once at an event when I was an intern in college, right? When I was in college, I was an intern for a TV station. It was my internship through school. For the ABC station down in Miami, and there was a tournament in town, and they're like, hey, we just want you to follow Jack Nicklaus and then get a couple of sound bites at the end. Just hold the mic up while other people are talking. You don't have to ask any questions if you don't want. And I'm like, well, I think I'm going to ask a question because I want to ask Jack Nicklaus. But then the years later, I got the chance to do the interview, and I was like, oh, my God, I'm going to screw this up. Oh, my God. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was that for me. Oh, my God.
Wow.
And here's the thing.
Wow.
So this is, again, at Sporting News Radio. I'm doing a weekend show. It's national radio, and sometimes you get things thrown at you like out of nowhere. Like, you know, you'd have people at games, you have reporters at games who would sometimes be able to get you a guest, right? So you'd have a guy, they call them stringers, right? You have a stringer at the game, and he would call in every hour and give you the score because, again, this is like early internet days. And not much internet, so your best way to get updates was to have somebody there. So you'd have a guy, you know, this is Ashley Sarge in New York, and it's, you know, whatever, Lakers and Knicks scores, blah, 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 at half, whatever. Well, after the Kareem was there, and I'm doing a weekend night show, and my producer jumps on and he's like, this is during the commercial break. He goes, yeah, right now when we come back, you're going to have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'm like, whoa! Like, no prep. But now the good thing was I grew up watching Kareem.
Okay.
Right? So, I mean, being a bad boys guy, he was obviously on the wrong side of that for me on the Lakers side. But, I mean, he's still Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And I was scared at first because I had heard that Kareem could be tough to interview. I'd never interviewed him, but I heard that he could be. And it turned out he's the nicest guy in the world. It was one of the most fun and relaxed and cool interviews ever, but at first I was nervous, man. I was like, just don't screw it up. And I think some of the nervousness was not so much about the stature of the athlete as much as it was like being relatively new and not wanting to screw it up. Like relatively new as an on-air guy, right? Like I'm in my late 20s. I don't want to be the guy that sucks at interviews.
Right.
And, you know, because you get Kareem, it's a big deal.
It is.
Yeah.
Right? You get Kareem, it's a big deal. You get, at the time, I remember one of my jobs before I was full-time on air, I was the guest booker. And we got Larry Bird. And I worked for a month, maybe 2 months to get Larry Bird to come on our midday show. And this is when he was coaching. No, actually, he was the GM of the Pacers.
Okay.
Right? So I'm trying to get Larry Bird. Like, the host, he's like, my dream is to have Larry Bird on this show. And I'm like, well, I'm going to get you Larry Bird. And we did this for months and months and months. And when the PR guy's like, here's Larry's office number, give him a call at 11 o'clock, he'll be ready to go. And I'm like, ooh, he's coming. And I had to be the one that would put him on the phone. And I was nervous about not screwing this up and making sure that he was good. And he was like the nicest guy in the world and super great. But yeah, it was always the older school guys that got me. Like the guys that were like current players never really made me all that weird. But like when I interviewed Gordie Howe for the first time, that freaked me out, being a kid from Detroit. And Gordie Howe was like God there. I mean, like Gordie Howe there is Stan Musial here. Yeah. Like that's how big of a deal it was. And I was like scared to death that I was going to screw that up. I'll be honest, I was a little nervous the first time I interviewed Lou Brock.
Yeah.
A little bit. I mean, and now Lou's the nicest guy in the world. I don't know that there's a nicer human being that's ever been created than Lou Brock. And it wasn't because I was worried, because the guys had all told me, like Tom Ackerman, those guys told me, like, you'll love Lou. He's the nicest guy in the world. And obviously, I think he and Ozzy probably have a competition for nicest guy in the world.
Yeah.
It's a good competition, too. But I was nervous about it because I was new to St. Louis. And, you know, I don't want to be the quote-unquote new guy, the out-of-towner that doesn't know something that he should know when you're talking to a Cardinals Hall of Famer.
Right.
So at first I was like, oh, God, don't screw this up. Because it was really early on. It was like one of the first big interviews I had when I first came to KMOX. So it was, I think, again, it was that. It's like, you don't want to reinforce that you're an out-of-towner or that you're not part of the group. You know, you want to be as much a part of the group as you can. And then Lou made it so easy because, you know, you see how relaxed and easy he is and how friendly he is right up front. And then, all right, everything's good. I'm all right now. Everything's good. Yeah.
That's what's up, man.
I'll tell you who scared me, though.
Oh, the Cardinal?
No. One guy, I mean, like, legitimately, he wasn't being a jerk in any way, but I was scared to death to do this. Is before I was an on-air person, I was doing that stringing thing. At a Chicago Bears game because we were based in Chicago. And the guys on the network wanted Alonzo Spellman. I don't know if you remember Alonzo Spellman.
Yeah.
Alonzo Spellman, defensive end, came out of Ohio State, played for the Bears. I mean, and I'm going to tell you something. Alonzo seemed like he was 7'4" and 400 pounds. I mean, like he's at least 6'6". His shoulders are at least 6 feet wide. He's got this like skinny little waist, and he's just a beast. I mean, like he's one of the scariest looking people. Just he's physically intimidating, and he had a reputation for being like hit or miss. Like he could be a jerk. I mean, he actually had some off the field problems. You know, not long after that, and I think it was CTE. I think it was some of the brain damage that had happened from being a football player. But he was arrested for something, and I don't remember exactly what it was. But it was kind of all around that same time. And they're like, we want Alonzo Spellman. He had a big game. He just had 2 sacks, and we liked him. I'm like, okay. I'm going to go approach Alonzo Spellman. This is going to be – and, again, I'm brand new. I more than anything don't want to screw up. And I'm like, hey, Mr. Spellman, Kevin Wheeler from Sporting News Radio. I was wondering if you might have about 5 minutes to talk to the guys about the game here after you get dressed and stuff. And he's like, sure. He goes, give me 10 minutes. I'm like, all right. And he was the nicest guy in the world. I had no reason to be scared at all. He was like super friendly. Cool. You know, he's like, hey, man, thanks. He shook my hand afterwards. And I was like, one of those deals where you're like, oh, man, I didn't expect. You don't know what to expect.
Right.
But, yeah, he was more in the physically intimidating, because you weren't sure what his personality was going to be like at the end of a game. Because I think the Bears had won on like a last-second field goal, so it was like it was a happy locker room.
already good.
Yeah, it was a happy
Okay,
locker room,
good.
and maybe that was the saving grace.
Thank you, Lord.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so once again, y'all, it's the Platform Sports Talk Show, your Wednesday night sports light. A little extended show tonight. Y'all don't
Talked a
mind.
lot.
But,
That's
hey, great conversation. Hope y'all have been
Exactly.
enjoying yourselves. So, once again, you just discussed in regards to favorite, one of your highlights of your career, Kareem.
That was great. Yeah.
I mean, just a slew of cool guests and the whole nine. So, got to do with 101 ESPN. Then you already brought up Mad Dog, MLB Network and Mad Dog. But you also, when did you realize that you wanted to coach?
I knew I would coach in some way, shape, or form, even when I was still playing. Right? I mean, I started helping out coaching my brother's high school summer team when I was still playing college ball. So, I mean, I kind of always knew that I wanted to be on the field doing something in some way. But, like, after college, I got into radio and I didn't have a whole lot of time. And, there weren't a lot of ways to like back then, if you were going to coach, you basically had to volunteer at a high school or eventually get a job like that, because a lot of these things you see now that exist with like private lessons and those things didn't exist all that much until about the last 15 years or so. But it's funny because what led me to actually jumping in and doing it was when I got canned at Sporting News Radio.
Really? That's a blessing in disguise. Hey, it worked out.
I had all this time, and I didn't have a job. And see, now, again, it's hard to describe this because this is the early 2000s. Now, I could have just started a podcast, or I could have, do something to keep my name out there, right? Just to keep something happening. There was no Twitter. There was no Facebook. Right. There was nothing that you could do, no YouTube, where you could still get your name out there and do something and let people know that you're alive. And I was off the radio for like 6-7 months. And I'm in this time and I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to get another radio job. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty good at this, but who knows? I had turned down a couple of jobs and I'm second guessing whether I should have turned them down or not. And then this came up. There's a baseball school up in Chicago and they had just opened. And I'm like, wow, they do private lessons. That'd be kind of cool. I think I could do that. And I sent the guy, the people that own it, I sent him an email. I'm like, hey, I'm in town. Basically free. You guys need any instructors? And they're like, yes, we need instructors because we have a waiting list of people and we can't get to them all. Come on over and let's talk and we'll see how it goes. So the guy that ran the school was a former minor league pitcher, and he had pitched for 10 years in the Mets organization. He was actually really good and very close to the big leagues, just didn't get that really good shot to break through. And he kind of put me through the ringer, right? He had me catch for him, and he wanted to see if I knew what I was doing. And then I caught for one of the lessons that he was teaching as a high school kid that was throwing, and then he had me kind of walk him through, do a lesson with him there, do a hitting lesson with him there, so he could just kind of listen. And after that one afternoon, he's like, yeah, we can do this, man. He goes, you want to do hitting and catching, right? And he goes, you're a catcher, you can do pitching lessons too. He goes, I got so many I can't even get to them. He goes, if you're up for it, let's just start doing it. So that was kind of the move back in, right, was to start to do that. And then through that, we did some camps. They actually had a weird thing there. They had a program through that school where a coach could come hire you to help them coach a game. They would pay a fee, and you could show them, it'd usually be a dad coach who maybe didn't know how a pregame routine should look or anything, and they would pay you to come out for a game, and then you come out for the pregame and you show them the right kind of warm up and how they should go about this and what time should they get there and what should we use for signs, and you kind of show them the ropes. You do it 1 or 2 times and then they can take off and run with it. And at that time I'm like, man, I kind of like coaching games. I kind of like, that'd be pretty cool to do. But then I took the job in St. Louis and I had to quit there. And then when I got to St. Louis, I got a press release about a baseball school opening, and the guy that was going to be the owner was a former major league player. So now he's one of my best friends, a guy named Matt Whiteside. Pitched for 17 years in pro ball, parts of 10 years in the big leagues. A guy that spent a lot. But he's from Missouri. He's from a little bit further south, but he grew up a Cardinals fan. So they offered him up as a radio guest, and I'm like, wow, man, KMOX. and it was right after the Cardinals had left, so I didn't really have a whole lot of baseball contacts. I'm like, this is great. This guy just retired. He knows all of the major leagues. Like, he knows these guys. He just read scouting reports on them. This would be a pretty good guest to have. And we got to be friends. And he came on almost every week for free, just came on to do it because it would get the name of his business out. And then, when we were talking, I mentioned that I did that up in Chicago. I did lessons, so if you guys need anybody when I finally get moved here, let me know. And he's like, oh, we're going to need people. He goes, we got lists building up. We got, we need instructors. So come on, when you're ready, let me know. And that opened the door. So that led to getting involved with the travel program, and then eventually led to coaching teams and doing all that. So
Beautiful.
It's kind of fun how it works out. I mean, it's weird things, man. Weird connections
you had
come
a lot
up.
of full circles.
I know.
It's kind of like
working in your favor, so
it's kind
hey.
of like today's theme has been. It's not what you know, but
Who you know.
I mean, let's be
and
honest.
who
That's the
knows
whole
you.
world, isn't it?
Well, it works both ways. Who you know and who knows you.
Well, that's true. And what do they know about you?
Yeah. So that
If you're the bridge burner, what they know will tell them, yeah, bye, see ya. We don't need to have a conversation.
Right.
So, real quick, just ranking from all of the current professional teams, from basketball to baseball to hockey to NFL, and let's go ahead and include MLS.
I don't know anything about MLS.
Rank.
You will go. You're going to be at radio.
In 3 years, I'm going to know.
I'm telling you.
Just rank from top to bottom, of course, best commissioner, right?
Oh, my
current
God.
Best commissioner.
There's only one that's any good.
Yes.
I mean, not counting MLS. Now, Don Garber's pretty good.
Okay.
I don't know the sport, like MLS is really good, but
Uh-huh.
I've had several interactions with Don Garber. He's pretty sharp.
Okay.
So I don't know where I'd put him on that list, but because I haven't been following the league as long as I've been following the other leagues, but he's a sharp dude, and I like what he's doing. But there's only one that's doing a good job. It's Adam Silver.
Yes.
All right. Ding, 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 ding.
I mean, Roger Goodell's
There you go.
corrupt.
Ugh.
Oh,
Rob
my God.
We
Manfred.
don't even have enough time to even touch on that.
No. I mean,
Not today.
all
like,
kinds of
really.
stories there. Gary Bettman is universally hated by hockey players, coaches, fans.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because he's not a hockey guy. He doesn't know the sport very well. I mean,
He's running like a business, like not looking.
he has sometimes has good intentions. I just don't think he understands the sport.
You're right.
And I don't think he understands the fans of the sport as well as he should. Rob Manfred, I had such hope for Rob Manfred. Like
He
when he
shot
first
himself in the
came in, I was like, first because I didn't like Bud Selig. I thought Bud Selig was a brutal commissioner. I think it's ridiculous that they put him into the Hall of Fame already. I mean, you talk about a guy that had nothing but conflicts of interest from the day that he took over that job when he was still the owner of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Right.
Now, he did some good things, and I will never begrudge those good things. But I also think he held back progress for a
I
long
was going
time,
to say
too.
he's another one else ultra conservative.
Yes, and
Sport.
he held the sport back for a long time.
Purposely.
And I don't give you bonus points for being lucky enough to be the commissioner when the internet explodes.
Right.
Right? When satellite television explodes. You had nothing to do with that. That was going to happen with or without you. What
Right.
did you do?
Right.
And I think that's what I think Adam Silver's better. He's better at being a proactive thinker.
Yes.
Gets it.
I
That's
mean,
why I say he
look,
gets it.
The NBA's
Telling you.
been first
Yes,
on
on
everything related to
everything.
COVID.
Everything.
They're first on it. Now, they have their flaws.
Yeah, nobody's perfect.
I mean, they're all scared of China. Remember when that whole thing popped up? They're all like, shh, quiet,
Right.
shh, stop.
They're,
Don't-
Right.
they're boring.
Right.
A lot of money on the line there, fellas.
Exactly. That's the only reason. But
But I think he's the only commissioner
Yes.
that understands his fan base, understands his players, and then also understands how to market that and package it in a way that's going to make the sport stand out.
and they're making money when he's doing all of that. That's the biggest. The owners always make sure how can they make money, and he's doing a good job of that.
Yeah, and they're all doing it. Like, they're all decent at that. But he's doing it in a way that, again, is ahead of the curve rather than reacting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's ahead of the curve, whether you're talking about marketing, whether you're talking about social justice, whether you're talking about letting the players be the stars and letting them be the product and understand. And they are the front edge of all of those horizons.
Yeah.
And everybody else is in the back, and they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to do that too. Yeah, we're going to.
After the fact.
Yeah, after the fact. After they get yelled at, right? After something goes wrong. And that, and I wish, and I don't know why it is, because, I mean, I think, Adam Silver came up under kind of a very old school guy in David Stern.
Yeah.
Right.
And David Stern was brilliant in his own way. And I think David Stern gets a lot of credit for things that had nothing to do with him. He had nothing to do with Bird and Magic saving the NBA. We're lucky that these two guys ended up in Boston and LA at that perfect time. Because the league was in a horrible spot in the late 70s.
Crack cocaine.
I mean, you guys all saw The Last Dance. What was it like in Chicago before Mike showed up?
Everybody
Right?
doing lines, doing lines. You do a line, you do a line. Like, what?
I mean, but like,
Everybody get in line.
David Stern didn't have anything to do with Michael Jordan being Michael Jordan. I mean, he got a lot of credit for the growth. And now, again, he was smart enough to nurture that. He was smart enough to let the players be the stars and be the product and be the faces of everything, right? To know that, man, this is how we go about it. It's the personalities. It's the Lakers and the Celtics. You got both coasts involved. You got Larry and Magic could not be different personalities, right? Like Larry's the angry guy who's always looks, but he's also the greatest trash talker on the court. Magic's the most dynamic and exciting player. And by the way, that's what I was going to argue earlier too about the greatest Laker of all time. I mean, we got to throw Magic into that conversation. Kobe's in the argument though. I mean, Kobe's amazing. He was amazing,
I
and
also think he's number 2.
I got to I mean, look, I could take the argument either way. I mean, it's not wrong. We just got to make sure we mention Magic's name.
Okay.
As long as we do that, then it's an okay argument.
Okay.
But Roger Goodell, I don't think has done anything to lead from the front with the NFL.
He never has.
Because he already listened to the owners
Right.
and then see what they say, and then he just pretty much be like their mouthpiece.
Oh, for sure, they're all that. Yeah,
Or he do knee-jerk reactions. It's like, what?
he's always late.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like you can. There are just so many examples, like of a, whether it's player discipline, whether it's whether it's like blackout rules on television. They're always responding to something that's gone wrong rather than acting to get out in front of something. And of course, we all saw how he and the league office and the other owners treated St. Louis. So obviously, we're all going to be a little bit biased in terms of how crooked that league is
But
too.
rightfully so, though.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And then, and more on, or just another quick thought on Manfred. The more I know a couple of guys, good friends of mine, one that I went to high school with, that have had lawsuits against Major League Baseball. They represented retired players when they were seeking benefits. Kind of like in fact, they're the same guys that represent retired NFL players too.
Okay.
That they're trying to get those medical benefits covered. They're trying to get the things that these guys who helped build the league and who are dying in their 50s because they don't have good health care and they didn't make enough money in their day to take care of this. My friends are like, they're fighting for these guys, and they know all these commissioners and all of these. Like Manfred was kind of the head lawyer for MLB before he was commissioner, and I know enough stories about how he's talked to them and things he said that I can't repeat because it would get my buddies in trouble to know that he is not necessarily a good dude.
Yeah.
And same thing with Goodell, not necessarily a good dude.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bill DeWitt, wasn't he one of the ones who recommended Rob Manfred?
I think he was on the commission that led the search.
Yeah.
But the search was going to lead to Rob Manfred no matter what.
Gotcha.
I think they had.
It was kind of.
It was kind of like he was the success. It wasn't a lock, but
It was like
It's
a lot of inside people in baseball felt like he was going to replace Bud Selig when Bud Selig left.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Well,
went
the
through and they
writers on
did.
the wall, like, we
They
were
went through the
probably gonna-
process. They looked at other people. They they did do interviews, but nobody I ever heard from, and maybe I'm talking to the wrong people. Nobody I ever heard from thought that anybody other than Rob Manfred was going to get that job.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So once again, this is the extended version of the Platform Sports Talk Show. We love the conversation, and we now have someone on the line who I'm pretty sure agrees that this man, Rob Manfred, is probably the worst commissioner of all commissioners in the game. Joe, how you doing?
You just had to read up Manfred's name before I came on the show.
That was
You know
so
my
nice
blood
of him.
pressure is going to go up through the roof.
And see, we have to be mindful of her blood pressure because, Joe, go ahead and tell Kevin Wheeler what's going on right now in your life.
Oh, yeah, me and my husband are expecting our first baby.
Congrats!
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats.
All right.
Thank you.
Hopefully, got a future catcher there.
Hopefully, yeah.
So officially Joe, Kevin Wheeler, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Hello. I miss listening to you on 101.
I miss doing shows on 101.
Yeah.
See, we all say that.
Yeah. And I don't know if you're watching on YouTube, but we got you set up nicely on the screen now, Joe. You got your own little a big picture and words on the screen. We got you hooked up now, Joe.
Yeah. I see it. It's really big on our living room TV.
Yeah, you big time.
Yeah, you big time. You earned this spot, Joe.
You earned it. Yes, she has been on our show every other Wednesday since when? Has it been like since what? Around December? Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, me and you've been working together for almost a year now, so a little bit after that.
Yeah. So. Your coworkers, as she said, and I found out that she loves sports, and I had to get her on.
Nice.
So now we have two ladies holding things down for the platform Sports Talk.
Yeah.
So Joe, when you found out about Bunny joining the show, what was your thought?
I was excited. We got another female voice on the show now, like more permanently. I know you've had female guests on the show here and there, but now we got one that's more permanent, so I like that.
Yeah. Fun times ahead. Definitely look forward to it. So once again, this is Joe Knows, but you got Joe Bo on the line. This is strictly about baseball and about hockey. So let's go ahead and get right to everything current day. We had a nice storytelling from Kevin Wheeler in his past and how he got to where we are now. So let's get right into it, Joe. And I'll ask Kevin next. But Joe, you first. How in the hell did Craig Berube not be a finalist for Coach of the Year?
I have I don't know how Cassidy is a finalist, but Berube isn't. Like, everyone knew Boston was going to go into it with a really stacked team and probably win their conference, and everyone was expecting the Blues to be hungover, and they missed Tarasenko for more than half of the year, and we're still on top of our conference and still going into the playoffs as a threat.
Right.
I don't understand it, but like he said, who cares? Or like, just go out there and win ball games.
Kevin.
Yeah, I'm right there with Joe. It makes no sense to me. Between that and Alex Pietrangelo not being a finalist for the Norris Trophy, I mean, here's a guy that is coming off of his leading his team to a Stanley Cup championship, is probably having the best year of his career, heading into free agency, and he's not on the list. Now, I understand, people always say if you're going to put one guy on a list, you got to take somebody off the list. I could pick all three of the Norris finalists and take any one of those three off and put Alex Pietrangelo in that spot. And I think the same thing about Berube. I mean, what more does he have to show you? He pulled a team out of nowhere last year. I mean, he literally pulled them out of the basement. They went all the way. And then this year, following that, as Joe pointed out, without their best goal scorer, they're the best team in the conference and the second best in the league. What more do you need to do to be a finalist?
And I think Michelle Smallman brought it up earlier, I think yesterday, because we all just like, where's the love? But it was like how all through last year's postseason, when we played the Sharks, it was all about Joe Thornton and his story. Then we go to the Stanley Cup. It's all about Boston and Shara.
Yeah.
It was everybody else but St. Louis. And
no love.
And as she said, the story that we brought last year is one of the best stories in sports that you will ever see.
100%.
Hollywood couldn't even write a better script in there. I'm telling you.
100%. Nobody goes from last place to winning the Stanley Cup.
Just like
it's crazy.
And it took them to figure it out, and they did it. It's wonderful, but it's haters. I mean, I don't know. But sports writers who are picking this or final, I don't know what's going through their mind unless somebody's like, well, they had all last year, now let somebody else. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of it's because we're in flyover country.
Right.
Which
right?
is typical,
a lot of the voters are in the big Canadian marketplaces. They're on the big coastal marketplaces. They're in New York and Boston and Toronto and Montreal. And, if you're sitting there in the middle, you don't necessarily get the love.
Do
it's like that for every sport with St. Louis. So.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it's not always right, but it's right a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
So shouts out to Ryan. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I guess like the Norris Trophy, because I've seen all over Twitter, it's kind of like Petro. He does everything right, but he's not going to score 30 goals or whatever, And it's kind of like how everyone now to this day, Yanni's still probably one of the best catchers in the game, but just because he doesn't hit 20 homers people don't look at them that way. He's more of a defensive guy, which that's what I look at for a catcher is defense.
Yep, changing the game, man. It doesn't have to be like you said, hitting 20 home runs, but it's all about. I mean, how many times have you seen players not run? Not steal a base because they see Yachty behind the plate.
They don't. I mean, it's been 10 years running. The Cardinals have the fewest stolen base attempts against them every year. Nobody runs against the Cardinals because of Yachty.
But I do want to show love to Ryan O'Reilly. He was nominated for the Selke Trophy and the Lady Byng Memorial Trophy as well. So 2 awards. Not sure if he'll get it because he's a St. Louisan. But
well, he got one of them last year, so
yeah. But they ain't trying to show us too much love unless we had to, once again, shock the world like we did.
You just got to win it all, right?
That's all.
Other teams don't have to do it, but we do.
Yeah.
Right. So Joe told us a while back during the time that the Blues made their run, that of course it was stressful for every St. Louisan because every game was crazy. The game 7 against the Stars when Pat Maroon had the famous goal. Then of course game 7 going to the Stanley Cup Finals, and she said that after they won, it was bananas. It was crazy. It was hectic, celebrating, cussing up a storm. The whole What did you go through?
Good cussing, though.
Right.
Yes.
What did you go through when the Blues won?
Me or Joe?
Yeah, you.
Oh,
sorry, Wheels.
I mean, for me, it was such a happiness for the guys involved because, when I first came to town, as I described earlier, it was such a bad situation.
Right.
You had out-of-town ownership that didn't have a lot of money. The first person that I thought of the entire time was Tom Stillman, because even going back to those days when he was a minority owner of the team, didn't even have a big stake, he'd be at practice all the time, and you could sit and talk with him, and he's a friendly dude, and he finally got a chance to be the chairman of the team and be the primary owner, and and watching all of these guys, it's weird because my time in St. Louis has coincided with the arrival of Doug Armstrong. He was brought in while Larry Plow was still there, and I got to watch him go from assistant GM, which was planned. He was gonna be the new GM. It was just kind of a way to get him into the organization. Kind of the same thing they did with what's his name? They just fired him. Joe, I'm spacing out on who they just fired as the head coach before they brought in Craig Berube.
He was from Minnesota.
Mike Yeo. Same thing they did with Mike Yeo. And it's crazy to me because my first real experience covering the team was the year they drafted David Perron, Ian Cole. I'm forgetting there's a third round pick in there, a third first round pick in there who I'm spacing out on. But seeing all of those guys grow from little kids to becoming what they are. I used to sit and talk fantasy baseball with Alex Petrangelo when he was 18 years old, 19 years old when he first got brought up to the team. And to know that now he's kind of the grizzled veteran.
Right.
It was just such a neat thing for me to look at it that way, to see, having seen the path for a lot of these guys from when they were the new guys that were some kind of hope for the future, right? They were all these guys that, could maybe someday break the curse. And they did. And I remember sitting back and just this is so cool.
Yeah.
It's so cool to have seen them. And everybody with the organization had seen that. And all the people that do what I do for a living had seen that too. I think that was the thing that stood out to me was how organic it was, how they, so much of it was about what they grew themselves.
Right. Because from being so close to getting over the hump all the years, and then having the best
the
record,
90s, man, Woo.
having the best record of all of hockey, and then losing the first round, it's are you serious?
Yeah.
But then, as you said before, just seeing what they went through and then overcoming it, and like I said, you can't ask for a better story.
No, you can't have a better owner than somebody that's a fan. How great is that?
Yeah, and I recall the interview that Michelle and Bernie had with Tom Stillman. And he was right in January, during the time where they were, still going through
it was still the bad time. Yep.
That was the bottom part of the end of January before they turned it around.
And he was like, I see something coming.
He did. He said it.
Yeah.
He did. I give him credit. He's right. He was right.
And it happened. It definitely happened. So you brought up Petrangelo. I'm gonna just give y'all some names. Joe, you first, and then Wheeler second. Give y'all a name of a player. Just tell me first thing that come to your mind leading up to this upcoming playoff that's gonna start, I believe, next week. David Perron.
he needs to be David Perron, the David Perron that he was beginning of the year. Because after the All-Star
He
break, he kind of
disappeared.
slowed down a little bit.
Like, what happened to him? He was on fire going to the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
Wheels.
I think the rest is what matters is gonna matter for him. I mean, a lot of those guys to me look like, as you guys pointed out, you get past the All-Star break, you get to that second half, and you start to drag a little
Running out of
because you
gas.
played an extra 2 months last year. You know, you went through that long playoff run, and David Perron had gone through a long playoff run with Las Vegas the year before. And I think the rest should get him back to there. I think that's like this time. I think this does help the Blues.
Yes.
Maybe more than anybody else. In fact, I think Pietrangelo even said that here recently. And to me, with David, the rest is going to help him.
Justin Falk.
Do I got to go first?
Justin Falk.
Joe.
No. I've always liked Falk. I was excited when we got him. I know he hasn't had an amazing year, but I do think he's going to bounce back, and he's going to have to bounce back in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm just going to say he's got to figure it out.
Yeah.
We know he can play. We've seen it for years and years. He's got to figure it out fast because you can't just be playing someone or giving them priority minutes because of the contract that you signed him to.
What, like a 7-year deal,
I
right?
mean, he again, good player. It's not a contract that didn't make sense when you signed him to it, but he's got to figure it out, and he's got to figure it out fast because that's going to be a critical part of stepping in here. I mean, he's got to be at the very least reliable enough where you can run him out there every night and not have to worry about it.
And he's really going to step it up with LOUIS, who
Yep.
was great last year in the
He
playoffs.
was,
so
yeah.
he's really going to step it up.
Zach Stanford.
Ooh. I don't know. I mean, he's like one of those people. I mean, like, I was a big Fabry fan. You know,
Yeah.
he's like him.
Right.
He'll have his stretches, and since he was more healthy than Fabry, that's why he's still here. At least that's what I believe. I mean, he just puts in the minutes and is an average hockey player, then, I think he'll be okay with us.
Yeah,
He'll be
I think
fine.
I'd like to see him bring the boom.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
He is.
You know, I mean, he to me, he's a guy that's perfect for playoff hockey.
Because he came through in the
He
finals.
did, man. You know, he can score a big goal here and there, but I mean, you're going to need him in the corners, and you're going to need him laying the wood to people when you get into the heat of it. Because in the playoffs in hockey, all the style, all that stuff goes out the window, right? They've kind of changed the game in the regular season. It's all about skill. As soon as you get to the playoffs, it's all about how physical you can be and how much you can handle. And to me, he can bring that.
Okay, that's good.
Robert Thomas.
Rob Tom just needs to be Rob Tom. He's got so much talent, and if he just keeps doing what he's doing, be a young stud that he is, I think he's going to be one of the big keys for the Blues in the playoffs. And I keep seeing on Twitter he looks really good right now.
Yeah, I think he's going to light it up.
Only 21
I'm
years old.
I'm excited about him. I think he's going to light it up. He's got the flow working. He's been through this now. Again, you know, these long seasons can be tough for veteran players that got a lot of miles, but they can also be tough for young guys that have never done it, right? And in his first year, not only did he have to go 82, he had to go. Well, how many games was it? I mean, God, it was another like 25 games.
Right.
So another third of a
6
season
games,
almost. Yeah.
6 games.
So,
yeah,
you know,
30-some games.
I think he'll be again with the break and having done it once now. I think he might be one of the good stories in the Western Conference. I think he could light it up a little bit.
And from what I'm hearing is that possibly next season, he may be top line center.
He's
Really?
he's a stud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Vladimir Tarasenko.
Come on, Cinco.
Well, real quick about Rob Tom, me and my husband always say that, like, Rob Tom and O'Reilly, those are like the two faces of the team. And I think just about every guy in St. Louis has man crushes on those two guys. They're so good. They're so good. But Stanko, we just need him to come out and be Stanko. You know, he's been gone for so long, so there's nothing really that he can't do that's gonna hurt us. You know, as long as he just comes out and be Stanko, I think that's really gonna help us.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think if I'm going to look at Vlad, keep it simple. You've missed a lot of time this year. You know, I mean, I love what Craig Berube's doing, putting him on the second power play unit instead of forcing it onto the first. You know, you had a pretty good run with your power play, with your first power play, you know, before the lockdown. No need to mess with that. Just don't try to do too much, right? I mean, we've seen this team can play at a great level without you. There's no need to try to carry the team. There's no need to try to do too much. Just be you. I mean, like, Vlad being Vlad is good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So Joe, what team or which team should we be watching out for?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, it's quiet.
Which team should we be watching out for?
Oh, I said this a couple months ago. I say Stars, but then like the Avalanche are up there too. Those are the two big bads I think that are really scary. Got a lot of speed, good goaltending, and some really good goal scorers like McKinnon and whatnot. You know, like the Avs got a really good line with McKinnon and Rantanen, so they're really scary.
Yeah, I'm right there. I think the Avs are the scariest team, and it's not that there aren't other teams to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
That's the scariest team to me, just because, I mean, the explosiveness that they can bring, and the fact that they were right there on your heels, and you've got they're familiar with you, you're familiar with them. I think that to me. There are other teams, but that's the one that I would say that I kind of stay up at night worrying about if I were in the Blues position.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one that can do this year what you did last year. I mean, I'm not down on Vegas, but I'm not sure that I'm totally sold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sold on the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the team I'm afraid of.
And see, I can.
They got all the right pieces.
Yeah.
And see, I can sleep better because I know we have Vlad back now.
Yep.
True,
It's kind of like we got the extra now bullet in the chamber that we didn't have all season long. And yes, the Avalanche has been right on our heels throughout the whole season. All that without having Vladimir.
Yep.
So
And
now
now we
having
have
him,
him.
you know what I'm saying, that could be the big game changer
Could be.
that we've been looking for throughout the whole season.
Yeah, could be.
So-
Let's hope.
That's hockey talk now. Tomorrow it's officially the MLB season. We have a few
I
games.
could cry.
We've been waiting for this, and it's finally happening. And then, of course, Friday is Cardinals opening day. So, like you said, Joe, I know you want to cry. Probably have, or probably will. Bunny, how do you feel about baseball season officially being back?
It's finally back, yay! However, we're not getting our official St. Louis holiday.
No.
You know, we're not getting it this year. It's just like, nothing. It's going to be different, but I'm just happy to see baseball back on TV. Let's start there.
Right.
However, even though we don't have our Cardinals holiday with, opening day and all the hoopla, hopefully the Cardinals still will be good enough. We did a good run last season per se, but I'm still questioning the pitching. We got a couple of good starters, but I think I have more questions than I know this is what we're going to do for this shortened season. But I'm just happy that it's back. Let's get this started because it almost felt like I didn't even have a real summer because, nothing else. Baseball is always on the summer. It's not competing against any other sports. And now we're getting started late. And we're going to have the NBA starting, NHL starting back up. So it's like, whoa.
Everything all together.
Yeah, we getting everything at one time. So. Yeah.
It's crazy. And real quick, Larry Ray Jr. says in regards to this last year's hockey season, especially the Blues, that it was an amazing experience.
Oh my God.
So
historic.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's my crazy cousin.
Okay, that's what's up. All right, so once again, Joe, you already said how you feel. Wheels, how about you?
I mean, you're asking a baseball guy, so I mean, to me, this is like Christmas Day and New Year's Day rolled into one.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
To finally get, I've been doing this now, let's see. I remember, believe it or not, opening day of 1978. So that's the first opening day I remember.
Ooh.
Nice.
So there's a lot of opening days, and we haven't had any of that throughout the course of this year. This is the longest I've ever gone without watching any baseball. We're already way past the amount of time that you've had with other work stoppages and all that stuff.
Right.
You don't go this long without. We haven't had a baseball game since last October.
Right.
A real one, one that counts.
Right.
So to me, it's relief that it's happening, but it's also kind of this excitement about this new kind of baseball because it's a sprint. It's not a marathon. It's not 6 months of who can last the longest and who's got the deepest roster and all that. It's who can be really good for a very short period of time.
And that's why I can't wait for it.
I know, it's so different. Yeah, it's like an extra 2 months of playoffs.
Yes,
Yeah.
every game matters. Like
Yep.
you cannot
Look.
take 1 week off or 3 games off because it can change your whole season.
I mean, a 3-game
that.
losing streak is like a 10-game losing streak in a
Yeah.
regular season.
But maybe
Yeah.
this will be a precedent for future seasons instead of having these long, drawn out summers with all these games. And you hear a lot of players and they're talking about changing the game. Maybe this be one of the ways. Shorten the season, make stuff work more. I don't know.
How you
But-
feel
Don't
about
bet
that?
on it.
Yeah.
Don't bet on it.
Don't bet on
Yeah,
it
for the original
unless
time.
we have a different commissioner. Maybe I don't know.
No, see,
but
don't bet on it because the owners don't want to give away games.
Right.
They don't want to lose money, but they
Yep.
can still make money. They can make it up though in other ways.
Yeah.
Just strategically, they need the right
It's
person
TV.
in
You got
the
the more-
boardrooms. I'm telling
The
you.
more games they put on TV, the more TV money they get, and obviously the more tickets they sell. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I can understand the argument. Like,
Uh-huh.
fewer games could be better. You know, you wouldn't have as many guys getting rest days. You know, it wouldn't feel quite as long, but they're just not going to give up the money.
Or what about if they try to do more double headers and something?
I'd be down with that too, yeah.
And it's-
Cram it into a
All right,
smaller
so you
amount
can
of
still
time.
get 2 different games. You said the money,
Yeah,
TV, and all. I'm just saying we gotta be thinking
The
outside
bad
the
news
box.
is like
or
the
something.
Major League Baseball players hate doubleheaders.
Ah, true.
And by the way, owners do too because they don't want to give you 2 games for one price.
Right.
They want
Well,
to.
I mean, you took 2 separate gate entry.
Yeah, they
tickets
did- yeah, they
and
can
the
do that.
TV's contracts.
You can do the
separate
day
games.
night. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just
But
throwing it
TV
out
likes
there. Something
prime time
at the-
games. They don't like as many daytime games. It's all. I mean, let's
True.
put it this way, man. Money runs it all. That's all you got to.
You're right. At the end of the day,
True.
it's all about the money. You're
Yeah.
right.
I mean, why do you think the NBA plays on Christmas Day?
Yep.
All that money.
Because people are going to sit and watch it. It's going to make them a lot of money because
It will.
it makes the TV partners happy, right?
It does. True.
So we've had a few scrimmages, and then today they played the Royals for their last official spring or summer camp game. Just from what you've seen so far, what are your thoughts about this upcoming season for the Cardinals, Joe?
Well, I did see Wheeler's post earlier. Like, Miles was not super concerning, but it kind of made me a little nervous today. He only threw 2 fastballs. Like, this guy wasn't throwing anything too fast at all, which maybe it's part of his coming back from his injury. But, I mean, I was nervous about Bolton at first, but Gombers looked really good. Pontes looked good.
Yeah.
And then Gio and all of them came back. So, I mean, he's not going to be here right away, but I'm not too worried about that anymore. I'm still a little worried about the offense. Might have been a little bit different if maybe we didn't trade Jose with the DH, but Carpenter's looks pretty good. So, I mean, it's 60 games. We'll see what happens. Everyone always jokes around about the Cardinals' devil magic. So maybe, you know, these 60 games, maybe there'll be some more of that.
Yeah. I think you hit on the guy that to me is the big deal. It's Matt Carpenter.
Yeah.
I mean, if Matt Carpenter is anything close to like what he normally would be,
Right.
this lineup won't be as shaky as it was last year. It isn't going to be a dominant lineup. They're not going to go out there and lead the league in runs, whether he's good or not. But if he's anything close to like what he had been prior to last year, because last year was by far his worst year.
By far.
It wasn't even close. The year before, everybody was freaked out because he had a bad start, but he had 4 months where he was like all-star level. And I mean, May, June, July, August, he was dominating. So he doesn't have to be that good, but if he's like if you look at the back of his baseball card, and at the end of this year, his numbers look like his career average, that's really going to help kind of stabilize the offense because we know what we're getting with Molina. Not going to be great production, but you know what you're getting. Like, you can count on that. I think we have a pretty good idea what we're going to get from Colton Wong. I hope that we're going to see a better year from Paul Goldschmidt.
That's my key.
Yeah.
Because we're not getting a return on investment right now with him.
he was
That contract,
fine last year.
he was okay.
But for his career, he's more than fine.
Man.
Right? He's like a dude.
when he
he's
came from
exceptional.
Arizona
Yeah.
to here, it's just
Yeah.
like, what happened?
Like, dude was always over 300, always getting over 30
Yep.
homers and over 100 some RBIs. He was like automatic when he came
Yeah.
to the plate. Last year, maybe because he was just trying to get into being on a different team and trying to do so much that he lost himself.
Could be. I mean, he
I think
also.
it's so funny
yeah.
that we get crazy about Goldschmidt's year last year. Like, obviously it wasn't an Arizona year,
He still
but
got 30 home runs.
Arizona just now added that humidifier or whatever. So he was hitting in that tiny ballpark all those years. And last year he still hit 280, 33 homers, and like 92 RBIs. Like,
Yeah.
And,
we would all take
and-
that as a third place hitter, second place hitter any day of the week. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just
Yeah.
were like scrutinizing it so bad because it was just a quote unquote down year for Goldschmidt, but for a Cardinals player, that was a really good year last year.
Yeah, he was their best hitter last year.
Yeah.
I mean, right.
And
Yeah,
see,
for sure.
I think the biggest issue was we didn't see the consistency throughout the year.
He had a few streaks, yeah.
Exactly. So you had the great start in Milwaukee, and then, okay, he's not producing. What's going on? Then around All-Star break, he started to pick it right back up. And then he got back to, okay, now that's the Goldschmidt that we know. So, and I think this has been the issue with the whole team itself, is being consistent throughout, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The season. You know, okay, you may have that one guy that may be a little bit
Same
off.
thing with DeYoung.
But exactly. But you can't have these stretches in which you're striking out all the time, like Tyler O'Neill,
Exactly.
or like Harrison Bader, or like DeYoung.
Right.
You need those guys to be consistent.
Bump for him was an 0 for 4.
Right.
Right.
There's
That
one
was
day.
right out of like half the season. You
One
like,
day.
whoa, yeah.
Yeah. Team Clutch says they won't lose money baseball because playoff games make more money. He also says extend and expand the playoffs and cut the regular season. Also says
That's
not
actually
enough
true.
teams play in the most compelling and exciting part of the season.
Yeah, I think he's actually got a good point there. I think they are going to expand the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
I
actually.
heard they might be doing that
They
for
need to.
tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, they're actually
really?
talking about that today for
Okay.
this year. Like, if they can get that done by tomorrow, they might expand the playoff pool from 10 to 16, which of
okay.
course allows them to make back some of the revenue they're missing this year. But
Again, setting the precedent.
they're gonna expand the playoffs for real, even in the next full season or in
Okay.
the next collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
It'll go to at least 12 teams, maybe 14, because again, it's a bigger television contract.
It's more
So if
money,
you're
you have more people
selling
viewing.
more product to your television partners, they're going to give you more money.
Yeah.
And you get better viewership on playoff games than you're going to on the regular season. So there's no question they're going that route. The only question is, do they want to cut the regular season?
Yeah, me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it, like if they go back to the old way it was at 154 games, that buys you about another 10 days that you
Okay.
could use that for playoffs, right? My belief is what they're going to do is they're going to cut spring training short.
They
So
should.
what they're going to do is end up cutting like 2 weeks off of spring training and maybe play a couple more double headers, and they'll end up giving themselves an extra 2.5 weeks to play with in the same footprint.
Makes sense. You
Yeah.
see what the NFL, they just decided to cut out their preseason. That's another press now. A lot of the changes they're making for this bubbles or these condensed season
Yeah.
is going to set the precedent for next year after that or the next collective bargain.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just so impressive, Bunny Boy. So I have to give you credit because you started this movement. Even I know it's old now, and he got traded, unfortunately, because I was one of the ones who was really supporting him. But you started the whole Randy A up today. I love that
I love
movement.
that song.
Oh,
Man,
thank God for that listener, man. That was the best.
man, Randy A
Up to date.
Hey, and
We would be seeing that at work.
right,
really?
right. Hey, I was so big on Randy A because, and this goes to my next question with the thoughts on the Cardinals organization as a whole. Mm-hmm. But we have the organization has been having a hard time really identifying talent and then utilizing it in the major leagues. You know, we had our Biscottis, we had the Gritchicks, etc. But then you have Tommy Pham,
Yeah.
and you didn't really give him that shine that he deserved
Not till you had no choice.
because you was still holding on to, because I chose Biscotti and Gritchick because of what they did.
'Cause they got there
in
first, yeah.
The minor leagues.
Yep.
Then they get up to the big leagues and okay, and now Biscotti's story is different because of
Yeah.
the situation. But Gritchick, he was okay, but he came into the pros as a guy that was prone to strike out.
Yeah.
Same thing with Tyler O'Neill. Same thing with Harrison Bader. But they kept putting these guys out there because they feel like they owed it to them to keep playing these guys. But you keep holding guys back like a Tommy Pham who's known for getting on base, who's known for bringing a different attitude to the team, which leads to Randy A. this guy showed in minor leagues that he wasn't just a good hitter who struck out all the time. He got on base a lot, and that was one of our issues over the past few years, was getting guys who can get on base and produce. So you finally brought him up. First series in KC, he doesn't even start.
No.
Then I think he started the second game. He maybe like out of the first 10 games that he played, he probably started maybe 2 games. What was the point?
That's a good question. I think to me, and all of you might see it a little differently, or maybe you see it the same, the Cardinals' greatest strength can also be their biggest weakness. And that's their patience.
Yes.
They're a really patient front office, a really patient ownership, and when they've committed to something, they don't like to change.
Right.
And that's, to me, and again, it worked with Colton Wong. They believed in Colton Wong. All along, when he was in and out of the lineup, when Mike Matheny was playing games with him, when fans were turning on him, when he wasn't hitting, they were like, you know what, no, Colton Wong can play. We believe he's going to play. We're going to give him that opportunity. And they gave him a long-term contract, which also kind of ties into some of these conversations too.
Man.
But their patience with Colton Wong paid off. They've shown that same kind of patience over time with say Carlos Martinez when he's been a little bit goofy off the field, or right? And at times it burns them. At times, and I think this is probably true for a lot of baseball teams, but that was my whole position on the Randy A thing, right? Was at some point, and I don't know when that is. I don't know if there's a date or a time or a certain number of games, but at some point, different is better. Like the same thing over and over and over again is going to drive your fans crazy.
Yes. And
that was what started that whole Randy A thing. It wasn't like, I think O'Neill can play. I think Bader can play. But how long do you get to play when you're like Bader last year
200
went through, and I looked this up. I looked this up. He went through a 6-week stretch where he was one of the 3 or 4 worst hitters in baseball. And yet he was out there. Now, again, I know he's a good defensive player.
Right, we all know that.
I mean, we're going to grant you that. But, there's an old saying in baseball that, you can shake a glove guy out of a tree. It's the bat that separates the men from the boys. And if you got to go, and especially when you're a team that's struggling for offense,
right,
that would be, a valid criticism. Like, why aren't you guys a little bit more anxious like your fans are? Because I think that's where fans go. And I'll bet you, if you look at it from a fan's perspective, it's not that we don't want to see players get a chance. It's that we maybe want to make that change a little sooner than the team does. So they have evidence, right? The Cardinals have done this a certain way for about the last 25 years, right? I mean, Bill DeWitt bought this team in the mid-'90s, and they've basically operated with that same patient approach, and they've won a lot.
The Cardinal way.
Yes, and it's hard to argue against that. But that doesn't mean that in a moment in time, that's still the right way to go.
And then you also have to consider during that time when DeWitt took over, he was getting to the meat of his success was when he had a guy named Pujols and a guy named Edman.
Oh yeah,
and a guy
absolutely.
named Roland. So you were able to be patient with certain
you could
guys.
trade for guys like McGuire, and you could trade for guys like Jim Edmonds.
Right. So you can have certain guys struggle for a minute. Because you still had, at the end of the day,
yes,
you had people ready to go.
Edmund,
yes,
Roland, Yadier Molina, the whole 9. So the surrounding parts was okay.
Right.
But at this time right now, when we're still searching for that go-to guy.
And Goldsmith's not it to me as of now still.
And as Joe was saying earlier about her concern is about runs. Like you just said, it's about doing something different. Bring more guys who's going to be different, who's not used to being a part of the culture that we have been having for the past few years.
Or just maybe they're on a hot streak.
But you know how that culture is part of it is the farm system. They want to get the people from the farm system rather than they've tried it with Goldsmith, open up the checkbook, but they still like to get the farm system, then trade. And it's like lately they've been piecing together rather than go ahead and get, like Goldsmith, I think was their answer supposedly to finally get us some good offense. And he's not that. He could be a number 2 guy. He could be even number 4, but not a hit. No. I mean, this is what his 3rd year coming?
No, this will be a second year. Yeah,
okay. I guess I'm giving too much to one season, but all the hype and how he was with Arizona, I thought, okay, yeah, he'll be good, and I just haven't seen it yet. But again, I'm not the expert.
Joe, any thoughts?
No, I'm just listening. I the whole Bader thing, I get it. Like, he's not a great hitter, but I think the whole thing with the fans is they spent that one off season pretty much making him the face of the Cardinals with the whole new alternate jersey and this and that.
Yeah.
That's what started the fans getting upset with that. Me, I didn't like that either. But if Bader is going to field the ball like he fields the ball, and then if he can just get on base here and there, it doesn't have to be doubles, triples, homers, just get on base. But I think he's looked a little bit better during these games. These games don't mean anything, so hopefully, it could turn over to the season. But to me, it's right and left field that concerns me more than Bader.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, you nailed it, Smooth, when you're talking about what goes into this. If you had the middle of the order, with a guy like Albert Pujols, if you had Pujols, Edmonds rolling in the middle, or even if you go back to what it was when Carpenter was going well, right? You go back like the 2011 lineup.
Right.
It may not have been Pujols, Edmonds rolling, but I mean Pujols and Berkman. I mean you had a really strong. Alan Craig was killing it at that time.
Right.
You can get away Bader's fine on that team.
Exactly.
Tyler O'Neill will be fine on that team. It's not a big deal.
Exactly.
But when you don't have that massive core that's the same all the time, it makes the other guys who are just normal baseball players. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Harrison Bader.
Right.
He's a good baseball player. And if Goldschmidt is Goldie, and if Matt Carpenter is Matt Carpenter, and one other bat is good, whether it's Fowler or O'Neill or something, or DeYoung, then we're not going to care about Harrison Bader's offense.
Exactly.
It's going to be a non-factor. What we had last year, though, was basically nobody playing at their previous level except, I'd say, Colt Wong.
Yeah.
But his numbers aren't like those slugger numbers, right? He's not that guy.
Right.
But he was one of the only guys that had what you would call a career year.
And it was consistent.
So if the other guys do their jobs, I think we're all going to sit back and watch all the defensive highlights from Bader and not really care what he does at the plate, especially with the DH now. I mean, you're not going to have to worry about, if he's hitting crappy, it's not Bader than the pitcher with two spots in the bottom of the order that are empty. It's going to be him hitting ninth and somebody else who's swinging the bat, whether it's, Tommy Edman, Matt Carpenter, Rangel Ravelo. I mean, they got a lot of guys that could be the option there. I mean, who knows? It could be Dylan Carlson in a week with, guys
I like him watching Bader bat ninth.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, all the people that hate the DH are going to love it if you have a good DH.
Yeah. Right. You're going to see a whole attitude change now. Oh, bring the DH down. Yeah, we all love the DH now.
Me, I love the idea. I've always thought it would be cool because, I mean, you have your Wayne Wrights and what's the guy who played with the Cubs now? Arrieta, and or Mad Bum
Gardner.
But at the end of the day, fans want to go there and see 9 guys up the bat who can hit, And to me, it just that nowadays the offensive, and I would prefer to see our Cardinal team if they would have had the DH 10 years ago, we still would have had Pujols.
I'm on both sides of it. I like having the pitcher bat, but that's because of strategy. And then you're thinking about, okay, that's from that side. But then offense, which I like the game to keep moving, and I do want to see somebody bat and try to do something that knows what they're doing as a batter. So I like the DH too. So I can see either way. Yeah. But I just always thought it was crazy. Why does MLB have one league, but two? Thing. Yeah, right. I never understood that. I'm like, no other sport does that. Either one get on board or get on board with the other. Right. Not let's take the offense. You do this, this is stupid.
Right.
I love the idea of pitchers batting and having all of that extra moving around. The problem though is that baseball teams don't teach their pitchers to hit at all.
Correct.
That's the issue.
Half of them can't even run.
Right. I mean, half of them can't run because they haven't done it. Like there have been multiple players here in the last couple years who were American League players and they go over to the National League or they get traded in the middle of the season and they got to go to a bat. They have not taken an at bat since high school.
Right.
What is that? Are you kidding? I mean, what other sport is going to ask somebody who hasn't done that thing in high school to come do it at the major league level?
Yeah.
Are they going to do that in hockey? Are they going to be like, hey, you're going to go play goal, even though, well, actually, they might do that. They might have the guy out of the stands as the emergency goal. But that guy's at least been practicing at goalie, right?
At least.
I mean, are you going to take a guy, you know, in the NBA who's not taking you guys talking about Ben Simmons earlier. You're going to take somebody like that hasn't shot a three-pointer since high school, not even taking an attempt in high school, and say, you get to go do this in the fourth quarter of a close game.
Right.
You're not going to do it. I mean, you're just not going to do it. You're going to say, Shaq, go shoot a three.
Okay.
He'd do it, but it's not going to be good. I mean, you're not going to do this in football. You're not going to say, well, you know what? This guy that plays safety now, he played quarterback in high school. Go play quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. It's just, I mean, if Major League Baseball wanted to treat pitchers like hitters and develop them like hitters, that's what I would prefer. But they have made their position on this very clear. You know how many at-bats Jack Flaherty had between the last day he played in high school and his first at-bat in the major leagues?
How many?
18.
Wow.
Really?
18.
Oh.
I mean, it was an average of like 4 a year. How are you going to? I mean,
a better hitter than a base runner last year.
and this is it. So, like, I really do wish that major league teams prioritize that more. But in the Cardinals system, pitchers don't even take an at bat until they get to Double-A.
Right.
And even in Double and Triple-A, if you're playing an American League affiliate, you're using a DH anyway. So that's to me always been the problem with the way the world is, not the way we want the world to be. Like, I want what you're talking about. I want that strategy, that thought process at the end of game. I don't think it's as complicated as some people make it out to be. Like, I figured out the double switch when I was 9. You know, it's not that, you know, like, you know, some of these things, like, okay, it's a left-handed pitcher on the mound. It's time for my best right-handed hitter to pinch hit. I mean, you know.
And I hope Matheny learns about that now with the Royals, because he had a hard time with that double switch.
Yeah. He was one of the only people I've ever seen double switch out the middle of the order.
Oh, my God. How many times
Like,
did you see
double switch out Matt Holliday.
Like, what are you doing?
In a one-run game, too, and then the pitcher gives up a home run, and you're like, now we're going to extra innings without Matt Holliday.
Right.
His assistant coaches didn't tell him don't do that. He didn't.
No, he
listen to them.
exactly. He was stubborn.
There you are, Grasshopper. You got the answer.
He was stubborn. But he did admit during his press conference with the Royals when he first started that he's about change. You know, he know that he has some flaws.
Yeah.
And from what I've been hearing, I think they said today, McLaughlin was saying that he wanted to get more into sabermetrics, and he wanted to be more friendly and open to the media.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there's been some other things, coaching-wise, strategy-wise, that he also wants to improve on, too. So, you know, hey, best of luck to Matheny, you know, with the Royals as well.
I mean, their second jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Tony La Russa was the manager of the White Sox, and he didn't win anything there, got fired. And then he went to Oakland and won the World Series, and then he came here and won another World Series, and he's in the Hall of Fame. So, you know, I mean, I had my criticisms of Mike because I had so much hope for Mike when he took over, too.
Yeah.
Like, I really thought, okay, this is a good young mind. You know, I thought he was going to be a little bit more kind of modern thinking. You know, he learned under La Russa. He played under La Russa. He was a catcher, which always is going to win with me. And it's just that stubbornness, and I do think a good bit of insecurity did him in. But maybe he learned from, maybe that failure is what helped him make the adjustment now to be what he is with the Royals. We'll see.
But then he was a product of getting a team that was already pretty low.
Well, yeah, I mean, when he walked in, they were
it
ready
was
to
already
go.
padded
Yeah.
through for
You
him.
know, so now,
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead first.
I was saying, but he didn't have to do too much this first season because the team was already together.
Right.
Strategizing,
Outside
doing
of
things.
Pujols.
Yeah, outside of Pujols. But once they were slowly but surely leaving the team, and you got to see him put his mind to work and actually manage, that's when everything came out. Everything was exposed.
Trying to develop a team, and he just didn't. He stuck to 8th grade coaching mindset, except for dealing with grown men.
8th grade.
I mean, for real, that's pretty much how they were explaining it. It was that he was coaching like it was an 8th grade team, except for coaching professionals.
I remember Yachty calling him out on Instagram too about that.
Right.
That's when we knew it was over, Joe.
Yeah.
When Yachty went public,
out on something.
yeah, when Yachty went public with his beef over Matheny, you knew that it was the end.
Yeah.
That was definitely the sign that Mike was out. Because if you've lost Yachty, you've lost
That's
that
the whole
clubhouse.
team.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Forget
exactly.
us, man.
It's
If they
him.
lose us, I mean, we're gonna second guess. We second guessed Tony La Russa when he was here. I mean, come on.
And he already did second guess.
Yeah, that's what fans do, right? But like, that's the thing is, La Russa didn't care when people were second guessing him. It didn't bother him. You know, he would do the manager's show on KMOX, and he told the producers, don't even screen the calls. Just get their name and where they're from, and they can say whatever they want. And if they want to complain, I'll listen and I'll answer. Like, it was no big deal. Mike didn't even want to take phone calls.
Nope.
Wow,
The thing, he just
Anthony?
got emotional.
That's the
He's
thing.
a
It was
good guy.
yeah, it was
He
insecurity.
he knows everything about baseball, but he was just got too emotional. So hopefully, like you guys said, in KC, it's just a better situation for him. He learns from his mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, I mean, like, you know, the other thing that worked against him here is that everything he did, we compared to, and not unfairly because it was his predecessor, but it was compared to Tony La Russa.
Right.
We got to watch one of the best of all time, you know, run the show here before he was the manager. So naturally, a lot of our questions would be like, well, we just watched Tony La Russa do all this. You know, this doesn't make sense compared to what we had seen before. And I understand why that would make you stubborn. I understand why that might make you a little bit insecure when you're following one of the best of all time. And I think Joe's right. Hopefully, like, that was a lesson that says, all right, I got to ignore all that other stuff. I got to let all that other stuff go, and I just got to work on these things. Whether it's, you know, player, because forget the media relations stuff, which helps. Don't get me wrong. Many managers and coaches blow it just by not having the simplest of approaches with people like me. We're easy. You just got to know how to play the game. It's not that hard as long as you know how to play the game. But we're secondary, and then fans are secondary after that. You can't lose the clubhouse.
Right.
And that's who he lost in St. Louis, and that's why the Cardinals made the move. And that's what I hope he learns from, because there were cliques in the clubhouse, and there always are, but there were Mike's guys, and then there were people that were not Mike's guys, and that led to some of the divisions in there. And you would even see it where you would ask a player a question about something that happened in the game, and they would, like, roll their eyes, like, and and off the record, you would talk to someone, you'd be like, yeah, why do you think Mike did that? And he'd be like, I don't know why he acts like we can't handle criticism.
Right.
Because one of the things that would get Mike in trouble a lot was he would always protect the player even if they didn't need to be protected. And there were veteran players in there going, yeah, I failed. I was bad. It's okay for somebody to say that. It's okay for me to have to answer that question. I don't know why he would make that a big point. And that's the stuff that if he's learned from that, he can keep the clubhouse, because that's the big thing. You keep the clubhouse, he's going to be all right.
Yeah. All right. Once again, this is the Platform Sports Talk Show. Right now, this is Joe Knows. On the phone, we have
Bunny.
Jobo.
I'm sorry. Last time I didn't say my name correctly, or at the right time. This time I said it too early. I'm sorry.
Hey, her first official day on the show, y'all.
So you'll be a veteran soon, don't worry.
Hey, next week she's gonna be popping like bam, bam, bam.
Something.
And now, once again, her first time on the show officially as a member of the Platform Sports Talk Show. We have
This is Bunny.
it's your boy Smooth, along with special guest
Kevin Wheeler.
All right, so we're gonna have a little fun real quick before we go ahead and cut this show. We're gonna do some predictions. Let's have some fun with this, y'all. So on your screen, you can see, if you can see very well. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and blow it up a little bit for you. There you go. Now, Wheeler.
All right.
Joe, I think you're ready already. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and do our predictions for the season. Once again, 60 games. Every game is very crucial. Let's go ahead and start off with the American League West. Who do you have, Joe, winning the division?
Come on, Fred.
Oh, yeah. Joe, tell Will who your favorite team is.
Besides the Cardinals, my Astros, baby.
The trash can bangers.
Yeah. That should be their alternate jersey name.
So, and I know last week, Bunny, when Joe mentioned that, you was like, oh, no. So now you can go ahead. The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Well, Joe, I just found out she's pregnant, so I'm not going to give her too much. Okay, I'm not giving you high blood pressure. I don't want to do that to you and the baby, so I'm not going to take it hard on you. But
I've been an Astros fan, and now let's remember, well, it's been well before they made their first World Series appearance against the White Sox, and that was in, 04, 05, when I was in 4th or 5th grade. I became an Astros fan because of Mr. Craig Biggio, Hall of Famer. So I'm not one of these bandwagoners.
Going back to the Killer Bees days.
Yep.
I'm not going to start hating the team because some incident happened.
That's
There's a
fair.
lot of stuff going on. It happened to the Cardinals. I still like the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
And the Astros are still stacked. So I got them number 1 in the AL West.
All right, Wheels.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I mean, I'll root against them, but the Astros are the team to beat. Oakland's good, and they've got a ton of young pitchers who, in a short season, they don't have any restrictions on.
Yeah.
But they're also young. And I mean, Houston's back end of the rotation's a little thin, but the top end is ridiculous
It's
with
stacked.
Verlander, Greinke, and now McCullers back. They may have some problems in the pen, but they also have the best everyday lineup in that division too. So I'll go Astros, but it'll be close.
Yeah.
Over Oakland. I'm not ready to buy the Angels just yet. I think they're going to be mediocre. Same thing with the Rangers.
Ew.
Not quite.
Bunny.
I don't want to say the Astros, even though it's like Joe and Will's.
It's like everyone hates the Yankees. I bet all of us have the Yankees as the AL West.
Unless something miraculous happens where, I don't know. But this short season coming up, but and give it to the Astros, I guess. But yeah, so Stros for now, but put an asterisk next to
Just
that.
take the chalk. It's all right. I mean, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna
They're
have to
stacked.
go.
I mean, they like you said, Will. They are stacked still. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the Astros as well. In the AL Central.
I got the Twinkies. That lineup is absolutely stacked.
I
And,
agree.
I have the White Sox second. 'Cause I've been watching them play the little exhibition games and their inter-squad games. So watching their games against the Cubs a couple days ago,
Dominant.
that was really fun to watch. And Luis Robert, Tim Anderson, Eloy Jimenez, Mazzara, Edwin, their lineup it's stacked. And their pitching's not amazing, but they still got Giolito, Keuchel, Rendon. I know Kopech opted out this year, but
Yeah.
their bullpen's good. I got them going second, but right now I got Twinkies in first.
Yeah, White Sox are my sleeper. I think if there's a team that in a full season probably wouldn't have much of a chance, but in a short season does, that's the team. That lineup is stupid good. I mean, if their lineup is healthy, Mazzara is going to bat ninth. I mean, this is a guy was batting fifth in Texas, and he's going to bat ninth for this team most likely. That's how stacked this team is offensively. They're legit competitors, but I agree that the Twins are the team to beat. They're going to have some players I think who had career years last year that stepped back a little bit, but then they also added Josh Donaldson. Right. So you're bringing in a guy that's already been an MVP candidate in a couple of different years. I mean, he's an elite player. So you're adding that. So yeah, whatever you're going to lose with maybe Mitch Garver falling back to earth, you're going to add with Josh Donaldson coming in, and he's a better defender than what they had at third base last year too. So I think I think the Twins are the team to beat in the division, but I put Cleveland in there too. Cleveland's going to be sneaky.
Definitely.
They're sneaky. They need good health, but if they get good health with their starting pitching, they're going to be sneaky right there with them. That's a 3-team race to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had them in third.
Bunny.
I have either Cleveland as a sleeper team or even surprisingly number one. That's why when you all were talking, I'm like, nobody's mentioning Cleveland. You
Nobody's
did,
picking
but I was
Detroit either.
thinking,
I wonder why. Sorry, Miggy.
yeah, give it Cleveland. Out of all, I was thinking Cleveland, but again, it's a shortened season, so I'm like, yeah. I think if it was a regular one, no, but shortened, they have a way to pull it
Yeah,
off.
I agree.
So
Yeah, I'm torn between the Twins and the Sox. I'm gonna go ahead and give an edge to the Sox.
Somebody's got to.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them the edge. AL East.
They're an exciting team.
Yeah, they are.
I'm going to go with the Baltimore Orioles. I'm just kidding.
The O's.
Obviously the Yankees, but I think the Rays are going to make it really interesting
Me
with
too.
the shorter season just because last year, I don't remember how many games back they were, but I don't think it was, a lot. Their pitching's just really good and young. So, but yeah, I got the Yankees.
Yeah, I want to pick the Rays. I really want to. I mean, they're deep, they're smart, they've got players all over it. They got a St. Louis kid who I've known since he was 14, who's one of their bullpen guys. I have a lot of reasons to want to root for the Rays.
But
But think about how many games the Yankees won last year. and all of the time they had on the DL for Judge and Stanton and Sanchez.
That team is too deep.
I mean, if they just stay off the injured list,
Yes.
the Yankees will win that division.
Easily.
And
So now they got Cole.
I know, and now you've added Garrett Cole into the mix and all of that, and you've got the deepest, most versatile bullpen in either league. I don't know that anybody's got a better bullpen than the Yankees.
Crazy.
I just don't see how in any length of season they're not the team to beat.
I was about to say.
And I want to pick the Rays, I really do, and I think they could win the division, but you have to pick the Yankees.
It seems like the Yankees can do it with their eyes closed.
I mean,
short season, like they can run with it so fast.
You got an MVP candidate at second base, an MVP candidate at shortstop, an MVP candidate in right field, an MVP candidate in left field.
Oh,
you got a
gosh.
40 home run catcher. You got a third baseman, Miguel Andujar, who's a 300 hitter with 30 bomb potential. Like
That's too stacked.
Luke Voigt's a 30 homer guy. Man, like the lineup is crazy. The rotation is loaded.
Yeah.
If they stay
And the
healthy,
bullpen's
do
the
with
best
their
in the
eyes
game.
closed.
And you still didn't even say Gleyber Torres.
I mean,
or LeMahieu.
yeah, DJ. I mean, they're loaded.
Yeah. It's crazy. So you have the Yankees too, obviously.
Yeah, they can do it with their eyes closed. I mean, this is unreal.
Yeah.
I was like, ugh. Short and long, it doesn't matter. This season lasted for 2 years.
Yeah, if it was 2 years, I'd definitely be picking the Yankees.
I have the Yankees as well. So now we're gonna choose the two teams that's gonna go to the wild card in the AL. Joe, you up?
I got the Rays playing at the Coliseum in Oakland,
Oh.
and then I have the Rays winning it because they have the pitching for it.
Yeah, I got Rays A's also. I mean, it's for the same reason. I think they're very similar teams too. There's a lot of talent there, and with the way this season sets up, they might be able to use some of their farm systems too. And the Rays farm system is absolutely loaded. So if they have injury problems or if they have guys testing positive for COVID, they've got some people that can step in that are ultra talented. So those two teams. If the Astros and Yankees weren't so strong, they're good enough to win divisions. Like if either of those teams was in the Central, I'd pick them to win it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Buddy.
I can't call it as far as the two division. The wild cards. I would have to do any, mini, money, more at this point. I can't call. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just go with the rhyme. Just go with
Right.
Rays and A's.
Right.
Rays days, okay. Rays days.
So, I know this is gonna be like a stretch, like really, but I've always been a fan of Joe Madden. So I'm going to go ahead and choose Anaheim, and especially if Rendon gets healthy in time to play enough games, you get him along with Mike Trout. You know Mike Trout dying to get into the playoffs because no one knows him unless he's playing the playoffs.
Whose fault is that? Go back to baseball and
Out of the playoffs.
Man,
That's baseball's fault, but continue.
Shohei Ohtani, they said that he's looking off the chain so far. So if he stays healthy, I think they say he's gonna be probably batting second or third, right there with Mike Trout. I'm gonna just go ahead and give Joe Madden because I like his style. He just brings something different to a team that needs a culture change, and he saw what he did with the Cubs, obviously. He saw what he did with the Rays. So I'm going to give Anaheim that one of them slots. And the second team, I'm like torn between choosing the Twins or the Rays, but because the Rays have Randy A and Jose Martinez, I'm gonna go ahead and choose the Rays.
Randy A, up to date.
All right. So now, NL West.
Dodgers, obviously.
And speaking of which, today, Mookie Betts signed
Yep.
He did.
12 years,
385.
Ew. Why do they do those contracts like that?
He getting that Mahomes money.
Why do they do those contracts like that in baseball compared to 12?
Because guys, they just last longer.
Yeah.
They don't get hurt as much, so it's a little less risky than it is in football.
And he's still real young, isn't he?
Hey, he's 27.
Okay, yeah.
27, something like that. I mean, the Dodgers are the only choice.
Yeah.
Same
here for me.
They are in the National League what the Yankees are in the American League.
Exactly.
And they actually have a better farm system than the Yankees. Like they've got 6, 7, 8 prospects that could help them this year if they need it. So
I just don't even know how the Dodgers keep
losing,
choking in the playoffs.
It just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
no, the playoffs are random. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They are the Buffalo Bills.
I was going to say
Yeah, that's a good call. Yep.
So you Dodgers.
Dodgers,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
They run away
it's an
with
easy
it.
one.
Okay, so this one, I wonder who we're gonna choose here. NL Central.
Dum, dum, dum.
This one was tough for me.
Mm.
I put the Brewers winning it.
What?
I can see that, yeah. I mean, with a shortened season, yes. Yes.
I mean,
They can
just
back
with
that up.
With Yelich, they had an Abigail Garcia, who he's going to hit. Like the last time I was on the show, we talked about all the other like utility options with Lomo and Brock Holt and Justin Smoke.
Yeah.
And then I can't remember the pitcher's name that they got from Japan, I think, but he's kind of like the Miles Michaelis from a couple of years ago, and he's been looking
Lindblom.
pretty decent. So, yeah, and their bullpen's still stacked. So, I mean, I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going Reds.
Ooh, I like that pick.
I'm going Reds.
They dangerous.
I mean, all of these teams. I'm going to say this right up front.
Besides Pittsburgh.
I think all four of those top teams, other than Pittsburgh, are going to be within 2 games of
It's
each
gonna be
other,
close.
like
Yeah,
between
real
2 or
close.
3 games of each other. So this
no
could end
breathing
up.
room.
This could end up being who has the shortest COVID list for the year. Right.
But
This-
that's true.
Yeah, I mean,
don't
that-
breathe the room in the division.
Right.
It's all going to be on top
Absolutely.
of each other.
And
Yeah.
and I'll tell you, this whole division has an edge because they play the Royals, they play the
Oh, yeah, they
Tigers.
only play in their
So
division.
that
Yeah,
division,
yeah.
like the AL Central is good, but it's not as good as the AL East or the AL West. So the Central Division teams in the NL actually have a little bit of a schedule advantage, and that'll come into play when I get to the wild card thing. But I'm going to go Reds. I'm not sold 100% on it, but I mean they've got 3 legit starters, and actually 4 really, because I got to count DeSclafani as a legit starter.
Yeah.
They got a good back end of the bullpen. The lineup is deep. They brought in Moustakas to go with it, to go with what they already had.
And now he can DH.
Yeah, now he can either DH or move around. They've got too many outfielders, and now they've got room for them with the DH. So
Castellanos hit 50 doubles last
yeah,
year. So.
Castellanos was a huge ad for them.
Yeah.
Because you know what he's going to do this year, playing in Cincinnati, instead of 50 doubles,
He's gonna be
it's like 50 and 20, and now it's going to be 30 and 40.
right.
You know, it's going to be 30 homers and 40 doubles, because in playing last year in Detroit for most of the year, a lot of those doubles are home runs if they're in Cincinnati.
Right.
Yeah, Castellanos was a huge ad for them. That dude can hit. So I'm going Reds.
Girls sticking together on this one. I'm going with Joe. Brew Crew.
Brew Crew.
Brew Crew.
Man, no one has faith in the reigning manager of the year, huh? Well, I'm going.
I got the Cardinals second.
I had them for
I'm
the
going
wild
with my
card.
Cardinals.
I had them for a wild card.
I'm going with the
So.
Cardinals. I feel that they may get to a point where they actually do something desperate and make a big move.
Fred, stop.
Yes,
Stop.
I am. I'm doing it. I'm calling.
I can't.
I'm doing it. I
We
am
gotta
putting it
play
out
this
there.
back
With
a couple
talk.
months from now. We're gonna
Yes.
play this tape back
I
and
am putting it out there. That
let them hear this.
And,
What he
and
said.
then and you're gonna have a Dylan Carlson impact as well. Because
Oh, for sure.
We're gonna
Because
need you to do these.
as me and Wheels was saying earlier, it's all about you can't keep having, especially this year. You can't have patience this year.
No.
If Fowler and your boy O'Neal, Joe, ain't doing the job in the
Look at
week,
my boy O'Neal.
if those two guys and Bader aren't doing the job in a week span, okay, you know what? It's time. And just say, you know what?
that's it.
All the marbles.
Walking papers. That's it.
I ain't gonna say walking papers, but you just gotta can't play every day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
At least the walking papers.
let's go. Let's go.
Carson's the real deal.
Yeah. So,
Real deal. He's every bit the hitting prospect that Oscar Tavares was.
Yeah. Play and that was a blow. That was a huge blow to the organization. Losing him.
That's
Man, that was a
still-
huge blow.
That's still a wound. That
Yeah. All right. So NL East.
I have the Braves winning it again.
Wait,
I want to pick Washington, but I can't.
wait.
They lost Rendon.
I mean, losing
you know,
Rendon. I mean, nobody's going to pitch DeSoto all year. There's no
They
protection.
got Baines and Asdrubal Cabrera on the
Yeah.
corners right now.
Yeah.
With and they also have Starlin Castro, who's a really underrated player, but those 3 combined is not going to do what Rendon did for them.
No. I think that the only way that their offense is going to be good is if Trey Turner takes a huge leap forward and becomes kind of more of a middle of the order threat. But some of my guys at Jim Bowden at MLB Network Radio thinks that Trey Turner could be a 25 homer guy this year. And if he's right about that, then I'd be more open to hearing about Washington, because I think Victor Robles is really good. Carter Kieboom could be pretty good. And the top of their rotation is ridiculous. I mean, their four-man rotation, the top four, Scherzer, Strasburg, Corbin, and Sanchez, that's as good as anybody's top four. Nobody's four is better than that. But the Braves are the more well-rounded team, especially now that we know Freddie Freeman's probably going to be ready at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
They got pitching depth. They've got a bullpen. They've added some offensive depth. Acuna's probably the most exciting player in the National League, not named Betts or Bellinger. So I'm going to go Braves, but I think it'll be close. And I wouldn't snooze on the Phillies either.
Oh, man.
Why? Because of
Go ahead.
Bryce.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll let you finish the picks because
No, I'm good. I'm going Braves.
I still want to go back to the Nationals, but I was thinking Braves as a wild card. Now, Bryce. So I was wondering when the Nationals won last year and they just got rid of Bryce, I was like, is he salty about that or not? Like, what was the dynamics of the Nationals clubhouse to where, when Bryce was there, they couldn't get over it, but once he left, they got it? Like, what happened?
They finally
They
got a
had pitching
bullpen.
in the manager had Strasburg pitch in the playoffs.
Yeah, Strasburg was healthy, and they got a bullpen. Because that's what killed him. Before the bullpen is what killed him in the previous years.
They always had
Okay.
leads.
Because
Yeah,
it was always they could never
Yeah.
get over it. I'm like,
Yep.
what is in Bryce's? Okay.
Yep.
The
Yep.
bullpen killed
Bullpen.
them in the first half of
Okay.
last year.
Yep.
They were terrible last year.
That's right. And they went out and got Hudson and made a couple other moves. And
Right.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to go with the Phillies. I like what they brought in. Didi, Gregorius, the return of McCutchen.
That's
Bryce.
a good point about Kutch. We haven't talked a lot about him.
Yeah.
He's healthy and he's ready to go.
Yeah. Bryce, not full year, but a second year now with the Phillies.
We got Wheeler.
Yep.
No relation.
Right.
Otherwise, I'd be hitting him up.
Of course, you got JT Real Muto already there. So I like how that team is looking. Just got to have some good pitching going, bullpen as well, and they'll be right there in the mix. So now we have wild card. 2 wild card teams, Joe.
All right, I have the Cardinals playing in Washington, and Cardinals working their devil magic, winning that game somehow to win. Hey, Scherzer didn't look good in the wild card game last year against the Brewers, so I could see it happening.
I'm going Cardinals Cubs.
Ooh.
Cardinals Cubs.
So you think Rossi can get the job done the first year?
I just think that if their pitching is reasonably healthy, they should be okay. You know, I mean, I don't love their bullpen, but of all the teams in the National League Central, they've got the best lineup. I mean, again, assuming everybody's in the lineup and healthy, if Bryant's healthy, Bryant and Rizzo are the best 1-2 punch in the division. And, you know, they do have question marks, you know, in that lineup. I mean, we don't know what you're going to get on a day-to-day basis from Hayward. They're still wondering what they're going to get out of center field.
Right.
But they got good bat behind the plate. They benefit from the DH. Baez is one of the most dynamic players. I mean, they got 3 MVP candidates.
Yeah.
So I think that they're good. I mean, the problem with the wild card is we're going to have like 6 teams within 1 game or 2 games of the wild card. There are no bad answers for this. Arizona's a good answer. The Cubs are a good answer. The Cardinals are a good answer. The Phillies, the Nationals, the Mets are a good answer. We haven't even talked about the Mets. The Mets could be really good this year.
Oh yeah, especially with the addition of
Grom at the top of the rotation. You're getting Cespedes back. I mean, Conforto took a big step last year.
Yeah.
You know, Pete Alonso is one of the best sluggers in the game. I
Yeah.
mean, they're all right. I mean, they're not my pick, but I mean, we could look at there's only 2 teams that I would write out of the mix in the National. Well, 3 teams: the Marlins,
Pittsburgh.
the Giants, and the Pirates.
Yeah.
Other than that, everybody's a contender.
Because the Padres, like that team could
They
could
finally,
They're one of my sleepers.
Yeah, I'm about to say they finally
they're close.
showing like, okay, we can actually do something. If not a division, we can get to the playoffs.
Yeah, in a
Finally.
short
If
season,
they could
they,
add,
yeah.
if they could add like one more starting pitcher,
Yeah.
I'd feel a lot more confident about the Padres, but their bullpen's locked down.
Yeah.
And then obviously they got a really young and talented lineup. So I think within the next year or so, they're not going to be, knocking on the Dodgers' door, but I think they could be hitting for a wild card spot for sure.
Yeah, I mean that starting pitcher you're talking about, maybe their top prospect. I mean, they got the best left-handed pitching prospect in the game in Mackenzie Gore, and I don't think they're going to open the season with him because they're going to wait they want to start that service time.
clock.
But
damn
a week or 2 in, you might be adding a lefty who throws 96 with a hammer. I mean,
And Paddock's a stud too.
And obviously,
we only
Paddock's
had one year
yeah.
last year that was good, but he's exciting to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, they're an interesting. I mean, there are legitimately 12 teams that could make the playoffs in the National League. Like, I don't have any hesitation saying that.
Playoffs.
Right.
So, all right.
So, so Joe.
And they might all make it, right, if they go to 16.
Right.
All right.
We got to expand the wild card a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, Joe had the Cardinals and the Nationals. So Wheeler,
Cards and Cubs.
and then Bunny.
Cards, Braves.
I have Braves and Reds. All right. So now, who will represent the American League, Joe? Oh Lord.
So I have it.
Oh Lord.
I have it being a little different this year. The
What?
Yankees finally going over that hump and beating the Astros.
Oh.
And I don't want to hear the trash can thing because the Astros beat them in 2015 when Correa was a rookie and Altuve was just Altuve, and their lineup wasn't that great. So, and they beat them in Yankee Stadium. But anyways, I have the Yankees winning this time.
Yep, me too. I'll go chalk. I mean, everything that we said about them for the regular season is true for the playoffs too. If they're healthy, that's just
imagine a Cole Verlander matchup, and
that'd be pretty.
that'd be crazy.
That'd be pretty fantastic.
It's like pick my poison, the Astros or the Yankees. Astros, Yankees. Pick my poison to represent the AL. Because I don't like neither one of them, but I'd rather get the Stros in there again over the Yankees.
Boy, man, I wonder how fans of it won't be no fans, so never mind. Man, yeah, I'll probably go ahead and go with the Yankees as well. All right, who's gonna represent the National League?
All right, I got the Dodgers beating the Braves in the championship series.
Yeah, I got to go Dodgers too. I mean, I know it's super chalky, but if you look at a lot of the projections, the Dodgers and the Yankees are the only teams that really stand out from the crowd in terms of the regular season record. So if they're the most likely to get there, then they're the most likely to pick for the World Series. Like if you're looking at it just from an odds perspective, your chances are great. But they also have loaded lineup, loaded bullpen, and you look at the top of the rotation, and we got Walker Buehler leading it, and now Clayton Kershaw's basically your number 2. Mm-hmm. I mean, and he's come back a little bit. He's not the guy he used to be, but still.
It's hard picking. The only reason why I'm picking the Dodgers and the Yankees is because it's 60 games.
Right.
And we see how. But that's the thing though. The Astros and the Twins they both won over 100 games last year too, and then I think so did the Braves. But I think just looking at the short season, I just think Dodgers Yankees just makes a little more sense.
But a shorter season can also go the other way too.
No, it could be. Yeah, we could be sitting here in 3 months talking about the White Sox beating the Padres in the World Series, which would be amazing. By the way, I'm rooting for that. That would be so great.
Well, be not because they don't want to see a small market San Diego team in the World Series, but
Yeah, that's all right. Story make up for it.
Yeah, true. But even as a wild card team, I could see Atlanta representing NL.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're good.
Yes.
So, I have LA. They're so dominant until they face the Cardinals.
So they just gotta hope they don't face the Cardinals.
Yes.
Yeah, but the track record proves that though.
Yeah.
They'll have the best record when they come to St. Louis or we up there. It's just they fall
they-
apart.
they
Kershaw,
choke.
he always choke I don't get it.
Man.
I know you say he's probably like the number 2 guy, but as their number 1, it's like I don't know if he felt like he was cursed or something, but when he knew he was playing the Cardinals in the playoffs, he just went like, phew.
Hey, he still has nightmares.
And years after years, it's not that's going one time.
He
He's
still
talking
has
about
nightmares
playoff at the
of Dick
playoffs.
City and Matt Carpenter doing what they
Yeah.
did to him, which I love. Yeah, so I'm saying the Cardinals, man. I have to be the homer. And if it goes off of what I said earlier, that they play the Dylan Carlsons, if they give the guys like Lord, what's the I'll put a name? Lane Thomas.
Yeah.
Give those guys the playing time and stop holding on and being patient and let Shilp use these guys like he really wants to, then they're gonna shine. Like, look at how the Dodgers allowed Bellinger to shine. And what's the guy name? Maxey. What's his name at first
Muncy.
base?
Yeah,
Muncy.
Max
Muncy. Just letting them guys play and do them. let their natural talent just take over, and that's what the Cardinals need to do. If they do that, they're gonna be in good position to make some noise.
I see it as a twofold because with the shortened season with the Cardinals, you said let them go play, give them their time and shine. But then, are they going to be looking at it? Well, we have a shortened season. We always have next season where it's longer. They can do stuff in the off season, so we should cherish them a little more. Or we got a short season. Let's try to win it. Put them out there. I can see it going both ways with the Cardinals.
The Cardinals' MO has always been play for this year, not for.
I know, but this is unprecedented with this short time, and again, we don't even know what next year is going to look like technically. So it's still unknown with next year's baseball. So do it now and win it with the shortened, or wait and develop more like they like the Florence. You don't know.
Pretty much making a point right there because of the unknown.
Sure.
Yeah, they'll have to make a decision.
Yeah, which way do they want to go with this?
If the guys that we're worried about start off well, then there's no worry.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if they don't start off well, then
It's
how
time to shake it
quickly
up.
do you see them act? And look, they're saying the right things right now, right? I mean, they're saying, hey, we know it's a sprint. It's not a normal year. We'll see. I mean, I got to give. I mean, for all the times I thought that Schilt has been too patient. Last year, in his first full year as a manager, he did actually get to the moves that he needed to get to in time for them to make the postseason. Right? I mean, we were yelling for all these things in early July. He didn't do it till August. Right? He didn't bench Carpenter until August. Right?
Edmund.
Right. Yeah. You didn't get Tommy Edman in there until late in the year. They didn't start making they didn't put Fowler and Wong at the top of the order till the last 2 months of the year. And not coincidentally, that's when the team played the best. So they got to it by the time that they needed to.
But be more proactive.
But this year, you don't have that much time. So
Right.
like the time you need to do it is like 2 weeks.
Yes.
As opposed to 4 months.
All right, Joe, the winner of the World Series.
Oh man. It's so hard because I can't stand either.
Because both teams were on your Astros very hard this past off season.
Oh no, I could care less about that. Astros got their ring. They just got their championship ring today too from last year. So
with an asterisk with that ring.
it has nothing to do with that. It's just because like I want to see something different. You know, like I know Yankees haven't won one in like 10 years, but they're always there. They're always spending money. And it's the same thing with the Dodgers. You're just tired of looking at their faces. But I guess the Yankees, like, you can't really go wrong between either of them. Their teams are both so stacked. So
Yeah. I'll go Yankees too, with the bullpen being the difference. I mean, they legitimately have 4 or 5 guys who could close. So if I'm looking for tiebreakers, I think that's where they have an edge, because I don't know that we know what Kenley Jansen is anymore at this point. I don't know if he's a dominant closer or if he's just a guy with a reputation. And while I like Pedro Baez and Joe Kelly and these guys, the Dodgers don't have at the back end of the pen what the Yankees do. So if I'm picking one of those two, it's got to be the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was saying pick my poison between the Stros and the Yankees, and I picked the Stros.
So you got the Stros.
So you got the same thing. Do we want the trash can bangers?
Well, because she chose the Braves and the Stros.
That's all right.
Mm-hmm. I can never see the Stros beating the Braves, but I'm hanging my head down because I don't like the Stros.
You can say it. It's okay.
I don't want to get the blood pressure up, Joe. I promise I don't want to do that to you. So, yeah.
No, Stros. I'm going to go ahead and I want to say the Cardinals, but all your points about the Yankees and their bullpen, I had to say the Yankees are going to go ahead and take it. But I just hope that it be a dramatic series, not no full game sweep like the NLCS was last year, because that was just horrendous.
But we didn't know that the Nationals was going to be as good as they were. I mean, Cardinals was on that high because we clobbered the Braves in their game.
But see, and here's my thing. Even though, yes, they did clobber the Braves in Game 5, I guarantee you, even Cardinal Nation was surprised that we had all those
that first inning was like
what you said earlier about the lack of offense.
Yeah,
that first inning was like surreal. Like,
right,
what?
So when they did face the Nationals, it was kind of like it finally happened.
It was exploited.
You know what I'm
they
saying?
Exploited that lack of offense.
It finally happened at the wrong time.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it was
It
like,
was literally just our offense because our pitching was not bad in that series at
Right.
all.
We got exploited at the.
Wade was
I
dominant.
mean,
it is what it
we
is.
couldn't hit a ball off of Anibal Sanchez game 1. I mean, that was just so terrible. And then
But that's what
The
playoffs
rest
do, though.
of the
They're gonna
season.
expose your weakness is gonna be on the big
I mean,
stage.
it
I mean,
happened
that's
at
what
the
it happens. That's what
wrong-
playoffs are
wrong
for.
Damn time.
I mean, it was inevitable though.
Yeah.
So
There we go. Those are our predictions for the baseball season. And before we go, I just want to show love to the San Francisco Giants the other day. Alyssa Nakin, the first female coach in MLB history. She coached on the first base. Coached for first base for the Giants game against the Oakland Athletics a couple of days ago. A great moment for the ladies. Bunny, I know you excited about
I was
it.
gonna say,
Joe,
hey,
when you saw this, how did it make you
coming up.
feel?
Yeah, I was excited. I had the game on at night, so it's nice falling asleep to West Coast games and then seeing something like that. That was really cool.
yeah,
Yeah.
You've seen it in every sport now too.
fine. Remember I asked Kwanzaa
Yep.
about
You've
that
seen it.
last week?
Of course, basketball was first.
Yeah,
Right.
I asked about it last week.
Yeah, and the
Right.
NFL came in the last couple of years. I think there's 2 now in the NFL, right? That are, I don't know what their titles are.
Because the one lady, she's like a
With the 49ers?
conditioner or a strength coach,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
But she had a commercial and everything.
Yeah.
So ladies are coming.
It's still a long way to go, but hey, we'll take any little progress we can get.
You know the old argument that guys used to have is, well, they never played. Yeah, a lot of the coaches never played.
Right.
Right, surprisingly.
Or,
I mean,
or some tried and they suck like LaRussa and look at
I mean, yeah, it's like it being able to do something is not always the same thing as being able to teach something,
That's
Yeah.
correct.
right? I mean, you can teach math, but you didn't have to figure out how to calculate gravity to do it, right? I mean, you can learn from other people.
Yeah. So this has been an incredible show. Almost 4 hours, y'all.
Wow.
See, welcome to my world.
My bedtime.
That's my world, man.
Past my
3
bedtime.
4-hour radio.
Ain't nothing. But especially like I said, man, when you're having a good time talking about the thing that you love, it happens that way. Normally we are at around a 2-hour show, but tonight I had the expectation that it would be lengthy because it's this great conversation and we had a lot to discuss. Because as of tomorrow, a whole new day.
Yeah.
The real sports
whole
we
bag.
get now again.
We're
Yes.
back.
Very exciting. No more Netflix and Hulu for me and whatever.
Running out of
else.
stuff on there too, man.
Man, it's gonna be just nothing but straight.
I mean, I've gone through all kinds of foreign shows on there. That's how deep I've gotten into it. I watched a show out of Norway. I watched a show out of Iceland. I watched a show out of Germany.
Wow.
I'm not kidding,
You're
man.
very international.
And by the way, they were great shows.
You're very international now. I must be the only one who hasn't gotten a lot of Netflix in.
Sure, the
Okay.
quarantine got me looking at every show with closed caption now.
Yeah?
And back then I didn't do that, but now like I can't not watch a show without closed captioning.
Well, Joe, just tell you, how many months are you pregnant, Joe?
I'm 16 weeks.
No, you got ways to go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're at the
I got
beginning.
ways to go, but I'm wearing my first pair of maternity pants right now, and I'm telling you, they're cozy, okay?
I got a couple
might wear
pairs too.
these afterwards.
That's what's up.
So
That's what's up.
cozy.
Gotcha.
All right, well, we about to go and get about it here. Next week's show, we have former Vashon High School alumni like myself, Johnny Cooper. He's currently the assistant football, basketball, and tennis coach at Hazelwood West. He will be on the show in person next week.
Okay.
Wheels, had a great time, man.
Glad to do it, man. You know I love talking sports.
Man,
had a great
great
time.
time.
Had a
Appreciate
great
you guys
time.
inviting me.
Man, definitely a pleasure.
Putting up with all my words.
Hey, please feel
No.
free to tell others about this show. We can come on and hear their story as well. Spread the word about the platform Sports Talk Show. Thank you very much for those who may watch the archive later on. If y'all know anybody who needs to have their story told, shoot them my way. You see the information on the screen right there. On
it.
Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. Just let them know what's happening. And we'll get them on. We are currently booked all the way until the mid part of October. So
You rocking.
yeah, we rocking.
Yeah.
No wasting time there,
you
man.
Rocking,
Yes.
yeah.
I've been like every day I got to show what's going on today. I don't know. You guys got through October.
Yeah.
He's
So
rocking.
hey, just trying to keep things going. So Bunny, congratulations on your first show.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Many more to come.
Yes.
Stan probably knocked out sleep because you got to go to work in the early morning. So But everybody else, thank you very much for tuning in to this show. We about to be out of here. It is your boy Smooth. When it's about sports, it becomes our business, and business just picked up. We are out of here. Peace out, y'all.
Peace.
See ya.